by David Lammy, who was Shadow Foreign Secretary, both of whom could well end up in exactly the same job. I can hear a loud noise. Until a few moments ago, there were actually bins blocking the gate into Downing Street. In a sign that the reshuffle is imminent, they're now being wheeled out of the way by members of the Downing Street staff who a few hours ago worked for Rishi Sunak, now are employees under Sir Keir Starmer. In fact, there you can see the bins going behind me. Another obstacle cleared for the path for the next reshuffle, and Keir Starmer will begin pointing his top table.
Sam, I love it. You know you've been working in politics for a long time when you can tell a cabinet is going to start by the fact that the bins are being moved. We just saw one going behind you as well. We will come straight back to you, Sam, as soon as we get any sense of movement down that street. But with us, in the meantime, is Stephen Hammond, former Conservative MP for Wimbledon, decided to stand down at the election. Feeling pretty glad about that decision, I would imagine.
Well, it was a lot of it was personal because my wife and I have parents to look after. I was very aware that, you need a lot of drive, and I've got enthusiasm, but I didn't want to wake up halfway through the next Parliament and think I didn't have the drive. Being a Member of Parliament is a great honour, but it's an exhausting job if you do it properly. A lot of great colleagues who've represented constituents well have lost their seats last night. But I was aware that, I wanted to make sure that drive continued for the 5 years, and I didn't want to feel halfway through people say, well, it's time we went.
I mean, you know what it's like being a Conservative MP in London, and right now it must be pretty lonely for the few still standing. It's been obviously a devastating result for your party across the country, but particularly in London.
Well, it's been a grim, bleak, whatever adjective you want to say, night. I think the key thing, and a lot of my colleagues in London, we saw a very disappointing result in May as well. What we've got to learn, I think, is actually what appeals to the electorate. Where have we made mistakes? Why have we got it wrong? We didn't lose this election because we weren't right-wing enough. We lost this election because we lost our reputation for competence and, more importantly, the trust of the British people.
I mean, you stood unsuccessfully for the party in 97, also 2001, so you know what it's like to kind of be in the wilderness of opposition. Yeah. How important is it that you get it right now, and how worried are you that your party might take the wrong turn?
Well, I think it's really... when you're in opposition, you go through stages. You go through the shock of losing, then you get, the recognition you're irrelevant for a while, and then you have to go through the rebuild phase. And we've got to rebuild trust, and the party has to learn the lesson that lurching off, trying to be reform light, or lurching off to the right, we need to camp on the common ground of politics.
Some would say, hang on, if you add together the votes that the Conservatives got and the results that Reform got, then you'd be in number 10. So maybe it is a good idea to tack towards Reform.
But equally, we lost seats and votes last night to the Labour Party and the Liberal Democrats. We need to recognise that actually if we want to be in government, we've got to rebuild and regain the trust of the British people and then have policies that appeal on a much wider basis than we have done already.
Will you give me a name on who you'd be interested to see a leadership pitch from? Dehead Davison said Tom Tugendhat earlier. I don't know if there's anyone else who you fancy throwing into the mix.
Well, I think there'll be a number of people who will throw their name in the mix. It's well known that I think that, as I come from the centre and the centre-right of the Tory party, I think that Tom probably will want to run, and I think he would. He is a man who served his country. He's a man who understands service, just like Keir Starmer. He's a man who can actually say, we need to stand up, rebuild trust and regain our policies for the future.
Adam, I don't know if you've got anything to add.
Yeah, I just want to talk about London a bit. I mean, people hate talking about London, but, I mean, basically, in the capital, the Conservatives have lost seats like Chelsea. So in central London, I'm right in thinking there's actually no Conservative representation anymore.
That's right. So this is a really grim night for us in London, and it carries on from a poor result we had in May. And I think, again, if the Conservatives don't have appeal in the capital, we are missing a major element of what will be appeal in the country. I hope we think very carefully. London's a young, dynamic city, and quite a lot of what we've appeared to do in the last few years hasn't appealed to young people. And I think that, we've got to recognise that people want a home, therefore we need to do more house building in London. We have to create more opportunities, as we have been doing, but more through jobs, more to encourage creativeness, and at the same time, I think, make the case that London needs to be a safe city as well.
And looking at the map more broadly, where are the Tory heartlands?
It's a good question.
Well, it is a good question after last night, and if you've seen the maps, and you know they to places that would normally have been at, and Tory heartlands have disappeared. And the question mark now is, can we learn the lesson that the Labour Party learned, which was a disastrous result in 2019, and yet here they are with a huge majority. And if in opposition we can learn the lessons with the right leader, there is an opportunity for us to regain in 5 years' time a number of the seats that we lost last night.
Well, what you'd have to do is split the Labour vote, isn't it?
Well, what we'd have to do is to make sure that a number of those soft voters that haven't voted to us perhaps for 2 elections, but certainly last night, come back to us. And that is about, I think, firstly, regaining the trust of the British people.
I'm interested to think a little bit about the future of the Conservative Party and where you think it needs to go. You've been saying there about how you kind of win from the centre. You've been leaking votes to Labour and also to the Liberal Democrats. What do you think the next leader needs to really focus on then?
Well, I think he needs to focus on some of the traditional Conservative values, and some of that is safety and security and secure borders. But it's also about, we've always been, and one of the reasons why I've been a Conservative all my life, is about aspiration, opportunity, and creating those opportunities for everybody in this country. And I think that we haven't shown that in the last few years, partly because of some of the external factors, but certainly of our own making. And I also think we need to be very clear that we should be the party of business, encouraging people to thrive, to see economic growth. And everybody talks about economic growth, but it's hard to deliver. You know, I heard the Labour Party, it sort of seems to have become the Labour Party's panacea. We're going to cover all of our financial problems by economic growth. Do you not think the Conservatives have been trying to grow the economy for the last few years? Of course we have. And measures, I think that we need to make sure that we are seen to be pro-business, pro-opportunity.
Mm.
And what about reform? I mean, a lot of Conservatives now are focusing their attention on reform. That's where a lot of your votes went. What approach do you think the Conservative Party should take now to reform?
Well, I think that it is pretty clear that the reason why reform has done extraordinarily better than most people thought was that people are concerned about immigration, both illegal, legal, and refugee and asylum seekers. We should never confuse the three. I think that we need to make sure that we are clear about how we are going to offer secure borders in the future, and we haven't done that yet. We need a viable policy on that and a feasible policy on that, because that clearly has driven most of the reform vote last night.
Do you think, though, that perhaps some Conservatives are a bit too obsessed with reform? I mean, the point's being made that UKIP in 2015, the precursor party, I suppose one would call it, got 3.8 million votes. This time round, Nigel Farage was talking about 6 million. In fact, he only got 200,000 more, 4 million.
Well, as you heard me say earlier, Adam, I think we'd be absolutely wrong, because we lost votes last night, not just to reform, but to Labour and to Liberal Democrat. And we need to think about how we get all of those votes back, not just lurching off to become reform light. You'll never win that way. The Conservative Party will never win that way. We've never won general elections that way.
OK, thank you very much indeed. Good to have you on the programme today, Stephen Hammond. Well, we are awaiting the new cabinet. We are poised and ready to go on Downing Street. As Sam was describing earlier, the bins have been removed, so we can have the beauty parade, if you like, up the street as Keir Starmer appoints his new cabinet. Prime Ministers can appoint 109 paid ministerial jobs and 21 paid cabinet ministers. So a few difficult decisions potentially for the new Prime Minister to make, as there are currently, I think, more people in the shadow cabinet than there are paid jobs. He's also got a bit of reshuffling to do after 2 members of his shadow cabinet lost their seats overnight in the election. Thangam Debonair in Bristol and Jonathan Ashworth in Leicester. Standing by is our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates. Any action going on yet, Sam?
Bar the clearing of the bins, Sophie, it doesn't look quite yet. There are a few officials wandering up and down the street. But let me give you a little bit of background to this cabinet reshuffle, because Keir Starmer's coming in and doing it for the first time. And as I said before, we are expecting it to be predominantly the same faces, the same individuals that he had in his shadow cabinet. who were in place this morning, with a couple of exceptions. As you mentioned, Thangam Debonair doing the culture beat, and Jonathan Ashworth, who was on the campaign team and in the cabinet office. So 2 positions there that he could play with. But there's an interesting difference, which is one of the parts of the process of vetting for cabinet members has traditionally been done by the civil service. Now, a cabinet minister-to-be is taken aside and asked if they've got any embarrassing secrets that could embarrass the Prime Minister if they got into office. Now, I understand that the role of doing that is likely to have transferred to Sue Gray, Keir Starmer's chief of staff. She is the person who appears to be hoarding what sounds like, from my contacts, what sounds like pretty unprecedented power behind the black door behind me. She's trying to make sure all information goes through her. And this means that it is Sue Gray, Keir Starmer's chief of staff, who will fulfil the function of finding out whatever gremlins, whatever horrors, whatever embarrassments there are in the closets of potential cabinet ministers, if that's the model that she ends up being able to convince the civil service to allow her to pursue. Traditionally, it's been quite helpful to have a civil service find out this stuff and simply to be able to advise the Prime Minister whether this person is good or not good. But it sounds like the political team under Sue Gray, of course, formerly a civil servant herself, wants to take control of that function. But it seems as if this cabinet reshuffle, already running about 17 minutes behind what we understood to be the schedule, if it runs in the way that we expect, the first face that we will see will be a person at Keir Starmer's side probably for the next 5 years, and will be one of the most recognised politicians in the country. 44-year-old Angela Rayner, extraordinary career, born into poverty in Stockport, rose up, slept on her grandparents' floor, now one of the biggest faces in our politics in a few moments' time.
Sam, thank you very much indeed. Sam Coates there, poised on Downing Street, awaiting to see if anyone makes that long walk up to the door. Well, while we wait for those appointments to begin this afternoon, let's take a look, shall we, at who could be in the mix on Keir Starmer's front benches. We're expecting him to, I guess, reappoint many of the people in his shadow cabinet team. There are a few of them, starting off with Angela Rayner. Sam Coates was just talking about her earlier. She's the deputy leader of the party. Most likely she'll become the new Levelling Up secretary if Keir Starmer decides to keep that job, of course. Also the new Deputy Prime Minister as well. We understand likely to be the first person walking down that road. Rachel Reeves, a face I'm sure you know as well, set to become the UK's first ever female chancellor. She's held a handful of shadow roles over her years in Parliament, although not under Jeremy Corbyn because she refused to serve under his leadership. Yvette Cooper, a real New Labour veteran, she made her return to Labour's front bench in 2021. She then stayed put in Sir Keir's TOPS team. She could become Home Secretary. That's the job she shadows. She does have ministerial experience as well in the Tony Blair and Gordon Brown governments too. It's widely believed that the top job of Foreign Secretary will go to the current incumbent on the shadow brief, David Lammy. He's been the shadow Foreign Secretary since 2021. David Lammy also at some ministerial experience as well in the New Labour years. Wes Streeting will probably become the new Health Secretary. Remember, he just clung on to his seat because he was run very close in his seat of Ilford North, but he did hang on, and that puts him in pole position for the all-important job of Health Secretary. Let's have a look at some of the other faces that we are expecting to see walking down Downing Street a little bit later. I'm going to take you first. I'm going to whiz you across to the other side, if you like, of the beauty parade we've got there. Bridget Phillipson, she is set to become the new Education Secretary. She, of course, has been shadowing that brief. She is something that she's been looking at a lot with the kind of childcare roles as well. The former Labour leader, Miliband, most likely to be the Energy Secretary. It's a role he has been shadowing as well. And, of course, a key part of the first steps of Sir Keir Starmer's government with the creation of GB Energy too. The new Attorney General, now, if you don't know what that is, their role is to provide legal advice and support to the government. That could go to Emily Thornberry. That's the role she's currently shadowing. And, of course, another person who we are expecting to be in the ministerial team, Pat McFadden, most likely to be the new chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, also one of those people who played such a pivotal role in the campaign, often described as the most important politician you've never heard of. Shabana Mahmood, again, she did manage to hang on to her seat. Some people thought she might be in trouble. She will most likely become the Lord Chancellor and Justice Secretary, as that is the role she is currently shadowing. A few more faces just to rattle through as we await the official appointments made by Sir Keir Starmer. We were expecting them to begin around 2. Looks like they're running slightly delayed, but of course they are very important ones as well. We will keep our eyes on Downing Street. Jonathan Reynolds expected to potentially be the new Business and Trade Secretary as well. Liz Kendall, most likely to become Work and Pensions Secretary, and the new Defence Secretary could be John Healey. Louise Haigh, currently the Shadow Transport Secretary. She could become the youngest member of the Cabinet and become Transport Secretary. Annalise Dodds, most likely to become the new Women and Equality Secretary. Well, we are awaiting, of course, those Cabinet appointments, the first big decisions, if you like, by the Keir Starmer administration, and after, of course, he's made some of those important first steps as Prime Minister, including deciding what to do if there was a nuclear strike on the United Kingdom. Now, of course, those Cabinet appointments are what we are awaiting. Let's bring in our panel, shall we? We're joined now by Sam Ashar, who is the former Special Advisor to Sajid Javid when he was Home Secretary, and Andrew Fisher, the former Head of Policy for Jeremy Corbyn. Great to have you both here. Andrew, to you first. Keir Starmer has got a stonking great majority based on, historically, relatively low vote share. Does that matter?
I think it does. I mean, it doesn't immediately. He's got a massive majority in Parliament. He can pass whatever legislation he likes and he'll be very happy with that. But I suspect behind the scenes there'll be some wiser heads kind of going, this is a bit fragile, and more fragile than it looks, because they're just shy of what Tony Blair got in 1997 in terms of number of MPs. But Tony Blair got 43, 44. They're on 34%. They've only gone up 2% from, in fact, less than 2% from 2019, which they keep describing as Labour's worst result in 80 years. So it's quite a poor result. It's just that the Tories were so abominably bad that relatively they've done well. It's not that they've done well, they've just done less badly than their opponents by quite a margin. The Tories really did implode, and Reform split in the first past the post system. Yeah. If you've got a big split on one side of the aisle, then that gives you a huge mandate. But they should be worried. I mean, Labour started this campaign in the polls on 43, 44, even 46% on some polls, and they've ended up on 34. Now, some of that may be polling error. The pollsters got things wrong and weighted things wrong. But a lot of it, actually, we've seen throughout the campaign, there's been this slow decline in the Labour vote. The more people have seen Keir Starmer, and indeed Rishi Sunak, they've both gone down in people's opinions. That should worry them, I think.
Sam, I couldn't help notice you kind of letting out a sort of an involuntary, I'm not really sure what to say, laugh, cry, when Andrew was talking about the...
There's a lot of emotions going on right now.
...of the Conservative Party.
Yeah, I mean, it's undeniable. It's been a catastrophic night for us, a day, an election campaign. I think it's expected. I think the strategy was always about damage limitation as opposed to trying to win. I think there are lots of Conservatives who are actually quite buoyant today, surprisingly, given the size of Labour's majority. And that is largely because we were thinking that we were heading towards an extinction and that perhaps we might not even form the official opposition to His Majesty's government. So this is actually quite an interesting feeling that a lot of Conservatives are having, and lots of Tories that I've spoken to today, because actually for the first time we feel that there's hope. And yes, there is still a massive majority, but I do agree with Andrew that it feels fragile in the same way that 2019 and Boris's majority also felt quite fragile, because at the time I remember somebody saying to me, this is not dissimilar to Mrs Thatcher's victory in 87. She very quickly, or the Tories very quickly, lost that big majority and that spread in the Overton window that we're now seeing today.
We will go back to Downing Street as soon as we see any arrivals. Just to let you know as well, we're also expecting a speech from Nigel Farage in Clacton, because this is another part of this election story, isn't it? Yes, the devastation on the Conservative side, the triumph of Labour. But there's an awful lot of new parties, of splintering votes. Reform, of course, a big part of the story too.
Yeah, look, we've got a multi-party electorate now with a two-party voting system, and it's not working, you know. And I think, you know, you look at the Greens, they've got their best ever result. I think they've polled about 7%. You know, they've got 4 MPs and they're celebrating that. They've got all their target seats. But 7% of the House of Commons would give them sort of 45 MPs, you know, if it was a proportional and fair voting system. So that's quite bad. I mean, the Lib Dems have gone up a lot. Reform, I think they've had to get 1 million votes to get each MP, which is quite a disproportionate result. And it will form some strange alliances, I think, arguing for proportional representation. Now, I've supported that for a long time, just from a fairness point of view. We've got it in Scotland, it works fine. We've got it in Wales, it works fine. We've got it even on the London Assembly, where you have constituency link still, but then this top-up to make it proportional. I think the arguments for that will be very strong now. And actually, if you're the Labour Party and you look at that, you've got 34% of the vote. You don't tend to become more popular when you're in government. It might be in their interest to think, actually, we need to form alliances and get that through. You know, Labour Party conference has got policy for that. That doesn't matter to Keir Starmer and his leadership. They're not bothered about party democracy. But, you know, there is that strength of feeling within the Labour Party membership and supporter base for that system, because people know it's fairer, actually.
It'll be interesting to see the tone that Nigel Farage takes at 2:30, because I have to say, I mean, look, we all know that he's no shrinking violet, is he?
No, it's true. And what I'm going to find really fascinating about this Parliament is what does Farage actually do now that he's finally, after all these years, become a parliamentarian, and whether it actually suits him to be a parliamentarian and what that actually means in terms of what we'll see of him in the chamber, what we'll see of him in terms of interacting with his constituents, what kind of impact he has. And that is also true of the Greens as well, and pushing that agenda and trying to understand where the Greens are going to make an intervention on climate policies, for example, and how they shape and frame what might happen in government policy.
I mean, Farage did spend 20 years in the European Parliament. I mean, he's not an inexperienced parliamentarian, and he made some quite effective speeches, so I suspect that this is going to further increase his profile.
Yeah, absolutely. But the European Parliament is a completely different beast to what's going to happen here. There is a lot more accountability, and there is a lot more direct accountability to his constituents in
Benn's
Clacton.
disputes in Clacton and all that sort of stuff as well. I'd imagine he's going to be having to deal with too.
Every Friday evening, like he didn't want to.
We're looking now at the live pictures from the Reform event in central London, where we are expecting to hear shortly from Nigel Farage. Andrew, we often look at Nigel Farage through the prism of the Conservatives, and I'm sure he's going to have a huge impact, of course, on that party and on the leadership race as well. But he did say he had Labour in his sights, didn't he?
They've definitely got Labour in their sights. I mean, I think we saw in 2019 where they stood down in Conservative-held seats, it did Labour immense damage.
Just going to break you off because we are seeing Angela Rayner in that striking green suit walking down Downing Street. Sam Coates is there.
Here we go. A woman who is about to become the second most senior politician in this country, 44-year-old Angela Rayner, and what a journey she has been on, from one of the poorest council estates in Britain, taking the last few steps up to Downing Street to become the Deputy Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, with a vast portfolio, including councils and workers' rights. There she is, walking through the door of number 10, not stopping to pause to talk to the cameras, not coming in a car, but walking all the way up the long road. Angela Rayner, who has been a care worker, a top union official, fought her way up to a very senior position in Unison, the health union, entered politics and was a strong backer, first of Andy Burnham, then a big backer of Jeremy Corbyn, and then elected as the deputy leader of the Labour Party. It's a fascinating position, this. Angela Rayner is the one person that Keir Starmer doesn't really get to choose. The membership of the Labour Party chose Angela Rayner by a 52% margin back in 2020, at the same time that they chose Keir Starmer to be the leader that succeeded Jeremy Corbyn. So he has to work with her. And he has chosen, after years of a turbulent relationship, to put her at the very top table. Angela Rayner, we're expecting, is going to be one of the most senior 4 members of this government. There's going to be, we understand, a quad with Keir Starmer, Angela Rayner, and then the Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, and then Cabinet Office Minister Pat McFadden, if the reshuffle goes in the direction that we are expecting. That means that the woman, the 44-year-old woman in a green trouser suit who just walked through the door behind me, will be reviewing almost every major decision that Keir Starmer's government, in its first day today, ever makes. Now, she is going to end up, and we're going to watch this quite closely, with a heck of a lot of jobs if what happens inside behind that black door turns out coming good. She will end up being Deputy Prime Minister, a role that means she will fill in for Keir Starmer in Prime Minister's questions, have her own group of civil servants backing her up in that role. She could well end up running the Department for Communities and Local Government, or Levelling Up, or whatever the Local Growth and Regeneration Department is named under this government. She could also retain the ability or the right to be in charge of workers' rights. She has overseen this package, this really quite punchy package of changes to workers' rights to help cure problems with job insecurity, help give trade unions, her background, more rights. A very contentious package that has put her at times at odds with other members of the shadow cabinet when Labour was in opposition, which ended just a few hours ago. Angela Rayner, arguably one of, if not the most left-wing member of Keir Starmer's cabinet, and very much at the top of the top table. That's what we're expecting, having gone into that building.
Sam, thank you very much indeed. We'll jump straight back to you as soon as we get anyone else walking down that street. But there you go, Angela Rayner, the first of the Cabinet's appointments. She once said, becoming Deputy Prime Minister is about what I can achieve to unlock the potential of people like me. Well, now she has a chance to do just that. A woman who used to go to her grandmother's flat for baths every Sunday because hot water was too expensive at home. Now, one of the most important people in the country, and currently meeting with Sir Keir Starmer to find out exactly what role she's going to have in that new cabinet. Well, joining us now is the Labour peer and the former Home Secretary, Lord Blunkett. It's felt like a truly historic day, hasn't it?
Yes, I have incredibly mixed feelings. I've been in the party 60 years this year. I'm absolutely over the moon that we've got the majority we have and that we can actually start rebuilding Britain. But I'm also extremely worried about the kind of discussion you were just having. I think the idea, because our first-past-the-post system doesn't quite deliver equity in terms of votes cast to MPs in Parliament, that we should go to a national list system is absolute garbage and would create enormous distortions, including giving the very far right a massive foothold, as we've seen in France. And secondly, the notion that you were discussing about the quad, i.e. 4 people effectively running government. This is the rubbish that came out of the Institute for Government, a think tank. And I am, as someone who studied politics, who teaches politics, and practiced it in cabinet for 8 years, I think it would be a massive mistake to exclude the Foreign Secretary and the Home Secretary from that. In other words, to have a 2-tier cabinet. So I just wanted to get that off my chest and then to say, good luck, Keir. We'll all be backing in to make this work.
I'm glad you got that off your chest. I'm interested in unpacking both of those points, actually. Firstly, on the idea of a quad. You know, you are someone you've experienced government. You've known what it's been like in the new Labour years. What would your advice be to Sir Keir Starmer now? Because let's be honest, he's got a difficult inheritance, he's got a cynical electorate, and he's got a party that is not used to being in power.
Yeah, I think it's a big challenge. I think the numbers of very new MPs and making sure they feel that they've got a part to play will be a substantial challenge over the months ahead. Bearing in mind that the pool he's drawing from in terms of all ministerial posts, paid posts, is something like half those remaining from before the election, because quite a lot of people stood down. There were 206 seats we held. quite a lot stood down, and therefore there will be quite a lot of new members looking to preferment, some of them returning, having been defeated in 2019. So I think there's going to be some personnel, if you like, human resource challenges. I think there's going to be challenges in terms of getting the momentum and if you like, the energy back into government. It will take time. It can't be to be done overnight. And thirdly, please, whether quad or otherwise, all decisions going up through Downing Street, absolute garbage. Gordon Brown, who I respect greatly and used to work 18 hours, 7 days a week, tried it and it didn't work. Things got blocked up. There was a massive logjam in decision making. So he's not going to seek my advice on this. But if he did, I would say to Keir, it's time now to let go of the reins a bit. You've got to appoint the cabinet and then let them get on with it. And they can make decisions within the parameters that you've laid down, and stick to your promise to decentralise so that everything doesn't have to go through Whitehall and Westminster. And if we don't do that, then I think we'll ground to a standstill, which would be catastrophic.
I just want to unpick as well the first part of your answer too, about the voting system, because, you know, I guess there will be some people who look at this result and think Labour have got a stonking great majority when only around 1 in 5 people voted for them. Reform has to get 1 million votes to get every MP over the line. Is there a risk that, I guess, there's a public who feel unrepresented in the Parliament that they've ended up with? Well,
there is if we don't fulfil the promise made in Downing Street a couple of hours ago by Keir Starmer, that we would reach out way beyond the 35% that we got in terms of our percentage of the vote, and to make people feel as though the government is about and for them rather than just an elite. And I think Nigel Farage will be quite dangerous. I think we will be in the same danger that has been experienced across countries in the European Union. And I think we've got to avoid that in every way we can, which is why decentralising, flexing government, energising and renewing that commitment will be really important.
OK,
but
thank you.
In the end, you know, the people got what they wanted. They wanted to get rid of the present government, the past government, and they got rid of them.
OK, thank you very much indeed. Always so interesting to talk to you. Lord Blunkett there.
Thank you.
Well, we've got all eyes, of course, on Downing Street. I think we can see Sam Coates, actually, in the bottom right of your screens. Sam, we're going to come to you now. We've got Angela Rayner, of course, behind that door in number 10. Has there been any more movement?
We are expecting in a matter of minutes, potentially a matter of, could be just a few seconds, that the second person to walk down the street is going to arrive, and that, we believe, will be Rachel Reeves, who will make the journey down Downing Street in order to become the first ever female chancellor. We were notified that it was imminent. That notification proved a little off last time we had one. We had to wait a couple of minutes. But Rachel Reeves, who has been at Keir Starmer's side all the way through this election, is a fundamental cornerstone was a fundamental cornerstone of the election campaign, was core and key to his promise to keep the public finances under control, to put to bed fears that Labour would tax and spend in a way that the public so often have feared in the past and denied Labour the chance to govern. Rachel Reeves, at times who cuts an austere figure, has been that stern shadow chancellor at his side. We are waiting some movement, but no, that is not Rachel Reeves yet. Rachel Reeves, who is 45, she's from South East London, but now representing a Leeds seat, has had a long career in public service. Not all that time as a politician. She was MP from 2010, but before then, of course, famously, because she told us over and over on the campaign trail, she worked for the first few years of her career out of university as an economist for the Bank of England. And we have somebody else coming up the street. This is a surprise. It is Pat McFadden. Here we have another man who you will have seen day in, day out on the campaign trail. He's not necessarily as much of a household name, but he's a veteran advisor to Tony Blair. He worked with Gordon Brown, and he now looks to be appointed to one of the biggest jobs in Keir Starmer. Pat McFadden, what job are you going to get? Pat McFadden, who is one of the veterans of campaigning. He was close to Tony Blair, inside Tony Blair's Downing Street, right back from 1997, then transitioning into frontline politics, but always keeping quite a low-key role. The man that you can see on the screen there, he held the job of Shadow Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. Actually, his real role was to be the public face of the campaign, and together with his wife, the husband and wife couple, were running the Labour campaign from Labour HQ. A Glaswegian, he's 59 years old. Through the Gordon Brown years, he held ministerial positions, so he's one of the few people in this cabinet that's being appointed with big experience. I have to say, we were told it was going to be Rachel Reeves next. It wasn't. Pat McFadden. The significance of him, Sophie, I'll just finish on this. The significance of him is we understand there's going to be this quad. Pat McFadden, Rachel Reeves, Angela Rayner and Keir Starmer. Those four are understood, certainly we understood this in the last few days, understood to be the key decision makers at the heart of Keir Starmer's government, probably alongside his Chief of Staff, Sue Gray. So a vital position, but we are still waiting for Rachel Reeves.
Interesting stuff. We'll come back to you as soon as we get a glimpse of any more movement. But as Sam was just saying, Pat McFadden, surprisingly perhaps the second person to walk up that street. Really, he's kind of Keir Starmer's Mr. Fix-It, the most influential politician you never heard of, as Adam's saying there.
That's his job. I mean, he's probably going to be Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. He's going to be in the Cabinet Office. And they have already constructed this quad where effectively you've got the Prime Minister, then the Deputy Prime Minister, but then on the organisational side, you've got Pat McFadden and also, and he'll be working, of course, with Sue Gray.
We're going to take you to Nigel Farage, who's speaking now.
Where are you from? Oh, well, that makes sense. Yeah. Are you downwind of a couple already? You've had a bigger lunch than I've had. God, he must be screaming. He's absolutely steaming, isn't he? That's all right. There's still plenty of beer left in the pub, mate. Have a lovely day. Bye-bye. Lots of love. Lots of love. As I was saying, on the 3rd of June, I decided that I would not. Boring. 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 Well, this is good preparation for the House of Commons, I suppose, isn't it? Very good preparation. It's going to be very lively in there, isn't it? Oh, do buck up, really, please, love. I'm so sorry. Well, I'm enjoying this.
Well, you can see there Nigel Farage really struggling to get started at his speech there. You've had a bigger lunch than I have, just one of the comebacks he used there, as a string of hecklers had to be ejected from that speech in central London. We will go back to that, of course, as soon as Nigel Farage manages to get underway. He said it was good preparation for the House of Commons. To return to the cabinet appointments, Angela Rayner, Pat McFadden, change of plan. He's managed to start talking. Let's listen.
You're very angry. Oh, dear. Listen, mate, you'll have a stroke. You'll have a stroke. You'll do yourself a nasty, mate, honestly. You'll have a stroke if you go on like this. Yeah. Well, we'll find out later whether they're actors and whether they worked in conjunction with Channel 4. Sorry. Of course. No, this can go on for hours. I'm fine. No problem at all. Yeah. As they may well be actors. They may well be actors. We've seen this before, but Channel 4, of course, had absolutely nothing to do with it whatsoever. Oh, the anger. The anger. Well, at least they're showing their anger in public. The political establishment are in fear in private as to what happened last night with those results in the elections. And I said on the 3rd of June, when I decided to come out of retirement and get back involved in frontline politics, that I had two very clear objectives. The first was for us to get millions of votes. The second was to establish a bridgehead in Parliament. And you can see there are four of us up here now as we bite our nails with what is going on in Basildon and Thurrock right now, where our candidate, James McMurdoch, on the first count was ahead by 120 votes. On the second count was ahead again, and there is a full recount taking place as I speak. So I'm very hopeful it won't be 4. I'm very hopeful that it will be 5 within the space of the next couple of hours. Now, the results show us some very interesting things. If we had proportional representation, we'd be looking at nearly 100 seats. But equally, first past the post inverts the other way, where Labour get almost the same number of votes they got, well, in fact, fewer votes they got under Corbyn, and yet 200 more seats. It is very much my view that our outdated first past the post electoral system is not fit for purpose, and we will campaign with anyone and everyone to change this electoral system. That certainly we'll be doing, and we'll make those arguments in Parliament as quickly as we can. The results show there is absolutely no enthusiasm for Starmer's Labour whatsoever. And it was interesting to watch Starmer speak outside number 10, his first prime ministerial address, having been to see the King. And you know, in the course of that speech, he looked down at his notes over 150 times. Once every 2.8 seconds. Now, I don't think these people with me need a script because they know what they believe in. And when it comes to providing the voice of opposition, well, we may be too few in number to necessarily be thought of as the opposition in the House of Commons. But let me promise you something. We are going to be the opposition around the country. We are all committed to working for our constituents. We are all committed to doing the best we can in Parliament. But above all, what we are going to do from today is we are going to professionalise the party. We are going to democratise the party. And those few bad apples that have crept in will be gone, will be long gone, and we will never have any of their type back in our organisation. You have the 100% promise on that. What is remarkable is the energy and enthusiasm of those that have come to us over the course of the last few weeks. They were voting with passion. We organised meetings around the country at 24 hours' notice. The venues were all full. This energy and optimism is being reflected today as one member of the public every minute joins the party. A member a minute is joining the party as we speak. And it really is my aim.
We're going to break away from that momentarily because we can see Rachel Reeves now walking down the streets of Downing Street. Rachel Reeves, they're expected to become the first female chancellor in the 803-year history of that role. Of course, someone who has been right by Sir Keir Starmer throughout the campaign. Sam Coates, our deputy political editor, there in Downing Street as Rachel Reeves, try not to smile too much, I think, as she walks up to the door of number 10.
That's the face of somebody who has one of the toughest jobs in government. Rachel Reeves, 45-year-old, Leeds MP, Shadow Chancellor from 2021, walking into number 10 to take, we believe, the position of Chancellor of the Exchequer, the first Chancellor, female Chancellor, as you were just saying, since 1221, Sophie. That is a moment that she talked about looking forward to in the campaign, and it seems as if it has finally arrived. And with her entry into number 10, we now have the top 4 most senior people in Keir Starmer's government, including himself, now having gone in the black door behind me.
Rachel Reeves there entering number 10, as you were saying, Sam. She, of course, has been in Parliament for quite some time now, the MP for Leeds West and Pudsey, formerly working at the Bank of England as well. I think I've got the camera on the gate, Sam, and I feel like I can just see Wes Streeting there, potentially Shabana Mahmood as well.
I can see Shabana Mahmood there, just at the gates of Downing Street. Probably one of the most relieved members of cabinet members in just a few moments. Here she comes. Not necessarily, again, another household name at the moment, but certain will be in the next few months and years. Shabana Mahmood, who was one of the campaign chiefs until a few months ago, then moved to the Shadow Justice portfolio. It was far from clear that this prominent Muslim politician was going to be here today, because she had a very bitter fight in her Midland seat in order to keep it from a prominent member of George Galloway's Workers' Party campaigning on the issue of Gaza. In the early hours this morning, Shabana Mahmood won that race. Now she is entering into number 10 for what will be a prominent cabinet role. A massive moment for her and a massive moment for the people of her constituency. Justice is her primary brief. She was Prisons Shadow Minister, Shadow Financial Secretary to the Treasury, very close to Keir Starmer, one of the key Starmerites. So Keir Starmer appointing absolute allies to the top jobs right now.
And no surprises yet, Sam, are there? No surprises yet. We know, of course, that we've seen Shabana Mahmood, we've seen Rachel Reeves. I can now see John Healey walking up the street as well. We're expected, of course, to see John Healey being made Defence Secretary, aren't we?
That's right. The Yorkshire MP, John Healey, he will be by Keir Starmer's side in so much of the foreign visits he's about to do, probably travel with him to Washington next week for NATO. For John Healey, who is a veteran of the Gordon Brown government, walking up the pavement of Downing Street, likely to become the Defence Secretary, the successor to Grant Shapps, grappling with those foreign wars, Ukraine, what's going on in the Middle East. John Healey, calm temperament and long experience, valued by Keir Starmer as he enters that big black door. One thing that's notable, Sophie, we haven't yet seen the person we thought would be Foreign Secretary, David Lammy. And if John Healey is Defence Secretary, it does lead you to wonder what's happened to the man who was Shadow Foreign Secretary until today. And we have another face further down the street. I don't know whether the camera can see, but one of the most vociferous, one of the most prominent members of the campaign, Labour's campaign, Wes Streeting, 41-year-old East London MP, self-styled moderniser. I think he wouldn't mind me calling one of the mouthier, more pugnacious members of the Shadow Cabinet, one of those who loves a fight, first became an MP in 2015. Wes Streeting, well, he was, until today, the Shadow Health Secretary. Are you about to become the Health Secretary, Wes Streeting? Are you looking forward to your role in government? A swift entrance into number 10. No hesitation there from a man who made his name politically first in the Students' Union and then as an MP. His partner, interestingly enough, just missed out on becoming an MP in the North East. So a slightly bittersweet day on a personal level for Wes Streeting. But one of those, I think, Keir Starmer trusts to deliver public service reform in a big way. The NHS, a key part of the campaign, but the money to fix it, not immediately evident. Can Wes Streeting square that circle?
Well, last night, Wes Streeting was worried about losing his seat in Ilford North. This afternoon, he looks almost certain to be appointed the man in charge of the NHS. It really does show how politics can come at you fast. Just to recap, we have got behind that door in number 10, Rachel Reeves, Pat McFadden, John Healey, Shabana Mahmood, and now Wes Streeting. Angela Rayner, of course, the very first person to walk down that street. No surprises yet, Sam, although you did point out that we haven't yet seen a glimpse of the man who was the Shadow Foreign Secretary, although now, I think, right on time, right on cue, I think I can see David Lammy walking down the street.
That is right, Sophie. Here we have David Lammy walking past the security hut just at the edge of the shot. There we have David Lammy, a man who has had so many political firsts in his career. He was the youngest MP in the Commons when he was first elected, aged 27 in 2000. He served for 8 years under Blair and Brown. He refused to serve under Ed Miliband and has been Shadow Foreign Secretary. Now, will the 51-year-old from Tottenham become Foreign Secretary? An ally of Barack Obama, first black male to study at Harvard. Will he be the man at Keir Starmer's side overseas, dealing with the many challenge that the foreign policy agenda will bring, not least the possible election of Donald Trump?
We will wait to see. Of course, we have got big clues with who has gone through the door of number 10, but we don't have any confirmed appointments yet. David Lammy, one of the few people with experience of being in government before in the new Labour years, because, of course, it is a pretty fresh cabinet that is being appointed here. Labour not been in power for almost 2 decades. The progression up the street continues. I think that's Peter Kyle that we are seeing at the bottom of number 10 right now. It is 3 o'clock. If you were just joining us, we have got all eyes on Downing Street, where Sir Keir Starmer, the new Prime Minister, is appointing his cabinet. The next person there awaiting the very carefully choreographed... I can't get my words out. This is a sign of being on TV for too long. Carefully choreographed arrivals here at Downing Street. Peter Kyle waiting his turn. Deputy Political Editor Sam Coates is there for us. Sam.
The Hove MP, Peter Kyle. Yes, he's been the Shadow Science Minister, the 53-year-old, like Wes Streeting, another person on the modernising wing of the Labour Party. Once upon a time, we would have called it the Blairite wing. Already those factions starting to form, or have been forming in the Shadow Cabinet. Peter Kyle, nevertheless, a prominent and trusted member of the team, regarded as a good media performer, somebody who can give a good account of himself, and has been alongside Keir Starmer pretty much since he became the Labour leader. Peter Kyle, well, he was a prominent Remainer, a big sort of fighting force during the Brexit wars on behalf of the Remain side, now taking the final few steps up to Downing Street in order to find out his fate and whether he becomes the Science Secretary.
There you go, Peter Kyle arriving in number 10. No surprises so far on the people who have made that walk down the street. Peter Kyle, the latest person to go and see Sir Keir Starmer, who is appointing his first cabinet. We can see at the bottom of Downing Street, Bridget Phillipson there. The Shadow Education Secretary, is she due to take on the all-important role of Education Secretary as well, brought up by a single mum in Washington. She had free school meals at school. Could she now be in charge of the education system? Let's go to our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates.
That's right, Bridget Phillipson here, the 40-year-old from Washington in Sunderland, who represents one of the Sunderland seats now. She really has been leading for years now on education on behalf of Keir Starmer. Keir Starmer and Bridget Phillipson putting that decision to levy taxes on private schools in order to fund more teachers at the heart of the election campaign manifesto. A big, broad smile from the woman set, we think, to become Education Secretary, with a huge job in front of her. School funding, school reform, the overhaul and a big promise around helping parents in the early years of children's lives. She has a big job but a small budget from which to do it. How will she deal with the teaching unions? How will she deal with demands for pay rises? How will she deal with the creaking education infrastructure, leaking schools, and the manifest problems in that system? Big endorsement in the middle of the campaign by one of the big Academy backers and a former Tory donor, Lord Harris, was a big feather in her cap. The question is, will she continue as Education Secretary, and will she be able to deliver the reforms that she has promised through the campaign?
I'm finding it fascinating, Sam, to see the different reactions of people. Some you can see are just full-on beaming, they're happy to be there. Others trying to perhaps keep a more, I guess, professional, muted air, like trying to hold back the smiles. But you can certainly see, I think, the delight on the faces of the Cabinet. Many of them, of course, would have been pretty confident, wouldn't they, Sam, I think, to have got the call up. But, of course, there must be a certain degree of relief as well when the call does come.
That's right. I was quite struck by the seriousness of Angela Rayner, and, well, in contrast to Bridget Phillipson, often a very serious figure herself, beaming as she took the final few strides into that black door. Can I point out curiosity, Sophie? I'm not really sure why this is the case, but have you noticed that we have not seen Shadow Home Secretary Yvette Cooper walking up the street yet? Now, ordinarily, you would expect the jobs to be appointed in order of seniority, and we did see that quirk with David Lammy arriving after the person, Shabana Mahmood, who we were expecting to be to be appointed Justice Secretary. But we still haven't seen Yvette Cooper. I've just got one slight arched eyebrow, one slight raised eyebrow, wondering where she is, whether her face. She, of course, is one of the longest-serving figures in politics. She was an advisor in the run-up to 1997, an MP for New Labour in 1997. Her and her husband, Ed Balls, the first husband and wife couple in the cabinet in Gordon Brown's day, and now we had expected her to come in as Home Secretary, tackling the small boats crisis, bringing down immigration levels, which Labour say are too high, but no sign of her. Instead, we have a new name. If you just focus in on the middle of your shot, Sophie, can you see who that is?
Annalise Dodds. I was going to say, Sam, I'm going to let you do the arched eyebrows. The last time I did that, I said David Lammy had been spotted, and then he walked straight into shot, so I've been well behaved. I'm not speculating at all about Yvette Cooper. But you're right, the person that we can see is Annalise Dodds.
That's right. Now, Annalise Dodds, who is just hanging back at the Downing Street gates, has had... Well, I suppose she is at the top table alongside Keir Starmer. She was one of his first big allies, but she started Keir Starmer's tenure as leader of the Labour Party as his shadow chancellor, the biggest, pretty much, or second biggest position around the shadow cabinet table. That is not where she's ended up. In 2021, she was somewhat brutally demoted. The 46-year-old from Aberdeen, the 46-year-old became the shadow cabinet office minister, but she's hanging back because Yvette Cooper's arrived.
Maybe
just
they
in
heard
time,
you,
just
Sam.
after we gave her the big sell, she heard our call and she's turned up to put our nerves at rest.
She said, hang on a minute, Sam says there's been... She's saying, Sam's saying on Sky that this has been done in order of seniority, so let me go next.
They all listen, Sophie. Quite right too. Yvette Cooper, another one likely to be in the top 5 or 6 most senior jobs in Keir Starmer's government. We're not expecting her to be part of the Quad, even though she's likely to get a great Office of State if she gets the job in government that she's been doing in opposition. One of the cabinet members who has done this walk before. Yvette Cooper did this walk under Gordon Brown when she was Work and Pensions Secretary. Now, is she going to be Home Secretary? She's about to find out her fate, soon to meet Keir Starmer's aides, and then the Prime Minister himself to find out her fate. Sophie.
Again, as you were saying, Sam, one of the relatively few people, I should say, in the New Look cabinet to have government experience already. How important do you think that will be for Sir Keir Starmer as he builds a team around him?
Well, look, I think one of the quirks of Keir Starmer is that he too has government experience, albeit not as front-rank politician, but from the civil service side. This 55-year-old has extensive operational experience of how the civil service works in the Communities Department and the Work and Pensions Department back from from Gordon Brown's era. But, Sophie, let's be honest, the civil service has changed out of recognition since Yvette Cooper was last in government. The challenges have changed out of recognition, and Yvette Cooper has 2 of the most difficult. You've got the overarching challenge of migration, and then within that, the issue that has dogged the Conservatives and will continue to plague a Labour administration, which is the image of those boats coming across the English Channel. So experience, yes, good, if it means she's able to do the job and cause the kind of change that Keir Starmer says he wants to say. Yvette Cooper is one of the faces of Keir Starmer's missions, so she will have more resource, more clout as a result of that. She's not necessarily at the very top table of decision-making if this quad structure is what they end up using, but a key figure. She was admired by her colleagues for her grasp of detail. She was feared and to a certain degree disliked by civil servants back in the Gordon Brown days for the way that she dealt with them. But a formidable figure who is somewhat feared as well around the cabinet table, or she was certainly around the shadow cabinet table, for being robust, firm, digging her heels in when she wanted to get something. She will be a big figure in this government, particularly if she ends up in the Home Office brief.
She certainly will. Sam, thank you very much indeed. So a parade of members of the former shadow cabinet entering Downing Street, meeting Sir Keir Starmer, who is not hanging around. He was only made Prime Minister this morning. He is now cracking on and appointing his cabinet team, and he is getting on with it as well. No official appointments yet, but a lot of familiar faces. I've got Adam Bolton with me as well. It feels so far, we don't know the roles yet, to be, I guess, a move of stability from the new Prime Minister.
Yes, which is what we were expecting, what we were led to believe. We're just getting details of what Sue Gray has been telling the new appointees. Really very unsurprising that she's been telling them that the Prime Minister expects them to concentrate on delivery. So, that will surprise nobody. I do think that, there are possibly some issues, if you read the order, people have gone in, possibly people moving around, maybe John Healey be Foreign Secretary, maybe David Lammy be something else. But I know from many years standing outside Downing Street that what you see going through the door hardly ever tells you the story. And we have got those two vacancies of Ashworth and Thangham Debonair. So we will see some surprise faces at some point.
I want to bring in our panel as we await to see more arrivals. We are joined now by Shami Chakrabarti, the Labour peer, and also Ed Vaizey, the former Culture Secretary as well. Ed, you've, I'm sure, had experience of being called up and making the move down Downing Street. How smoothly do you think this one looks like it's going?
Well, I haven't actually, because I just asked for the job that I got and stuck with it for 6 years. So I avoided all of that. But it looks like it's been very smooth. They're not even having to go through Downing Street security. And it's all being very carefully choreographed. We're just waiting for the moment when David Cameron comes through in the Land Rover and gets out as the surprise. But Adam, of course, is quite right. There are, as it were, two vacancies in the shadow cabinet, and it'll be interesting to see who he appoints.
In the cabinet?
In the cabinet, yes. Thank you, Shami. That's a very good point. Getting used to that in the cabinet. And, you know, Douglas Alexander, for example, very experienced former cabinet minister in the Gordon Brown government, is now an MP again. So will he bring in somebody like that straight into the cabinet? And who are the other moves? But, I mean, a lot of it is very predictable. I like the fact that Sam is trying to inject some suspension into it. You know, will she become the Education Secretary? We wait to hear, but most of it is predictable. And I think...
no Ed Miliband yet.
And, right, the magic of Sky, Ed Miliband will now appear in
I know, exactly. I'm not falling
walking
down.
through the gate.
I'm not falling
but
to
I
that
think, just objectively, the message of stability and getting on with the job delivery, I'm saying this on behalf of the Labour government, that is what Keir Starmer wants to project, and if it is, that is what he's succeeding in doing.
Shami, Keir Starmer's obviously won this big majority. How important or not do you think it is that he appoints a cabinet that, I guess, reflects all wings of the Labour Party, or does he have licence to do what he likes now?
Well, I think it was important in the tone of his initial remarks that he approached his first communication as Prime Minister with an air of humility. He knows that this is a wonderful, historic achievement and a win in mathematical terms in Parliament, but the voter turnout wasn't great. And he will be thinking, as I am and other people are, that the rise of reform is something to be worried about. And so he addressed people who hadn't voted for him, and that means people who voted for other parties and people who stayed at home. And so I think he will have to bear that in mind, both in the way that he manages this large group of MPs, many of them new, all of them very ambitious. And I listened carefully to what David Blunkett said to you earlier about the sort of HR aspects of that, and also what he projects to the country. We did lose people we didn't expect to lose, including Jonathan Ashworth. There were some surprise results to independence that are attributed to the situation in the Middle East and so on. So I'm sure that will be very much at the forefront of Keir Starmer's mind.
And as you say, 4 in 5 people, of course, didn't vote for him. It's important to sort of set the tone to show, well, he hopes to show that he'll be a Prime Minister.
He wants to show that he's not cocky. One of the refrains that came, I think, from voters, but also was seized upon by the Labour campaign, is it's one rule for them. They're arrogant, they're cocky, they're taking people for granted, and he'll want to project the opposite of that, which is I govern for everybody, I want to be uniting, I'm about service and humility and so on.
Ed, we spoke shortly before the election, and you said then you thought it was going to be a difficult night. Did it live up to your expectation? Did it exceed your expectation?
Yeah, why do people say difficult night? I mean, it was an absolute catastrophe. It's a complete and utter car crash. I mean, it's awful. It's really bad. And but what do I cling on to as a kind of silver lining? That there are just enough Tory MPs to form a viable opposition. And weirdly, looking at what Labour has achieved since 2019, even in the first past the post system, with savvy voters who know how to tactically vote, there is potentially a route back for the Conservatives. I think the reform issue is a big problem in the north. But equally, the Tories have to recognise that Tory voters tactically voted for the Lib Dems, switched to get Tories out because they were fed up with their own party. And the Tory party is going to have to make a very quick decision as to where it points. And obviously, I want it to point to the centre. I think that's the only way you win elections in this country. I think reform is a false friend, and the policies they offer is a false friend. But there will be a fight between the likes of Suella Braverman and Tom Tugendhat, with someone like Kemi Badenoch not quite clear which way she will pivot. So that is the big... If the Tories can get this right very quickly, there is a route back for them.
Who would you be backing then?
They're not a hugely inspiring cast of characters.
That's not the line from central office, is it?
They're not an inspiring cast of characters. I like Kemi Badenoch, but she can go off the deep end. She's got this kind of weird obsession with culture wars. I like Tom Tugendhat, but I'm not sure how kind of charismatic and whether he'll cut through. Jeremy Hunt, sheer resilience. My God, holding on to his seat like that, you almost want to give him the leadership as a consolation prize for being a Tory MP.
What about James Cleverly?
I really like James Cleverly, and funnily enough, if he went for it, I'd be quite up for it. I think he did a really good job as Foreign Secretary, wasn't necessarily expected to. I think he did a good job as Home Secretary. I'm
just going to break in because we can see Jonathan Reynolds now walking down the steps of Downing Street, or the street, I should say. Jonathan Reynolds there, formerly the Shadow Business Secretary, will be hoping for a job in Cabinet now. Let's go to Sam Coates, who's standing by.
That's right. Johnny Reynolds has one of the toughest jobs if he gets the portfolio in government that he had in opposition as Business Secretary, which means that on the shoulders of the 43-year-old just walking onto the pavement on Downing Street and crossing the road to enter the big black door is the job of finding and boosting growth. This man must deliver more investment and therefore more tax revenue in order to fund public services. Can he do it? He is very close to Keir Starmer, a trusted member of his team all the way through since the day Keir Starmer became Labour leader. Another figure on the right of the party, broad beam, looking at me as he then turns to go in the door, and he's in. Will Johnny Reynolds become Business Secretary?
Sam, I'm going to break in because we have had the first official appointment, the press statement from number 10 Downing Street. The King has been pleased to approve the appointment of the Right Honourable Angela Rayner as Secretary of State for Levelling Up, Housing and Communities. She will also be Deputy Prime Minister. So that's the first official news. She was the first person, of course, through the door of number 10, Angela Rayner, Deputy Prime Minister, but the key appointment, Secretary of State for Levelling Up, Housing and Communities. Sam.
Levelling Up survives. Now, that's a little bit of a turn-up for a book. A Boris Johnson moniker that didn't exist before he came along has now made it into government as Angela Rayner becomes Secretary of State for Levelling Up, Housing and Communities, as well as Deputy Prime Minister. So that is a big portfolio for an important member of Keir Starmer's top team. There is a sense that Angela Rayner will be prepared to use her political clout and her political talents to make sure she can shape this government in the way that she wants. She's had at points a difficult relationship with Keir Starmer. In 2021, a reshuffle where he tried to demote her, one of the toughest moments of Keir Starmer's premiership. But since then, and she won that battle, by the way, and remained with the roles and the titles that she wanted, this 44-year-old that you can see on the screen has managed to claw back influence and claw back, it would seem, the respect of the leader himself. He has decided to bring her firmly into the tent. That's what the announcement in the last minute confers. Deputy Prime Minister, a job title that Keir Starmer didn't have to give her, alongside Levelling Up Secretary, a title that I'm surprised has survived, puts her in charge of making people's lives better, as well as deputising for the Prime Minister. An absolutely fundamental role in the government that's being formed today.
In some ways, one of the very first decisions of the new Prime Minister to keep the Department of Levelling Up and to put the Deputy Prime Minister in charge of it as well. Let's bring in Shami, shall we? What do you make of the actions of Keir Starmer so far?
Well, I think that's a very canny announcement to make first. Angela Rayner is the kind of politician who reaches places others cannot reach, to coin a phrase that I think Margaret Thatcher once used of Peter Carrington or someone. There are people who hear Angela and don't hear other politicians because of her unique voice, her backstory and so on. Housing, crucially important. On your point about preserving the Department for Levelling Up, I think there's something to be said for not doing endless machinery of government changes in the way that some governments do. Let's change the nameplates on the department. You know, a lot of that is a distraction from actually delivering on policy. Housing, crucially important to the missions and the promises that are being made. I'd be interested in that particular brief whether Angela still keeps her influence over workplace reforms. And the influence over things like abolishing zero-hour contracts and so on, because that is a part of her previous brief that was very important to her, very important to the trade union. So I'm not quite clear whether that is still within the brief we've just heard, but very good news that she is there as the first announcement.
And Keir Starmer really ripping through this as well. 12 arrivals we've had of the new-look cabinet in Downing Street in just 47 minutes.
I mean, I haven't done any read across from the shadow cabinet to the cabinet, but one of the things that the Tories did, which I thought was a huge mistake, was basically every single person in Parliament was a member of the cabinet. I mean, I think at one point you had sort of 38 people sitting around the cabinet table. There were all these people attending cabinet. Weirdly, with a parliamentary party of 420 odd, you might be tempted to do that, but it would be nice to see a slimmed-down cabinet where actually attending cabinet actually meant something, and there was cabinet discussion.
And also incentives for people for the future. Yeah. If everybody starts at the top table, the only way is down, right?
That's true. Ed, can I ask how today's felt? Because it just watching, from my perspective, watching Keir Starmer there at number 10, seeing now people that we're used to saying, the shadow cabinet minister, they're walking through the gates of Downing Street. How does it feel after so many years to see Labour in there?
It's not felt great. I mean, it's felt much worse than I thought it would, because obviously, weirdly, I've been thinking about, is politics going to kind of realign in some way between Brexiteers and Remainers in a kind of very, very broad brush kind of way, like protectionists versus globalists or whatever, almost back to sort of 19th century politics, if you like. And so I've been quite free and easy in kind of taking a pop at the Tory party for the last 2 or 3 years, because it's basically been run by Brexiteers who I blame not only for damaging our country, but really damaging my party, and a party that I've worked for since I was 16. So I have been kind of very free and easy in my criticism, and I get a lot of pushback for it. You're not really a Tory or whatever. But when you see it actually happen, it is fairly devastating. It's happening to my generation. It's happening to a lot of MPs who I came into Parliament with, who have lost their seats. So that's very, very sad. But it's also terrible to see my party on its knees. And also, you do want to play a role in trying to put it back up. In '97, even though I wasn't an MP, I played a role in trying to tell the Tory party, please love your country as it is today, rather than the country you imagine it was in the 1950s. I hope they will do that again this time.
It's happening in your old constituency as well. I mean, no Conservatives in Oxfordshire, for example.
Yeah, Oxfordshire is on yellow and red, and Didcot and Wantage. Some of the talent that's been lost, Rupert Harrison, who was the candidate in Bicester, George Osborne's economic advisor, who would have been a very important talent in Parliament if he'd got elected, didn't get elected. My old constituency, Didcot and Wantage, which didn't even go Liberal in the '97 landslide.
I felt for Robert Buckland, actually.
Yeah, absolutely.
I thought that was early on in the night in Swindon, and I think that his very passionate speech from a guy who's not a shouty politician at all. Yeah. I have a lot of time for Robert Buckland as a kind of rule of law, one nation conservative who cares about things like the Convention on Human Rights. He issued a real warning to his colleagues to end the circus, as he described it. Then, of course, not long later, you had Suella Braverman's response. So we begin to see this battle developing for the soul of the British Conservative Party.
Can I ask you the same question as well? Because I think it's It's fair to say that you're probably not, a natural kind of bedfellow in many ways in the Labour movement is Keir Starmer when it comes to where you position yourself. Maybe that's unfair. You might not feel that way. But how do you feel about seeing him on the steps of Number 10?
I thought that the speech was very impressive. As I said earlier, it was really good to hear that humility, and I think it came across as very sincere. Service, understanding that not everybody voted for us. He didn't say it explicitly, but he will know that the turnout wasn't great. So there's fabulous majority in parliamentary terms, but not a fabulous turnout. And to talk about service, to seek unity, to say that he was especially addressing people who hadn't voted Labour, I thought that was very heartening and very impressive. For a Prime Minister of any stripe with such a massive majority, you really do want to use that humbly, I think.
And it's interesting you mention Robert Buckland, because, of course, there we've got a retread coming back in Heidi Alexander, who's someone we might well expect to see in a Labour government at some point. But I did want to ask you what you think Jeremy Corbyn is going to do in this Parliament. I mean, there is almost a sort of faction now of pro-Palestinians around him. I mean, how do you think he's going to conduct himself?
Well, obviously, for some time, your colleagues in journalism have been trying to assess to what extent that conflict was going to affect particularly Labour in relation to messaging in the past. And the messaging did move on, but I think most would accept that there were some slips earlier on. I think it ought to be easier in government than it was in opposition. At times, I think it was particularly hard to be in opposition, but with lots of people who, of course, care about human rights and care about conflicts in the world, to be perhaps under greater scrutiny even than the government. Well, now you're in the government and you have a potential opportunity to get the messaging right and to actually have some influence rather than just be punished for things you have actually relatively little direct diplomatic influence over.
I mean, I guess the other thing, we're talking about kind of independence entering Parliament. 4 MPs for reform, they're hoping for a 5th with a recount in Basildon. And how much of an influence do you think that's going to have, Ed?
Well, don't forget, obviously, the Greens have also got 4 MPs. So it's a pattern, isn't it? And the 4 independents as well. It's a pattern of voters going to fringe parties sounds pejorative, but the non-mainstream parties. And that may be something that is developing. But as I say, what you have with reform is, for me, a real crisis for the Conservative Party. Crisis is probably too strong a word, but to physically have them in the House of Commons, to have someone like Nigel Farage, who is Trumpian in terms of his compelling political cut-through, is going to cause the Conservative Party a huge amount of trouble. And, I was listening to Danny Finkelstein, the Tory peer, this morning, and he's very thoughtful about this. He thinks, funny enough, that, Nigel Farage will split with his 3 colleagues very quickly, that reform has to come to the Conservative Party as much as the Tories come to reform and so on. So it's up in the air.
I'm going to break in because we've had our second official appointment that has been made. The King, we're told by Downing Street, has been pleased to approve the appointment of the Right Honourable Rachel Reeves MP as Chancellor of the Exchequer. No surprises there, but confirmation that Rachel Reeves has become the new Chancellor of the Exchequer. Worth pointing out, of course, that in the 803-year history of that job, it's the first time we've had a woman in post.
Well, that's a wonderful first, isn't it? And obviously we've had women prime ministers, all of them Conservative, it has to be said. But yeah, the first woman Chancellor, I think that is a very important first. And of course, she's the first woman Chancellor in a Parliament that I think probably has more women than ever, in a House of Commons with more women than ever. And there's regional diversity. Labour has done well in all of in England, Scotland and Wales. But no, that's an important first for it to have a woman Chancellor of the Exchequer.
I think we can cross to our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, who's in Downing Street. I can see Ed Miliband starting the walk up the street, Sam.
This is a walk that he will have wanted to do. He perhaps would have wanted to do it in different circumstances. The Labour Party leader between 2010 and 2015 could have been Prime Minister, but lost the 2015 election, but in many ways was responsible for Keir Starmer's entry into politics. Now Ed Miliband walking up the street. He was the shadow climate secretary. Climate is his passion. He might be the first cabinet minister to return to the same job he did in the last government. Let's see whether Ed Miliband, 54-year-old figure who was by Gordon Brown's side for all the years of New Labour, ran the Labour Party for years but took it down to defeat in 2015 and now has been shadow climate secretary under Keir Starmer, pushing the climate agenda but being forced to retreat somewhat over that £28 billion investment promise every year, which got scaled back in March of this year. Now walking into number 10, will he become the climate secretary as we believe?
And Sam, Keir Starmer's really rattling through the appointments here. It's making me realise and I guess just kind of reflect on the fact of how organised this Labour Party is, whether it is the efficiency of the campaign that won so many seats, really maximised the votes in the right places to be the most efficient. And then also, of course, they were ready for the election when Rishi Sunak called it. And it feels like this is a man who is ready to appoint his cabinet as well.
Oh, I completely agree with you, Sophie. Although you could apply a slightly more cynical spin to it. It's quite hard to do a reshuffle when you're already in government and there are lots of plates spinning and, quite frankly, if there's a reshuffle, often some of them smashing at the same time. Labour has had this time to plan. And it's a little bit easier, if we're being honest, if your cabinet appointments mirror, 90% of them mirror the shadow cabinet appointments and the jobs that those people were in this morning. So yes, rattling through it. What's interesting is they go in and we don't know what the job is, and then we're being informed largely on social media when the appointment is confirmed, and we've only had 2 such appointments confirmed, Angela Rayner and Rachel Reeves. I think we've had well over half of the likely cabinet now go in. So the question is, who are going to be the new names? Who are going to be the new faces to replace Thangam Debonair and Jonathan Ashworth, who will get cabinet seats perhaps unexpectedly? And will everybody get the jobs that we are expecting that mirrored what they had in opposition? Those are the massive questions now of British politics. The answers, well, they know in the building behind me, and we'll find out soon enough.
No surprises yet. Sam, thank you very much indeed. We'll go straight back to you as soon as we see any more movement on that street. No surprises so far, Adam?
No, although we don't know who's going to get jobs. It's always possible that... can't call it a reshuffle because the pack's only being dealt out for the first time, but there could be some changes in jobs. But, I mean, interesting seeing Ed Miliband there. We were hearing earlier on from Tom Baldwin how Keir Starmer was quite happy to drop or demote his brief for the Green Revolution at the same time as they're both close friends. I mean, they live within a couple of blocks of each other in Kentish Town and spend a lot of time together.
Yeah, that stood out to me as well, that kind of like ruthlessness, the kind of single-mindedness that it does feel like is part of Keir Starmer's character as well.
And what is going to be the surprise announcement, obviously, because you know, it is in so many ways like 1997 all over again. And what the new Labour government did in 1997 was drop in the bombshell of Bank of England independence. Will there be, you know, as I say, Sam is trying to generate a huge amount of anticipation around the cabinet appointments, but most of them are expected. Will there be a surprise appointment or a surprise announcement?
We are seeing Lisa Nandy, which is a bit of a surprise in some ways because she was, of course, demoted or sidelined as part of the shadow cabinet. But then, of course, Sir Keir Starmer is saying that he does want to kind of reprioritise the Department for International Development. Sam Coates is there. Sam, what's happening?
Well, we're delivering you the excitement that Ed Vaizey wants, and here we have some genuine unexpected news. As you say, Lisa Nandy, her roles under Keir Starmer saw a gentle decline from Shadow Foreign Secretary straight after the failed bid for the leadership when Keir Starmer won to the Shadow Levelling Up Secretary, and then she ended up in the role of Shadow International Development Secretary. Of course, the Tories abolished the International Development Department, so the big question now is Lisa Nandy going to be a full cabinet member? Is she going to have the international development brief? And is that international development brief going to be as someone who is in charge of an entirely separate department? Lisa Nandy will be delighted to be doing the walk that you can see her do at the moment. I suspect she did not know as recently as yesterday whether or not she was going to be allowed to do this walk up Downing Street. The 44-year-old, as you say, sideline, not always popular, shaking her head in this direction, but there's a broad smile on her face. Lisa Nandy, are you going to be a full cabinet member? We'll find out in just a few minutes as she goes in there. She is somebody, she's a Manchester MP. She is someone who is not afraid to take on her enemies. She was not somebody who completely endeared herself to Keir Starmer's team in her time in the shadow cabinet. There were whispers that they thought she might have been doing a little bit of briefing, but it looks now as if at the point at which Keir Starmer's operation goes into government, Lisa Nandy is back in what for Labour and in terms of the Labour movement could be a really important job, which is international development, giving her the role of dishing out aid money. She'll have a part of her responsibility will be in order just to smooth some of the tensions around the Middle East, and then she will be delighted to have done the walk she's just done. We've got another one. Sophie, more drama for Ed in the corner. It's Ian Murray. Now, Ian Murray has been for many, many years the shadow Scottish secretary because he was the only Scottish figure in Labour politics. But now the 47-year-old looks as if he's defied some expectations that his job might be handed to Douglas Alexander and able to do the walk up Downing Street, likely to become the Scotland secretary going into number 10.
The ages make them sound like footballers, I feel. You know, how many caps have they had? 44-year-olds.
I feel it's like the commentary on the coronation. And here comes the King of Spain, walking through the arches. It's a wonderful...
It's an important constitutional day for us, to be fair.
Sam can recognise them all, not like the Australian broadcasters who thought Liz Truss was part of the royal family.
It's a good... Louise Haigh, there we go. Louise Haigh set to become, to continue with your age references, Ed, that you like so much, set to become the youngest member, potentially, of the new cabinet if she gets the job that she currently has in the shadow cabinet of Transport Secretary. Sam Coates is there. Sam.
Absolutely. Look, Louise Haigh, or Lou Haigh to her friends, is about to become instantly recognisable as Angela Rayner walks out as Deputy Prime Minister. How do you feel, Angela Rayner? She gives Sky a thumbs up. She walks one way into the Foreign Office as Lou Haigh does the walk up the pavement. Lou Haigh has been the Shadow Transport Secretary. Broad smile, the 36-year-old now going in. Some see her as the most left-wing member of this cabinet, perhaps alongside Angela Rayner. Doesn't pause for the cameras, but does swiftly and beaming go in. There was a rumour last September that Lou Haigh might not remain in the shadow cabinet at the last big reshuffle, but no, there she makes it. She is going to be the architect, in all likelihood, of the plan to renationalise the railways that's in Labour's manifesto, to take the railways back into public ownership as each of the franchises expire. But we'll pause there for... We have Lucy Powell. Lucy Powell, who is walking in now. She is a long time... she has been the shadow leader of the House, a long-time ally of Ed Miliband, somebody who has been at the heart of Labour politics for over a decade, was in the culture brief. Could she return to that now there's a vacancy with Thangham Debonair? In goes Lucy Powell. So there we have Rachel Reeves standing inside number 11. Are you delighted to be the first Chancellor, first female Chancellor, Rachel Reeves? Rachel Reeves, who has made a study of women in economics and women in politics, now leaving number 10, walking across Downing Street. Are you pleased to be the first female Chancellor, Rachel Reeves? Keeping her gaze firmly, walking in through Downing Street and down the road to the Foreign Office, where the cars for the waiting cabinet ministers are all parked as the procession continues. And we have another one. Looking right the way down Downing Street is another veteran of the Blair and the Brown years, and that is Liz Kendall.
Well, we spoke to her on this programme this morning. She said she wasn't going to be drawn into whether or not she'd had any conversations about joining the cabinet. But there we have it, the woman who was the Shadow Work and Pensions Secretary looking pretty pleased after getting the call up by the new incoming Prime Minister, Liz Kendall, walking up Downing Street there. And she's someone, as you say, Sam, who she wasn't an MP during the New Labour years, but she was present as an advisor, wasn't she?
That's right. And she ended up running for the leadership. It was sort of on the Blairite wing, the modernising wing. This 53-year-old has been at the forefront of Labour politics for years and years. There she stops to talk to the police officer on guard outside Downing Street before going in. This Leicester MP who at one point was the sort of talismanic figure for those on the Blairite right of the Labour Party, now in the work and pensions brief. Watch her in that job, dealing with welfare, dealing with the budget that many in the Labour Party realise is spiralling out of control, but attempts to squeeze will cause political pain. It's going to be a tough job if she ends up in government with the portfolio that she has.
I'm going to come in, Sam, because we do have some appointments that we can officially bring you now. Pat McFadden appointed as the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. David Lammy, he is the Secretary of State for Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Affairs. There had been some speculation he could be moved from that Foreign Office brief. Yvette Cooper is the Home Secretary and John Healey is the Defence Secretary. So 4 more appointments confirmed. And I can see, as I've been talking with those appointments as well, we do walking up Downing Street there, Joe Stevens, who was the Shadow Wales Secretary, going into number 10 too. Sam.
That's right, a solicitor and somebody who, unionist first and foremost in that role, and the Shadow Wales Secretary likely to transfer, like so many other of the jobs that you just outlined, into the front, into the job that she had in opposition, now taking that role in Parliament. Now we have another one, Angela Smith. Angela Smith, for over a decade, has been in the Lords as the shadow leader of the Lords for Labour, now in a walking up the pavement towards Downing Street. She has done so much work on behalf of Keir Starmer, dealing with rebellions and Labour attempts to stop government legislation. Now looks as if she's about to be rewarded. Is she about to become Labour's leader of the Lords in government around the cabinet table? That must be the presumption right now. Angela Rayner, through all of the Corbyn years, was a steadying, moderate hand in the House. Angela Smith, in all of the Corbyn years, seen as a moderate, steadying hand in the House of Lords through all of the turbulence when the last leader was running the Labour Party, now looking like she's about to collect her reward for long service as the cabinet job in Keir Starmer's new cabinet.
Sam, thank you very much indeed. Well, Adam, they are rattling through and no surprises.
Yeah, I mean, by my count, we've only got, on the first round of cabinet jobs, we've only got Northern Ireland to go. And then we haven't seen Darren Jones yet, who we'd expect to be the number 2 in the Treasury, nor have we seen Nick Thomas-Symonds.
And we have seen Angela Smith, and speaking as 2 old members of the House of Lords, the soon-to-be defunct Upper Chamber, from our benches, she's very popular, very easy to deal with, very
experienced,
leader.
popular, and of course the leader of the Lords is of course it's a cabinet position, and she's loyal to the Labour Party, but she has to get the business done in the House of Lords. You have to be able to adopt an air of consensus in your approach to crossbenchers and Conservatives and so on. Also
worth noting that the new Prime Minister is sticking to his commitment to have at least a 50-50 balance in the cabinet.
I didn't know that. That's brilliant.
I've
always wished we'd had Tory Prime Ministers who'd done that, and that is brilliant news.
Yeah, certainly a good day for female representation, not in the top job, but in the other jobs, certainly. Well, Keir Starmer made a big deal of stability being changed, didn't he, during the election campaign? He said, look, it's good to be boring. Actually, that's different being boring after the turbulence that we've had in our politics. And I guess he started in that vein, really, and keeping all the positions that he had in the shadow cabinet.
Yeah. But does that mean it's going to be a woman who gets appointed as Culture Secretary, then? Otherwise, it throws the whole cosmos out of kilter.
Well, we think it might be Lucy Powell, but I mean, by my count, 10 women have been appointed so far, and I think there have been 19 jobs altogether. So,
Lucy Powell apparently didn't like the culture brief and was quite pleased to get rid of it.
I've not heard that.
How
can you not like the culture brief?
It's the best one, isn't it? You get all those tickets.
It is the land of free tickets.
Well, there are those who say that Thangham Debonair is the first person in the brief, either for real or in shadow, who actually liked culture.
Although she'd never been to a football match until she got the job, so it depends what culture you mean.
Well, it depends if you count culture as football. I think playing the cello is rather higher up on my scorecard.
I think this is basically the difference between you and me, where you think culture, I immediately think football, and you think classical music.
Yeah, and the
media and sport, and some very big regulatory issues there, as well as the fun.
I think the digital's been taken off now. And, that's gone to
decent, but nobody's quite clear where the Online Safety Act sits.
But more seriously, the culture sector is crying out for investment, like every other sector. So things that look quite fun from opposition may seem a bit more challenging in government.
So we are waiting to see the news on the Culture Secretary. There's been no Nick Thomas-Symonds, as you said. We're also waiting for Emily Thornberry, Hilary Benn, Steve Reed and Darren Jones as well, who we are expecting to become the new number 2 at the Treasury. Let's cross back to Sam Coates, shall we? No surprises so far in the, I was going to say reshuffle, but it's not really a reshuffle, is it? The appointment of the new cabinet.
No, slap on the wrist from Adam Bolton there. It is, of course, just, I suppose, the first set of appointments from Keir Starmer, although it's a reshuffle if you're comparing it to what he came into office with. Yvette Cooper appointed Home Secretary. Even though some of those early arrivals came out of order, it does seem as if Keir Starmer has stuck precisely to the portfolios that the people around him had in opposition, transferring them person for person, including David Lammy, who's just been confirmed as Foreign Secretary, and Pat McFadden, Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. All of those, the jobs that they had in opposition, now transferring. So really, we could only get 2 surprises. Who's going to be the Culture Secretary and who had that slightly nebulous Cabinet Office job inhabited? I think it was Paymaster General, Shadow Paymaster General, which was inhabited by Jonathan Ashworth, who was defeated by an independent overnight. It appears that there is a tiny break in the proceedings. There's nobody in the corner of Downing Street coming through the gate just yet. But as you say, the big names that we're looking for now are Steve Reed, the kind of one of the founders of Labour Together, who was the Environment Secretary dealing with sewage, Darren Jones, who was Shadow Chief Secretary to the Treasury in charge of money and doling out departmental cash, and Emily Thornberry, Shadow Attorney General, a big figure in our politics, for some people Marmite, for some people a pugnacious figure on the public stage. Will those figures come in and get the jobs that they had? That's the question that we're asking at the moment.
It is the question that we will keep asking until we get those answers. Sam, thank you very much indeed. Well, let's take a breath, shall we? Because we've had a lot of news happening in the last hour. So let's look at those cabinet appointments so far in a little bit more detail at this point. The first person through the gates of Downing Street, Angela Rayner, appointed as the Secretary of State for Levelling Up. Also, of course, she is the Deputy Prime Minister, Angela Rayner there. Rachel Reeves has become the UK's first ever female chancellor, the first time a woman has held that job in the 803-year history of the role. While David Lammy has been confirmed as the Foreign Secretary, there had been a little bit of a speculation about whether he'd be kept in that post. He has. Pat McFadden, the new Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. He will, I'm sure, become the new Prime Minister's Mr Fix-It, the most influential politician you've never heard of, someone who is believed to be part of the decision-making quad that Sam Coates has been talking about. Plus, Yvette Cooper, perhaps a more familiar face to many of you, she has become the Home Secretary. Let's have a little look now, shall we, at some of the other roles that are still being filled. Oh, that's it. There we go. Those are the main ones that we wanted to bring you. If we were going to rattle through them all, I guess we would be here all day.
Yeah, it is very exciting. I mean, there is no... I mean, I was never in the cabinet, but there is nothing like being a minister if you're passionate about kind of making change and you're passionate about the brief that you think. And I was just thinking about David Lammy, who I've known for quite a long time, you know, going in to be Foreign Secretary. And regardless of your politics, and it sounds a bit trite and perhaps even Westminster Village, you'd say, you know, these guys deserve it. 13 years in opposition is no fun at all. And I can imagine them going into their departments now and thinking, you know, we've got a job to do and we want to do it. Having said that, of course, so I'm really pleased for them regardless, but this is a great day and fun and engaging and it's a big change. But I think this is a government that's going to find it, it's going to get into trouble. That's not a criticism, quite quickly, I think. It's going to be interesting, the kind of issues that kind of start to bump up against it very, very quickly and start to kind of, you know, you're starting to feel a bit of the treacle around your feet.
And there is, of course, not in the cabinet, but you know, she was mentioned earlier. The mighty Sue Gray was said to have prepared a list of what is coming down the track and the very obvious challenges in each of those briefs. Actually.
She's also supposed to have taken charge of vetting, which is quite interesting. That's not been done by a civil servant; it's been done by a former civil servant. Of course, she's very well qualified, but I suppose she can keep it in the family a bit more if she finds something.
Well, did her son become I assume her son became an MP, as pretty much every Labour candidate seems to have got elected. So her son was standing for Parliament, I think. But
it was. We'll have to check it out.
I mean, I've always been a massive Sue Gray fan. I could never understand again why the Tories went down this rabbit hole.
I have to say there is one point worth bearing in mind, which is for Labour assembling a cabinet, this is a first, because historically, if you were elected to the shadow cabinet, and they used to elect the shadow cabinet, you had to go into government. And so in the case of the Blair government, for example, the real shakeout took place a year into government.
Did he inherit an elected shadow cabinet?
He did, yes.
And that's a good pub quiz.
That of course, has now been got rid of.
That one was Sue Gray's son.
So these are the people which Keir Starmer wanted, and already in the style of it, we're not seeing any gimmicks.
To go back to David Lammy for a moment, because I know that Sam Coates was indicating there'd been some suggestions that he might not be Foreign Secretary. And again, to go back to this point about Gaza, I think that the confirmation of David Lammy as Foreign Secretary will reassure a lot of people in the party who have had quite significant concerns about our commitment to, you know, human rights and international humanitarian law. David Lammy is seen to have been part of the pivot to a pro-ceasefire position. So I think that will probably reassure some people.
And I think the speculation was partly related to the vacancy which Labour managed to keep in the embassy in Washington, which has become to be seen as very much a prize and also extremely sensitive with the possibility of Trump coming in. And as you know, David Lammy went over and tried to build bridges to people. There was a thing that perhaps he might go to Washington and that would therefore create a vacancy in London. Obviously, that hasn't happened. But, I mean, the names that are being speculated about, you know, Washington include some well-known figures, Cathy Ashton, former head of European
David
Affairs.
David
Miliband, exactly. So
Peter Mandelson.
Yeah,
oh, really?
that name's been mentioned. I mean, so
who mentioned it? Lord Mandelson.
I don't know. It was in this Standard Diary, I think. Although, actually, to be fair to Peter Mandelson, he has said on the record at Times Radio, where Ed and I spent some time, that he has been told that he should not expect any role in this government. I don't know whether that extends to being an ambassador.
It's always a good bit of information. I always get suspicious when people say, oh, this person's job's under threat. I mean, who is starting that rumour? Is it the person who wants the job? That's
this whole
often the case, isn't it?
culture of off-the-record briefing, it's very tantalising for journalists. It's not always completely in the public interest or to the good of trust in politics that everybody wants to restore.
Well, David Lammy gets a lot of credit for keeping Keir Starmer at D-Day and also ensuring that Keir Starmer met Zelensky. And again, I don't know whether that comes from David Lammy's camp or others, but certainly he's had a good press running up to, apart from obviously the speculation he was going to get fired.
That wasn't great,
Well, the alternative rumour is the person who was really keen to make sure that Keir Starmer met Zelensky was, guess who? Zelensky, who saw what was happening.
And his message was one of the first in, I noticed this morning.
Was it?
Yeah.
And Macron, of course, tweeted his
Because
congratulations.
I was pleased with our first meeting, I think he said. So.
I mean, this is, I'm sure, what Sir Keir Starmer is going to be getting up to and knuckling down with pretty soon as well. That tends to be what happens, isn't it, Adam? That you get the cabinet appointed and then you're on to the kind of phone calls with foreign leaders. And I'm sure there's lots of decisions that need to be made on who's top of that list.
Well, there are already lots of jokes, which I won't repeat, about his first phone call with Joe Biden.
Let's move off that territory. I can't even work out what it is you're hinting at, but it's probably best to to not go there. I would say.
Hello, Mr. Churchill.
He went there.
You did. I just can't control them at this stage in proceedings. It's always good to have you there, Adam. Lots of policy decisions, of course, as well. Do you feel like it is one of these cabinets that's going to have a pretty short honeymoon because of the inheritance?
Well, again, to go back to the initial Downing Street speech, Keir Starmer was very much trying to get the balance between there is hope, but there isn't a switch that I can flick. So he knows that there's, the honeymoon only lasts so long. He needs to give people hope, but also manage expectations. And I think you're right. I mean, Ed, for understandable reasons, talked about reform and the threat it poses to the rehabilitation of the British Conservative Party, but it brings its challenges to a Labour government as well, particularly if this reset that Keir Starmer describes over people's, public services and housing and life chances doesn't come quickly enough.
How much of a force do you think reform are? Do you think this is just basically people who don't want to vote Conservative, but they can't bring themselves to vote for Starmer, so they'll switch back to the Conservatives? Or do you think actually it's something deeper than that?
Well, I was reading, funny enough, I think Lord Ashcroft sent out an email today because he does these sort of endless polls about where people voted and why they voted Reform. And there's no doubt that the majority of Tories who left the Tory party went to Reform, but they did also go to the Lib Dems. They did also go to Labour. And if you add up the Labour and Lib Dem switchers in the Tory party, they outnumber the Reform. So it's too early to tell.
We're seeing the new Foreign Secretary, that is David Lammy, absolutely beaming as he makes the very short walk from Downing Street to the Foreign Office. Sam's there. Sam.
That's right, Sophie. I asked David Lammy as he was walking, are you pleased to be Foreign Secretary? He turned and he said, I'm very pleased, thank you. And absolutely delighted, David Lammy, to be appointed in a role where he has actually forged, I think he's known within the Labour movement for having forged a significant number of global connections, particularly in America, and not just with Democrats. He was the first black Briton to study at Harvard Law School and has forged a long-term relationship with Barack Obama since those days. But more recently, not only forging ties with prominent Democrats like the former advisor to Barack Obama, Ben Rhodes, but also has made some inroads with Donald Trump's team and therefore a pivotal figure if America goes in a very different direction in November.
It certainly will be really interesting to see how that pans out. Sam, thank you very much indeed. Sam Coates there at Downing Street as Sir Keir Starmer, the new Prime Minister, makes those all-important cabinet appointments and faces that are going to become a lot more familiar in the next few years. It is 4 o'clock. Hello and good afternoon from Westminster. We are here on a momentous day for the United Kingdom, where the political scene as we know it has changed beyond recognition. This afternoon, the new Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, has started to assemble his top team, appointing his cabinet after winning a landslide victory at the general election. Angela Rayner is his Deputy Prime Minister. Rachel Reeves makes history as the UK's very first female Chancellor. Well, Labour has now won more than 400 seats, a landslide second only to Tony Blair when New Labour came to power in 1997. Well, let's take you through, shall we, in a bit more detail, the cabinet appointments that have been made so far by Sir Keir Starmer. The very first person to enter the number 10 door to meet with the new Prime Minister was this woman, Angela Rayner. She has been appointed as the Secretary of State for Levelling Up Housing and Communities. She's also, of course, the Deputy Prime Minister, which means she has her own mandate, an extraordinary rise for Angela Rayner there. Rachel Reeves, meanwhile, the second person in, she's become the UK's first ever female Chancellor in the 803-year history of that role. The first time a woman has been given that job. David Lammy confirmed as the Foreign Secretary. We saw him there just entering his new office, the resplendent building of the Foreign Office, absolutely beaming, clearly delighted. Pat McFadden, the new Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, a key campaigning figure in Labour, often described as the most influential politician you've never heard of and expected to be a key part of the decision-making team in number 10. Yvette Cooper has been appointed as the Home Secretary. She has kept the job that she was shadowing. She has ministerial experience, of course, in the new Labour government. She is now the Home Secretary. John Healey, meanwhile, has been appointed as the Secretary of State for Defence. Again, all of these straight transfers over from the shadow cabinet. Well, let's go live now to Downing Street. We can speak to our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates. And Sam, Keir Starmer said that stability would be change, and this is really, I guess, a cabinet that has been appointed around stability.
In the last 90 minutes, Sophie, 20 have gone into the black door behind me, 6 have been confirmed and appointed, and 4 have emerged in one of the most orderly and stable entrances to power that I can remember, with not a single confirmed change so far from the shadow ministerial team that Keir Starmer had before he was formally appointed Prime Minister by the King this morning. It's a cabinet that balances moderates. It balances some on the left, like Angela Rayner and Louise Haigh, and several modernisers, perhaps once upon a time, who would have been known as Blairites, Wes Streeting and Pat McFadden. We've just had another confirmation. Shabana Mahmood has been confirmed in the role that she had in her shadow position as the Justice Secretary. She will be Lord Chancellor and Secretary of State for Justice, replacing Alex Chalk, who was roundly defeated, the Conservative, by the Liberal Democrats in his Cheltenham seat. She survived her electoral test against Independent, and we've got another person walking up Downing Street. I'll just pause there. If we go to the live shot, Alan Campbell is about to become Keir Starmer's chief whip. You won't see this guy out in the sunlight very much. Smiled as I said that, because he is the person in charge of instilling discipline into Labour's parliamentary operation. Let me translate that for you into English, Sophie. Every time a Labour MP steps out of line, they'll be hauled in front of that man, Alan Campbell, for a rollicking if they misbehave, because discipline with this number of MPs is going to be absolutely crucial. Keir Starmer is going to want to stamp his authority and stamp it quickly on the new parliamentary party that contains hundreds of MPs that have never set foot in Westminster before. Dozens of them will have ambitions, dozens of them will have strong views in opposition to the leadership. We have another one. Here he comes, I am told, just out of sight. We are about to get a figure who could be heading to the Treasury. I can't see him yet, but we are told that we are... We have got more appointments imminently, but he is coming. Yes, we were told he's coming shortly. But there you have it. There it is. Somebody just edging in. If we could go to the gate of Downing Street, there is potentially walking up now. There he is. His name that you'll be able to see in just a second is Darren Jones, one of the younger members of the shadow cabinet, but one of the more prominent figures in the Labour campaign. His job, like Rachel Reeves, one of the trickiest. Darren Jones has been the number 2 in the Treasury team. That means Darren Jones is in charge of public spending and, in essence, in charge of telling his Labour colleagues, no, they cannot spend any more money in the portfolios that they have and that they can't splash the cash because Labour has tight borrowing rules, tight spending rules, and is sticking at the moment to Tory spending plans. This man, I believe is 37, saxophonist. He's the first ever Darren to become Chief Secretary of the Treasury because he's the first ever Darren to be elected as an MP. So there you have it. A Bristol MP who has catapulted to the top of Keir Starmer's team just in the last few months.
Sam, thank you very much indeed. A couple of confirmed appointments to bring you no surprises from this cabinet appointment of stability. Shabana Mahmood, as Sam was saying, Lord Chancellor and Secretary of State for Justice. Wes Streeting confirmed as the Health Secretary. We also have Bridget Phillipson as the Secretary of State for Education and the Right Honourable Ed Miliband as the Secretary of State for Energy, Security and Net Zero. So 4 more confirmed appointments, all direct transfers over from the shadow cabinet. Darren Jones is in number 10 now. We expect him to be the number 2 in the Treasury. Sir Alan Campbell also in there, expected to be the Chief Whip. Sir Alan Campbell actually used to be a history teacher before he entered the Commons, so possibly some experience of controlling unruly masses. Let's bring in our panel at this point, shall we, as we await more cabinet appointments. We are joined now by Harriet Harman, who really needs no introduction, a former Labour MP, Harriet Harman, and also Paul Scully, former Conservative MP. Good to have you both with us. Harriet, it must have been quite an emotional day watching Labour take control in number 10.
It just feels like a huge relief. I'm surprised by how much of a change it feels like. Suddenly not to have the prospect of chaos and scandal and low expectations. It's struck me much more. And I thought that the way that Keir Starmer led it out and then rapidly appointing his cabinet, basically, he's not negotiating with them. They're being told what job they're doing. His authority is huge as a result of this massive landslide he's got. So I think we can really have stability and progress. I mean, it's really beyond exciting for me. I'm slightly giddy with it all.
I can almost see it in your demeanour, actually. I feel like I need to just reflect with you as well, the first ever female Chancellor.
And she is a remarkable woman, Rachel. She's a feminist, and I think will make a massive difference. And not to be underestimated, you know, she's really been fully qualified to be Chancellor almost since her teens. She's incredibly clever, always exceeding expectations, beating all the boys she played at chess, but she's got a very grounded view of economics. She talks about securonomics, about having security and people having stability so they can plan, whether that's families or businesses. So she's obviously got to ensure that growth is generated so that revenue is available for public services, and she will stick to really tight fiscal rules.
Paul, I've been looking forward to getting your perspective on this because, you know, we've had sort of frank discussions before about the Conservative Party and your own sort of concerns, I guess, about the direction it's going in. What are your reflections on where your party is now?
Well, first of all, congratulations to the Labour Party, to Sir Keir. We were elected at the same time, and it's really important that he does well. It's important that the Conservative Party oppose and hold him to account, clearly, and have a strong opposition, because other oppositions always come from somewhere. A vacuum will be filled, and it's important that we do that role. So I wish him well, because actually this is our country, so I can't just afford 5 years of nothingness. We now need to, as a party, show a bit of humility, listen, As I say, I think this is something that we were just bouncing from crisis to crisis without really articulating that vision, without really understanding the kind of mood that Harriet was just describing there. And so it's important that we take stock and we just don't do a big ideological shift one way or another, because actually my understanding of what I've heard from the voters is about perceived competence. It's about, disunifying. You're not really doing the job that we put you into there to do. So that's what we need to take stock and have a strong leader that can start to portray that competence.
I mean, congratulations as well. You've been on the dissolution honours list. You're going to be in the House of Lords. I just wonder what you think the future of the House of Lords is now that we've got a Labour government. What's going to happen there in terms of reform?
Well, I think first off, Keir Starmer has put in a manifesto that there's going to be an age limit, so you can't serve after you're 80, getting rid of hereditary peers, which really there's no justification for, and then progressing on to really more change. So I'm a turkey going in to vote for Christmas, I reckon. But actually, he needs to appoint loads more peers, and that's slightly counterintuitive, because what we can't have is unelected, appointed Conservative peers holding to ransom a Labour House of Commons with a big mandate for government. So in the short term, you're going to see more Labour peers elected, but actually, make no mistake, there's going to be immediate changes in the institution, and actually it's going to be then moving on to sort of more profound changes.
That's always the problem we've been wrestling with, because that's part of the stuff that we had for the last 5 years in reverse.
Well, no, that's what I was wondering, whether they're going to obstruct the Labour government, since they've largely supported it against the government.
Just to come in now, because we are watching, of course, Downing Street, and that is Hilary Benn, who is making his way up. I should say that there has never been a Prime Minister without a Benn in his cabinet, so it looks like Keir Starmer is not going to be breaking with tradition. Sam Coates in Downing Street. Sam.
Hilary Benn, who served under Gordon Brown, ambling in quite a relaxed fashion up Downing Street, the 70-year-old carrying his rucksack, which is not quite how some of the others did it. He's been in the shadow Northern Ireland portfolio. Are you excited to be back in government, Hilary Benn? Are you excited to be back in government? Do you think it's Northern Ireland? Well, there we go. He's going to wait and see what happens, he says, as he heads back in. The Leeds South MP, son of Tony Benn, but famously describes himself as a Benn, but not a Bennite, reflecting his much, much more moderate politics than his father. He was somebody who played a crucial role, being sacked in Labour Party history, being sacked when Jeremy Corbyn was leader, then chairing the Brexit Select Committee and working together with other Remain supporting MPs to challenge and attempt to overthrow the Brexit settlement of Theresa May. That didn't work out. At the last reshuffle by Keir Starmer, he was catapulted back into the shadow cabinet in that pivotal Northern Ireland role. Northern Ireland under pressure because of Brexit, and today Sinn Féin take the largest number of seats in Westminster in Northern Ireland. So a huge amount in the in-tray in Northern Ireland if that's the job that Hilary Benn ends up getting. But given the precedent, pretty much everybody's getting the same job that they had, with one exception. I'm going to give you a rumour, Sophie. A little bit of excitement, a little bit of uncertainty. I am told that the person who might get the culture brief could be Lisa Nandy. She is already inside Downing Street. We saw her go in the last half an hour. There's just a little feeling that rather than keeping her in the international development brief, which may not have a government department attached to it, she could end up skipping across to the culture brief. So let's see if that prediction comes true.
Could it be a reward for taking the punishment when she was had that demotion earlier, loyally continuing to serve Keir Starmer? Let's see. I love the intel, Sam. We'll find out soon if it is correct. A bit of breaking news to bring you, because we are told that President Biden planning to call Britain's new Prime Minister Keir Starmer today to congratulate him on his victory. That's according to a source familiar with the president's schedule. No surprises there, really, but Sir Keir Starmer expected to receive a call from the US president. Right, let's take a check-in, shall we? And we can take you through the latest cabinet appointments, because the new Prime Minister has not been waiting around. He's been rattling through them. Shabana Mahmood, she is the new Justice Secretary. There was a bit of a wobble over whether she'd hold her seat. She has managed to do that, and that means she is now the Lord Chancellor and Justice Secretary in this new look cabinet. Wes Streeting, another person who had a real battle to hang on to a seat in Ilford North. He is the new Health Secretary, the new Health and Social Care Secretary there, Wes Streeting. And Bridget Phillipson becomes the Education Secretary. None of these appointments surprising, all of them direct transfers over from the shadow cabinet. And Ed Miliband appointed as the Secretary of State for Energy Security and Net Zero. He didn't manage to walk down Downing Street to be Prime Minister when he was leader of the Labour Party, but he has made it for the first time in 14 years as a member of a Labour cabinet. Yvette Cooper there, leaving Downing Street. The new Home Secretary there, walking through the arch that links Downing Street with the Foreign Office. Sam, did she have anything to say when she came past?
Not in this direction. I think she said something looking the other way and I couldn't read through the back of her head, but she looked businesslike as she walked in towards the Foreign Office in order to pick up her car to make the half-mile journey to the Home Office, where she has a bursting in trade. Now let's look at the man on your screen. That is Steve Reid. Steve Reid has been the Environment Secretary. The 60-year-old Stretton MP made his name in politics, actually, in Lambeth politics, fighting left-wingers. He is an avowed Labour Party moderate. He is, at times, pugnacious. He has done a lot of some of the more difficult media rounds. He'll be hoping to tackle the issue of sewage, if, in particular, he gets the Environment brief. Do you expect to be the Environment Secretary, Steve Reid? Do you want to be the Environment Secretary? Well, a shrug there when it came to what he was expecting, and wouldn't answer the question of what he wanted. But what is certainly true is that figure who helped Morgan McSweeney, one of Keir Starmer's closest, most senior aides, fight the left in that battle for control of the Labour Party that stretched back through the last, what would it be, 9 or so years. Steve Reid, an important figure trying to pull Labour politics away from the militant left and back into what he would regard and what Keir Starmer would regard as the mainstream, being rewarded with a cabinet post, having worked alongside lots of other figures, including Keir Starmer's top aide, and now he is likely to end up as the Environment Secretary. Sophie.
Thank you very much, Sam. Sam Coates there, keeping his eye on Downing Street. Rumours that potentially Nandy could be the new Culture Secretary, but other than that, we have, of course, had a direct transfer over from the shadow cabinet to the cabinet, a reshuffle or the appointment of a new cabinet that is all about stability. Stability is change, according to the new Prime Minister, Adam.
Yeah, so the only face that we speculated on we haven't seen yet is Emily Thornberry. So probably be seeing her in the next few minutes. Every time we've tipped the next arrival, they've gone there. But, you know, it is possible to do this because this is, so far, totally orderly, no surprises, reshuffle, in spite of the 2 vacancies which were caused by the voters overnight.
Are you waiting for the Secretary of State for Scotland? Do you think they're...
Ian Murray.
Yeah. Oh, he's already been announced.
Well, he hasn't been announced, but he's in number 10.
He's in number 10.
So we're assuming that he's going to get that job. Harriet, I've just been kind of thinking about how, this is a very well-drilled set of appointments here. It's an election campaign that was very organised, very professional, very efficient in terms of votes. Do you think that's a good thing, or do you think that actually the fact that, 4 in 5 people didn't actually directly vote for Keir Starmer could cause issues for him?
Well, I think it's very important that it is so well organised. I think that the spontaneity tipped over into downright chaos in the last government, and people want certainty and they want stability. But I think you saw in Keir's speech in Downing Street that he's very well aware that not only has he got to rebuild the economy and public services, but he's actually got to restore public trust and confidence. He talked about the wound that there was where people didn't feel they could have confidence in their democracy and in their politics, and said that he would not only govern for those who voted for him, but particularly those who didn't vote for him. Because for a moment, for a little while, the opposition are going to have to get their act together after what has been an absolutely massive defeat. And I don't think he wants to give the impression that he is untrammelled power that's not concerned about people who might not agree with him. So he's going to have to listen to people who don't agree with him, because for the moment, the Tories are going to be in a difficult situation righting themselves. It might take quite a while.
I mean, I hate to say it, but it's hard to argue with that, isn't it, Paul, that it might take it quite a while?
I think that's fair, and that's good government. As I say, you know, I'm not going to oppose just for the sake of opposition. It's about making sure that we have that orderly transition, and that's a sensible thing to do. I was just talking earlier about what we do now. Rishi Sunak has obviously said he's stepping down as party leader, but not immediately. So we've got to organise that process, and then in that process, do we have a culmination at party conference, or is party conference when it's the first chance of the party getting together en masse? Is that going to be a bit of a bloodbath? So I think the next couple of weeks will be really pivotal to getting that sense of whether the Conservative Party is going to have that transition.
It's a contrast, isn't it? Because look, we're looking here at the very kind of public coronation, if you like, of Keir Starmer as the new Prime Minister, the very public appointment of the Cabinet. What's happening with the Conservative Party now is all behind closed doors, all those wrestlings, all those machinations.
Yeah, and I think that's partly, to be fair, because obviously Keir Starmer has been pretty clear that Labour were going to win the election for some time now. So he's probably been able to have some of these conversations in Labour HQ with the shadow cabinet saying you're going to get a direct transition in. So it does enable him to have very quick conversations with them. Whereas, as I say, we need to work out who's won, who's lost, and then really where the mood of the new parliamentary party is.
Are there any names that you would throw out as people who you'd like to see a pitch from?
I genuinely don't know yet. I mean, what I'm looking for is a strong leader. You forget the ideology for a minute, and it's not about having a soggy centrist or a rabid right winger or anything like that. If you start chasing reform, you lose just as many votes off the other direction, and vice versa. What we need, as I say, is to have someone that can bring the party back together again as a strong leader. It's a good communicator. I had people like, beforehand, people like Grant Shapps and Tom Tugendhat, James Cleverly, those sort of guys. A Goldilocks character, rather than someone that's just going to go into the deep end and say, come and join me, the water's warm. But Grant's obviously not there, so out of that list.
Yeah, one down, yeah.
And what's your answer to those people like Suella Braverman who are saying, well, we ought to be looking at, or Danny Kruger, we ought to be looking at reform?
I think it's just a mistake, because actually what you look at in reform to me, yes, there are people that want to shift the party towards them. Reform's all about Nigel Farage. He said, I'm coming back, I'm going to be Prime Minister in 5 years. It's almost like you guys look after yourself, including the British public, and then I'll come and sweep in and take the glory. There's just as many people that are voting for reform, in my view, that are genuinely disaffected with the two main parties. I've seen that in Sutton on the opposite end of the scale, where they voted Lib Dem for so many years, and then yet they voted Brexit because everybody thought, oh, they must be tribal Lib Dems. They weren't. They were just dissatisfied with what was happening in Westminster with the two main parties. I think reform, largely the voters are like that.
We've got a situation where I think reform have had to get roughly 1 million votes for every MP that's been elected. Do you think, Harriet, that there is a danger that, a big chunk of the public feel pretty unrepresented by the system?
Well, I think, there's a choice. You can either decide that the result of the election, which is a massive Labour majority, means that and that there was many votes for reform which didn't get translated into seats. You can either decide, therefore, your next thing is to talk about voting reform and change the voting system. But the trouble is that all the other voting systems, aside from first past the post, have their own problems. And we did have a referendum on voting reform as recently as 2011, and people voted it down. I think the best thing is to get on with delivering what people's concerns are. And I think getting into a massive procedural procedural complexity, I just don't think it's the solution. If you look all around, you know, the low turnouts and the disaffection with politics happens in countries where they've got proportional systems as well. So I don't think it's the problem of the system. But, you know, there might be a bit of a discussion around this, but all the discussion is so complex. And people do understand first past the post, that if you get the most votes, you win and you're accountable.
And it's actually worked in this situation in terms of getting rid of an unpopular government in an orderly fashion. It hasn't worked for certain parties, you know, reform as we've just been discussing. But overall, it seems to have done its job. It's given a strong government that can then has the ability for
ironically, the Lib Dems, who used to complain that they got more votes and fewer seats, they're now the other way round. They've got loads of seats on fewer votes. And I can't actually see them partnering up with Reform to go for voting change. So I think we're going to be getting on to deliver on the health service, the economy, and all of that sort of thing, rather than going down a procedural rabbit hole.
Well, there was a statistic as well that is interesting, that Reform have got only, I think, a couple of % more than UKIP did in 2015. And it's translated in a handful of... At least they've got some seats this time, but not many.
Electoral reform is a Labour policy.
Well, we've done electoral reform. We've done it in Scotland. We've done it in the GLA. You know, we've got all sorts of a myriad of voting systems. But the question is whether or not we really are going to change from first past the post. You know, have you heard Keir Starmer mentioning it that recently? No, he's talked about the economy,
I just find it interesting.
Services.
I mean, I'm not a great advocate of it myself. I agree with you two, but we did hear Nigel Farage, when he wasn't shouting at the hecklers, actually saying he was now going to make a big push for electoral reform. There are also some voices within the Conservative Party looking at what happened to Labour this time round, who are beginning to look a bit askance at the first past post system. And so I'm just wondering whether it is going to, I mean, you know, boring as it is, and there are better things to talk about it, I'm just wondering whether it's actually going to become
for two parties.
Become a political issue in this Parliament, because we haven't got a two-party system.
No, that's what I'm saying. So it works for... So there's always, you know, worth looking in. But as I say, Nigel Farage is going to be looking for things that he can say as unfair, because it really taps into that disaffection.
Yes, it'll suit his agenda. You've been robbed, you know, you should be dissatisfied. But the point is, like with everything else, he hasn't really got a solution. No. You know, he's got simple winding everybody up and, you know, building on dissatisfaction. And that's why, you know, it's a problem having them in Parliament, using Parliament for amplifying that sort of division.
I actually think he's going to be constrained in Parliament. I think if he's sitting there on the sidelines, he can say what he wants. It's actually sitting in Parliament, not really getting allocated questions and those kind of things. Again, it might feed into the unfair narrative, but he's going to have less of a voice. Let's see how that plays out. I'm sure he's going to be a very, I guess, colourful, loud. There's lots of adjectives I'm sure all of our viewers will have to describe Nigel Farage in all kinds of directions, parliamentarian as well. Yvette Cooper, the new Home Secretary, has been speaking at her new department. I think we can have a little listen to what she had to say.
Thank you very much.
It's been a long time coming for you.
Thank you. Well, look, it's a real honour to be asked by Keir Starmer to serve as the new Home Secretary. The first duty of any government is to keep our country safe, to keep our communities safe, and to keep our borders secure. And so that is why my first task as I go into the Home Office will be the Labour's first steps, which means trying to get neighbourhood police back on our streets in our communities, and also setting up the new Border Security Command to go after the criminal boat gangs that are organising the dangerous boat crossings. We know there are a lot of challenges ahead, and after 14 years, there is some difficult legacy that we will inherit, and we know that that will mean hard graft and not gimmicks ahead in order to tackle that. I think what we also know is it feels that our communities have faced damage and often felt fractured and sometimes brittle as well, and our task has to be to bring people back together and to restore respect and to restore trust, as Keir Starmer has said today, to restore politics to public service as well. So thank you, and let the change begin. Thank you very much. Thank you.
The new Home Secretary there, Yvette Cooper. Interesting to see that she highlighted one of her priorities about smashing the criminal gangs who are organising those small boat crossings. We've had record numbers of small boat crossings this year. It is going to be a difficult policy to enact, something that governments around the world, of course, have struggled with. Will the Labour Party make any more cut through on that? We will wait and see. Sam is in Downing Street for us. Sam Coates, our Deputy Political Editor. Sam.
John Healey, the new Defence Secretary, just walked out of the black door behind me with his military attaché. He looks like he is going to walk the short walk to the Ministry of Defence. It's a hop across the road, a hop across Whitehall. There you can see him with a man who will keep him secure and help the new Secretary of State keep the nation secure. He's just leaving the big black gate, and they will go and escort him through the crowds and across the road into the side entrance of the Ministry of Defence. He is one of a number of cabinet ministers who is about to leave Downing Street behind me. What's going on is that after the appointment by the Prime Minister of these individuals, they each receive a tailored briefing, as well as having their photograph taken for the social media platform. They each receive a tailored briefing with the expectations that the new Prime Minister has and how they expect them to go about their job. So those are the sorts of conversations going on right now in Downing Street. We're really at the kind of final stages of this reshuffle. We've got only a couple of faces that we're looking left to see. One is we haven't seen Emily Thornberry, who was the Shadow Attorney General. She is, as yet, not in an allocated role, and we haven't seen her. And interestingly, you might remember that in a corner we had Annalisa Dodds. She ended up going through a side entrance and never fully walking up Downing Street. That's because she went into number 9 Downing Street. So that was another thing. And then one other figure who is particularly interesting is we haven't yet heard from Nick Thomas-Symonds. Now, he was at one point one of the closest members of Keir Starmer's top team as Shadow Home Secretary. He was demoted, but the role he was penciled in for was doing the renegotiation with Europe in order to bring the United Kingdom closer to Europe post-Brexit, a big priority, something that may not have even happened out of the Foreign Office. But as yet, we haven't seen him, and we don't know what's happened to him. And one other figure we were expecting to see is the sister of Rachel Reeves, the new Chancellor, Ellie Reeves, who was a key figure on the campaign and one of the familiar faces on the breakfast TV stool with Kay Burley. She was expected to get something of a bump, but we haven't seen her yet. So Nick Thomas-Symonds, Emily Thornberry, Ellie Reeves, and then the Lord's Chief Whip, Lord Kennedy. Actually, Lord Kennedy, in the distant, far distance, I can see him. You might just be able, if you look at the Downing Street gate, to see him. Now, he will not be a figure who is particularly known to many people outside Parliament, but he has been the Chief Whip. He's just disappeared, I think unusually and rather sweetly. It looks as if he might be going through Downing Street security, something that other possible members of Keir Starmer's top team and cabinet members haven't had to do, and that will delay him and slow down his walk up the street. Roy Kennedy, long-time Labour staff member who ended up joining the House of Lords and being a key figure in the House of Lords. Him and his wife Alicia, top aides to Tom Watson, a big figure in our politics for many years when Gordon Brown was in charge, deputy leader of the Labour Party under Jeremy Corbyn. Roy Kennedy at his side, and so we are expecting him in the fullness of time, and you can see the kinds of names. So we will pause that. It's hard to see whether or not the system has swallowed up Roy Kennedy, but we thought we could see him in the distance. But we are down into the last 3 or 4 names now, Sophie, as this reshuffle comes to an end in terms of people coming in. But we haven't had confirmation of some of the big jobs, and we are waiting to find out who is going to fill that big vacancy of Culture Secretary, and whether or not our tip of Lisa Nandy is right.
I love it. We will leave Roy Kennedy to battle his way through Downing Street security and we'll bring you that as soon as we have it. I'm glad as well you cleared up the mystery of what happened to Annalise Dodds. I do remember seeing her bobbing around at the end of Downing Street just behind Yvette Cooper and then mysteriously disappearing. Thank you very much, Sam Coates. Sam Coates there at Downing Street. We'll go back to Sam. Of course, as soon as Roy Kennedy manages to make it through security. Yeah, we're nearly there, aren't we, it feels like, doesn't it?
Has Lucy Powell, shadow leader of the House, gone in?
She's in. Oh. We don't know yet what role she's got.
Some speculation she might be going to culture.
Which she did as a shadow before.
Yeah.
We did.
There's a vacancy there because of Thaggam and they're losing her seat.
Yeah, we did see her in, but we are unclear currently. It feels to me like we've been talking an awful lot about people so far, which is understandable because, you know, that's what cabinet appointments are all about. But it does feel like maybe we should touch a bit on policy as well, because the hard work starts here, doesn't it? The public spending projections that we've got have been, I mean, effectively described by economists as a complete fantasy. Rachel Reeves says she's going to be sticking to the Conservatives' fiscal rules to get debt falling by the end of the Parliament. I mean, I'm no economist, but I'll be frank, I can't see how those two things can work out. Harriet, what do you think?
Well, if I had to choose between the economic acuity of Rachel Reeves or the IFS, although I've got a huge amount of respect for the IFS, I mean, Rachel Reeves does know what she's doing, but I do think you're right to say it is going to be incredibly difficult. I think the reason why they have been so strong about the public spending and no tax rises is for two reasons. Firstly, because they think the public needed reassurance after the trauma they suffered with Liz Truss and the instability. They needed to have absolute reassurance about the tax situation and the public spending situation. But secondly, that is the way Rachel believes you get growth into the economy, by sticking to the rules and enabling people to have the confidence to invest. So I think it is going to be very, very difficult. And there's a very big parliamentary Labour Party, all of whose constituents will be saying, you know, we need this to happen in our hospital, we need this to happen in our schools, childcare's a problem, you know, we need our high streets sorted out, our council has been starved of funds for years. But one of the things that all of those MPs will know is that the reason they are in is because Keir Starmer has done that remarkable feat of leadership. So he's in a very strong position to exercise leadership over them. And I think it will be a little while before we see a revolt because they owe him big time.
I think it's I mean, he's kept the Labour Party together. It has been described as the Ming Vase strategy. So it's very risk-averse, just carefully plodding away through the 6 weeks, watching Ed Davies splashing around in water and Rishi doing whatever he's been doing, and these kind of things. So it's a very different approach. And that won't really survive in government. He's going to have to be, because he's going to be scrutinised in a very, very different way. For me, I'm going the other side. I'm working in a start-up company now, so I'm going to be looking not just for that macro, but I'm going to be looking for people in the Labour Parliamentary Party who have got a real sense of businesses and start-ups and the micro, the individuals that reward, how you reward risk, how you reward entrepreneurship, and therefore drive that kind of investment in, because that's the kind of business that will give us the growth we need in this country.
We've had a couple more new appointments to the Cabinet confirmed, another 4 confirmed. Let's just take you through them now, if we can. Liz Kendall has become the new Work and Pensions Secretary. Liz Kendall there, new Work and Pensions Secretary. She was shadowing the brief, of course. She has been an advisor in the 1997 Blair government, ran for the leadership herself, although she came last to you, to Harriet Harman.
Yes.
There you go.
Last time she was walking down Downing Street is when I was being appointed, she was my advisor. But she'll be excellent. But she's got one of the toughest roles because there's so much pressure building up in that brief. But she's tough.
She's a tough one. I love it. A bit of insight there from her old boss, Harriet Harman. Liz Kendall there. Jonathan Reynolds has been appointed as the Business and Trade Secretary as well, often on the media rounds. Jonathan Reynolds, the new Business Secretary. Peter Kyle is the new Science, Innovation and Technology Secretary. Peter Kyle there, appointed to that brief. And the new Transport Secretary, youngest member of the Cabinet, I believe, Louise Haigh is the new Transport Secretary. A big Arctic Monkeys fan, as befits a Sheffield MP as well. Louise Haigh there. Adam, what do you make of the new
Well, that's all going with the briefs which they held before. I think we've just about recognised the pattern now.
Yeah, I know. There's no surprises.
What's going? But I mean, it is pretty remarkable. Here we are, 5 o'clock, so less than 24 hours after the polls closed, and we've effectively got a 20-plus person cabinet already appointed and going into their departments. I mean, I think that is the message which Keir Starmer wants to send out. We're ready for this, we're prepared for this, and we're going to do it in an orderly fashion. We shall see whether it's sustained.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? The kind of, I guess the early messages he wants to send out is nothing radical, nothing reforming, stability and professionalism, I guess, and that's what he's done.
And I think Adam's right about the kind of speed. He wants to show he's not lolling around triumphalist, sipping the champagne. He's getting on with the difficult work. And I think, not that there's a competition, but I actually think Tony Blair did his cabinet after the 1997 landslide on the Saturday. So I think Keir has got to work even faster. And as I say, the fact that they've gone in and out so quickly is there's no negotiation. He's just telling them, this is what you're going to do. And they know that he's got that authority and that leadership.
As I say, Blair had to contend with the elected shadow cabinet and all of that, which is now gone in the Labour Party.
We can see Wes Streeting we were going to take you to the Wes Streeting, but he's absolutely stormed through Downing Street. He's now walking under the arches on his way to the Foreign Office. Wes Streeting there, the new Health Secretary. They all look very happy, don't
He's got to get his steps up if he's Health Secretary. But, I mean, but you're talking about the no negotiations. I was talking to Peter Carl just a couple of months ago, before the election was called, because I was a technology minister, and obviously he was shadowing that brief. And he had a very clear view of how he was going to work with the Keir Starmer's missions in that technology brief, how he might sort of work it through. We didn't share the details with me. But obviously there's been some deep thought in that process. So it should be a smooth transition. I don't think it's a surprise, but
he's got a business background, hasn't he?
Yes, I believe he did.
Although he seems
Peter Carl,
too young to have had any background at all. But apparently he's got
one of the two
background.
people in this new cabinet with a PhD. I think the other one's Rachel Reeves. I'm not sure. He's highly academic. He's a very interesting person because he left school with no qualifications. Actually worked for Anita Roddick at the Body Shop. She said to him, "You're a bright young man," and he then went back to the school he'd attended as a boy, as an adult, got his A-levels, got into university, and then worked. He's worked particularly strongly in the charity sector, foreign aid, and all the rest of it.
But he's going to have to do the strategy on AI because we need our productivity boosted. AI is going to be fundamental to that. We need our public services to be much more productive, and again, AI is there. So he's got to have the strategy which both regulates it but also ensures it's.
Well, he is a very sharp person, and of course a very close ally of Wes Streeting as well. So, it's too early to do all this, but if you're thinking about the next generation of Labour leadership, Peter Carl is certainly one of those people, along with Wes.
But I think he's got something to build on, because actually what I found when I was technology minister, that the opposition that was coming across the dispatch box for me was, can you please do more of the same and do it faster? So I didn't see, apart from some bits around online safety, I don't think see big ideological divides. So therefore he'll step into a department actually that's on the right rhythm for him to make whatever changes he needs.
And of course they need that growth, don't they? Because the whole of Labour's strategy depends on getting growth up.
And if you want growth quickly, technology is where it's at.
But you've got to have a better way of regulating it. We can't regulate the way we did the online safety bill, where David Cameron announced it in 2013. It didn't come through till 2023. The House of Commons has got to change. I reckon they've got to power up the select committees, have concentration of expertise, and delegate powers to those committees to do the regulations, so that the House actually lets go. And then they can do it at pace.
Yeah, online safety bill should have been done 15 years ago, frankly, and that's why we need to be ahead of.
But it's the processes in the House of Commons that held it back. So they've got to change those processes.
Yeah, I think, it's also the fundamental difference about freedom of speech. But yes, it's AI. I think we're slightly ahead of the game because we're teaching the regulators how to regulate their sectors. It's outcomes, not the technologies themselves.
We're looking at live pictures of Downing Street, where Sir Keir Starmer has been rattling through his reshuffle. That is Bridget Phillipson there, the new Education Secretary. a little smile on her face as, of course, she has been appointed.
Another one of those people who came from a family on free school meals. Her mother couldn't even afford to buy her a coat to go to school. Her neighbour saw her going to school without a coat, and bought one for her, and yet she went to Oxford. People from, you know, very disadvantaged backgrounds, but very, very bright. You know, not born to privilege, but just by, you know, really by their own merit have got there.
We've been looking as well, Adam, at some of the pictures of Sir Keir Starmer going into number 10 for the first time, the flag waving, shaking the hands of some of his supporters. You can see him there, a couple of hugs. He's there with his wife, Victoria. Does it remind you of Tony Blair?
Yeah, I mean, it does look like when New Labour came in, they had people on both sides of the road. I think in that case, they actually had Union Jack flags. This time around, they've got Union Jack umbrellas. Although, it does have to be said, I mean, Harriet will remember this, it is a completely different mood.
Yeah, it's more low-key because of the seriousness of the background circumstances.
Yeah, there was a great mood of optimism, I think, in 1997, and I have to say less animus towards John Major than there has been towards the outgoing Conservative government now.
Yeah, it's a different mood, as you say, but at the same time it does feel like a historic day for the Labour Party. I mean, that shot there, Keir Starmer, Labour leader, on the steps of number 10. I mean, you can see it in his face. It's almost as if like a weight has been lifted off his shoulders. Now he's got that Ming vase over the line,
I
but
think
it does
that'll
feel
be a fleeting feeling because he's going to have a big weight on his shoulders once he walks through that door.
I mean, also one big difference. I think Tony was right in saying Tony Blair was the first Prime Minister for a long time to have school-aged children. Blair's took the decision, you remember there was that famous pose on the doorstep. The Starmers have decided that they're not even disclosing the names of their son and daughter. They're not there for this big moment. So times have changed, I think, partly because of the way social media has changed.
And he said that's his big worry as well, hasn't he, about protecting his children and his family.
Yeah. And presumably he's got to get through this reshuffle quite quickly because he's knocking off at 6 o'clock. It's Friday. So spending a bit of time with his family.
Right, thank you very much indeed. Let's go to Sam Coates, shall we? Sam Coates, is there any more movement on Downing Street, or are things starting to enter a bit of a quieter period?
So we've had a little bit of toing and froing in Downing Street. Coming out of the Downing Street door behind me, we had Bridget Phillipson. I asked her whether she was pleased to be Education Secretary. She was beaming. Quite frankly, sometimes she can come across as a slightly austere figure. Not at all today. She said yes, she was clearly very happy indeed. We are in the very final stages, almost the tidying up stages of this set of cabinet appointments, reshuffle, if you compare it to the shadow team that Keir Starmer had. We haven't seen any of Nick Thomas-Symonds, who we were expecting to kind of do the Europe renegotiation on behalf of Keir Starmer. Maybe he'll do that, but not from inside cabinet. Emily Thornberry, she's another mystery. She was Shadow Attorney General. And Ellie Reeves was expected to have some kind of promotion. She was one of the deputy campaign figures, but we haven't heard of her. But, Sophie, when we get things wrong, we have to correct them. And I do have to correct something. Earlier, I thought we saw in the distance Roy Kennedy, Lord Kennedy, the Chief Whip for Labour in the Lords. It was quite a long way away. My eyesight wasn't what it was. Turns out it was our very own Mark Austin. Don't think he's about to be Chief Whip in the Lords.
Sam, I can't believe that. It did make a bit more sense, I suppose, that Mark Austin, although he's a very upstanding presenter, obviously would have had to go through Downing Street security.
Mark Austin off stage has just said he'd be a very good Chief Whip. Clearly he thinks he's a disciplinarian. Others might beg to differ.
We couldn't possibly comment on that. Thank you very much. Mark Austin will, of course, be with us here from 5 p.m. So good to see that he's... I think I'm going to see him in that picture, actually, getting ready after making his way through Downing Street security, being mistaken for Roy Kennedy. Apologies to all involved. Right, here is a reminder of what we do know. Let's look through some of the cabinet appointments so far. It's been a busy afternoon in Downing Street. Angela Rayner, appointed as the Secretary of State for Levelling Up. She's also the Deputy Prime Minister, the very first person through that door. Rachel Reeves, meanwhile, has become the UK's first ever female Chancellor, the first time a woman has been appointed to that role in its 800-year history. David Lammy, confirmed as the Foreign Secretary. David Lammy there, the new Foreign Secretary. Pat McFadden, perhaps the most influential politician you've never heard of. He is the new Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, a key member, we expect, of the Quad around the new Prime Minister. And Yvette Cooper has become Home Secretary. We, of course, heard her giving a short statement as she made her way into her new department. John Healey has been appointed as the Defence Secretary. All of these jobs, I should say, direct transfers over from the Shadow Cabinet. Shabana Mahmood has become the Justice Secretary, and Wes Streeting, the new Health and Social Care Secretary. Both of those two, there was a few wobbles about whether they would hang on to their seats. They have. They are now in the Cabinet. Bridget Phillipson has become the new Education Secretary, a role that she has been shadowing. She is now the new Education Secretary. And Ed Miliband, former leader himself, of course, of the Labour Party, he's finally made it into number 10, this time as part of the Cabinet. He is the new Secretary of State for Energy Security and Net Zero. Liz Kendall is the new Work and Pensions Secretary. Liz Kendall, former leadership candidate herself, she's the new Work and Pensions Secretary. Meanwhile, Jonathan Reynolds has been appointed as the Business and Trade Secretary. Peter Carr, the MP for Hove, is the new Science, Innovation and Technology Secretary. And the new Transport Secretary is Louise Haigh. Lou Haigh, the new Transport Secretary, the youngest member of the Cabinet. Whew, there we go. The new Cabinet. Sir Keir Starmer has not hung around. It's not even 5 p.m. yet. And those are all the appointments officially made to the Cabinet. There's a clutch of people who are also in number 10. So he really is rattling through the appointments. A couple of very brief final reflections from you. Harriet, what's your main takeaway of the day?
Well, we've got a fantastic cabinet, but we've also got a whole load of MPs elected, and within the Parliament there is a record number of women MPs across all the parties except for Reform, 267, and I'm hoping they're going to get together in a women's caucus and make sure all the things that women haven't got at the moment are delivered by this new government. Governments don't like, you know, cross-party groups telling them what to do, but it would be a thoroughly good thing in this instance. Keir Starmer says country before party. I hope the women will say gender before party.
Where do you stand on removing the urinal in the Chancellor's private bathroom? Apparently this has become an issue.
Do you know, that's something I had no idea about. Can you give me a moment to think about that?
I'll be honest, we're entering our kind of final wrap-up of the day. This is not where I expected the conversation to go, Adam.
I'm not sure if that's in the first 100-day plan, is it?
But
you never know.
It's actively under discussion.
I remember reading about that. But look, clearly they've got to also start on the process of the junior ministers as well. So the cabinet ministers will have a lot. They will know what they want to be doing. They've had Keir Starmer's instructions of how he sees them doing, but they will go in for their first day briefings. It'll be interesting now to see what the Conservatives are doing, how they're going to be putting together a shadow cabinet and shadow ministers with a lot of new MPs coming in as well.
Yeah, it's true, isn't it?
Do they have to do that before they choose their new leader?
They don't have to do that, but they'll want to get a sense of direction, I suspect.
Adam, it's been a historic day, hasn't it?
Yeah, amazing. I mean, we don't get changes from left to right or right to left more often than about once every 14, 15 years. And that has been one of those watershed elections when this has taken place. It's also, records have been broken all over the place in terms of worst performance by the Conservatives, but also records broken in terms of, other than the main parties, the biggest percentage of the vote so far. That is reflected in Reform getting its first MPs, the Greens getting 4 MPs, and the return of the Liberal Democrats. I mean, you know, it's a completely different political map now. Extraordinary
day, a front row seat, really, on the history books here. Record-breaking for the Conservatives for all the wrong reasons, a worst ever seat loss, and, of course, Sir Keir Starmer making history as well as he enters number 10 as Prime Minister and appoints his cabinet. Thank you for sticking with us here on Sky News. We're going to be crossing to Mark Austin in a minute, but first let's look back at a historic day. It's one in which the makeup of the country's politics has drastically changed, as we've been discussing. A new Prime Minister in number 10, who along with his new cabinet has promised to rebuild trust in politics and restore hope to the nation. Let's take a look back now at some of the big moments of the day.
I am sorry. I have given this job my all. but you have sent a clear signal that the government of the United Kingdom must change. I will step down as party leader.
He's just entered history as the man who led Britain's most successful political party to its worst ever loss of seats.
We did it!
Liz Truss, the former Prime Minister, the shortest ever serving Prime Minister, is out of Parliament.
Shapps, gone. Mordaunt, gone. Keegan, gone. Hart, gone. Fraser, gone. Mercer, gone.
Rees-Mogg, Conservative Party candidate, 15,400.
Goodbye, Mr. Rees-Mogg.
Bristol, you made history today.
It is grim, it is miserable, it is a complete disaster for John Swinney's party.
Boring! Well, this is good preparation for the House of Commons, I suppose. Any more for any more?
Trust is a very precious commodity. And I want to thank people for trusting us again.
This is an historic meeting. Here comes the new Prime Minister.
Our country has voted decisively for change, for national renewal and a return of politics to public service. This lack of trust can only be healed by actions, not words. I know that. Our work is urgent, and we begin it today. Thank you very much.
It's 5 o'clock. I'm Mark Austin. This is Election Live from Downing Street on a historic day. Labour wins a landslide victory and Keir Starmer becomes the country's new Prime Minister. A rapturous welcome from Labour supporters in Downing Street as he promises a government of service.
Whether you voted Labour or not, in fact, especially if you did not, I say to you directly, my government will serve you.
Earlier, a trip to see the King, Sir Keir went to Buckingham Palace to be formally appointed Prime Minister. From Rishi Sunak, an apology as the Conservatives suffer their biggest losses in history.
I am sorry. I have given this job my all. But you have sent a clear signal that the government of the United Kingdom must change.
Farewell to Downing Street. Rishi Sunak confirms he'll soon step down as Conservative leader. A new cabinet for a new era with Angela Rayner as Deputy Prime Minister, Rachel Reeves as the first female Chancellor, David Lammy, Foreign Secretary, and Yvette Cooper, the Home Secretary. Former Prime Minister Liz Truss, one of the biggest casualties of the night as 11 cabinet ministers lose their seats. Sir Ed Davies celebrates as the Liberal Democrats win a record number of seats.
Boring. Boring.
Reform leader Nigel Farage is heckled by protesters as he wins a seat in Parliament on his 8th attempt. Boring. In Scotland, the SNP loses 38 seats. Leader John Swinney says it's very difficult and damaging. We're live in Downing Street on a big day in the politics of this country as a new Labour government gets down to business. So good evening then from Downing Street on a momentous day, a day of seismic political upheaval and a landslide victory for Labour. Sir Keir Starmer stood right here at lunchtime and addressed the nation for the first time as Prime Minister. Our work is urgent and we begin it today, he said. Earlier, Rishi Sunak stood in the same spot and said sorry after the Conservatives suffered their biggest losses in history. He confirmed his intention to step down as party leader. Over the next 2 hours, we'll look back on a historic day, examine the challenges facing the government as the new cabinet is formed, and we'll ask what next for the Conservatives. We'll also reflect on a good night for the Lib Dems and reform and big losses for the SNP. First off, let's take a look at the numbers with just 2 results still to come in. Labour have won 412 seats, more than doubling the 202 they won in 2019. The Conservatives are on 121. That's only around a third of the 365 seats they won under Boris Johnson. A big night for the Liberal Democrats, who are on 71, up from just 11 at the last election, but a disastrous night for the SNP. They're on 9. They won 48 in 2019. Reform are on 4, their first ever seats, including victory for Nigel Farage at the 8th attempt. Plaid Cymru 4, and the Greens also on 4. Our first report this evening comes from our home editor, Jason Farrell.
The sun broke out as the new occupants of number 10 arrived on Britain's most famous street. The welcome was warm for Keir and Victoria Starmer. His first words, a tribute to the man who'd just departed.
I want to thank the outgoing Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak. His achievement as the first British Asian Prime Minister of our country, the extra effort that will have required should not be underestimated by anyone. And we pay tribute to that today. And we also recognise the dedication and hard work he brought to his leadership. But now our country has voted decisively for change, whether you voted Labour or not. In fact, especially if you did not, I say to you directly, my government will serve you. Our work is urgent, and we begin it today. Thank you very much.
His triumph is both historic and strange. The first Labour Prime Minister in 14 years enters Downing Street with a thumping majority, but his landslide lacked lustre, secured with fewer votes than Jeremy Corbyn got in 2019. It happened because the Conservatives experienced their worst ever defeat. Leaving his post earlier under more leaden skies, Rishi Sunak was heavy with humility.
To the country, I would like to say first and foremost, I am sorry. I have given this job my all, but you have sent a clear signal that the government of the United Kingdom must change, and yours is the only judgment that matters. Whilst he has been my political opponent, Sir Keir Starmer will shortly become our Prime Minister. In this job, his successes will be all our successors, and I wish him and his family well. Whatever our disagreements in this campaign, he is a decent, public-spirited man who I respect.
Both leaders gracious in victory and defeat. It was a very British exchange of power. Mr. Sunak will stand down as Tory leader once the arrangements for his successor are in place. He headed to the palace to resign, ahead of Keir Starmer being commissioned to form a government by the King. This momentous day came after an extraordinary night. 12 cabinet ministers unseated, and Liz Truss, ousted as Prime Minister after 45 days, now rejected by her constituents, losing one of the safest Tory seats in Britain. The Conservative nightmare complete as their long-time tormentor Nigel Farage has become an MP. Heckled by a series of protesters, but his party reform got 4 million votes, although, due to the electoral system, only a handful of seats to show for it.
It is very much my view that our outdated, first-past-the-post electoral system is not fit for purpose, and we will campaign with anyone and everyone to change this electoral system.
With fewer votes than Reform, the Lib Dems obtained vastly more seats. It was a night of sweet success for Ed Davey, and a morning of sober reflection.
Trust is a very precious commodity. It's hard won. And sometimes you've lost it, you lose it. And you have to work very hard to win it back. And I want to thank people for trusting us again. We will not let you down.
The Scottish nationalists lost big as Labour rebuilt its red wall north of the border, while the Greens picked up a record 4 seats. This afternoon we saw the procession of new faces of government walking up Downing Street. A female Deputy Prime Minister in Angela Rayner, a female Home Secretary in Yvette Cooper, and the first ever female Chancellor, Rachel Reeves. It is a dramatic changing of the guard, with a party whose big promise is to change Britain. Jason Farrell, Sky News.
Well, over the last couple of hours, the new Prime Minister has been putting his first cabinet together. John Craig is with me here, so a new Prime Minister, a new cabinet. Any surprises?
No. And what was surprising, I suppose the only surprise was how quick it was. I mean, you and I have stood here many times on the days of cabinet reshuffles. Quite often, there's a hold-up because Minister A does say, I'm not doing that job, and that holds it all up, or somebody flounces out of the cabinet or whatever. All really, really smooth. So all the people who've been shadowing their various portfolios over the last year or two have all got the same jobs. Now, one or two vacancies still, because Thangham Debonair lost in Bristol to the Green Party.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to stop you because I missed out a graphic which would explain to people who had got what job. So let's do that first before we start talking about it. So Angela Rayner has been appointed as the Secretary of State for Levelling Up and Deputy Prime Minister. Rachel Reeves is the UK's first ever female Chancellor. David Lammy is confirmed as Foreign Secretary. Pat McFadden is the new Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, and Yvette Cooper has become Home Secretary. John Healey has been appointed as Defence Secretary. Shabana Mahmood is Justice Secretary. Wes Streeting, Health Secretary and Social Care Minister. Bridget Phillipson becomes the Education Secretary. Ed Miliband has been appointed the Secretary of State for Energy Security and Net Zero. Liz Kendall MP has become the new Work and Pension Secretary. Meanwhile, Jonathan Reynolds has been appointed the Business and Trade Secretary. Peter Kyle is the new Science, Innovation and Technology Secretary, and the new Transport Secretary is Louise Haigh. Right, back where we were, John Craig. No surprises there.
No surprises at all. I was just about to say there is a vacancy to be filled because Thangham Debonair lost her seat in Bristol. So the job of culture, media and sport, that has got to be filled. Could it perhaps be Chris Bryant, who is number 2 on the shadow front bench in that job? Been around a long time, experienced parliamentarian. Lucy Powell, I believe, is inside or has been inside. She used to do that culture brief, but she then became shadow leader of the House. I'm told there are still something like up to 5 people still to walk up the street. The last few we've seen leaving have had broad grins on their faces. Talk about happy, delighted people. Louise Haigh, Transport, Peter Kyle, Science, and Jonathan Reynolds, Business, as you've said. Can I just bring you a bit of breaking news?
Which is the Reform news?
Yes, 5th MP.
Yes.
This is the Basildon and East Thurrock seat in Essex. So Essex has proved to be quite fertile ground because they've already got Clacton. Now they've got that Basildon seat as well. That is a defeat, I think I'm right in saying, for Stephen Metcalfe, who had been the Conservative MP there. So we await the numbers there, but a 5th MP for Reform, it sounds like.
But we're talking about the speed.
Yes.
I mean, it was almost
speed
like
dating.
Sort of cabinet speed dating. Speed dating.
Or perhaps, you know, there must have been a queue in there at one point, like a dentist waiting room.
He knew exactly what he was going to do.
Yes.
So, I mean, that's
yes.
I mean, Angela Rayner's interesting, this levelling up job.
Yes. Well, she has been doing that, but the other key thing for Angela Rayner, of course, which could be contentious, is this big programme on workers' rights, which she's been developing. That's led to big business complaining they don't like it, and it's led to senior trade union leaders like Sharon Graham of Unite saying, don't you dare water down those proposals. Can I just say something about Rachel Reeves, because she is the first woman Chancellor, and she has made a point today of talking about being the first woman Chancellor and how important that is, and saying that there's no limit on the ambitions of young girls when a woman can become Chancellor. It is quite historic. I mean, I can remember back in when John Major was Prime Minister, there was some talk Gillian Shepherd might become the first woman Chancellor. That never happened. But she is a real trailblazer now, Rachel Reeves. The first woman Chancellor of the Exchequer. There have even been stories about how they are changing the Prime Minister's private loo into a ladies' loo.
Let's have a look at this Reform result, if we can. And there it is, Basildon South and Thurrock, 12,000, very close, very close.
I think there was a recount there, at least one recount, wasn't there? Yeah,
they've got it, and that's a fifth seat for
fifth seat for them. So that's Mr. Farage, Richard Tice, Lee Anderson in his seat of Ashfield, Rupert Lowe, former Southampton Football Club chairman in East Anglia, and now a fifth. So Mr. Farage will be delighted about that. Five MPs, so he's got one more than the Greens now. They've got 4. 2 results still outstanding. There's one up in Scotland. In fact, no, sorry, there's only one now, isn't there? Because we got Basildon now. So there's one up in Scotland, Inverness, the Inverness seat. Apparently there's all sorts of a muddle over the numbers. We won't hear that one till Monday.
All right, we'll talk again
tomorrow, Saturday.
We'll talk again in just a moment. Let's look now, though, at the story of the election night through the numbers. Our political correspondent, Ali Fortescue, has the latest analysis of the results for us.
Hello, good afternoon. Yeah, we are basically there, aren't we? We've had all the exit polls, but this is it. We have all but one of the seats declared. I think that last one is Inverness in Scotland. And as you can see, Mark, I mean, just to recap, completely different map of the country. You used to be able to walk on Tory blue from the northwest to the northeast in that new blue wall that Boris Johnson created. No more can you do that. This is a sea of red, really. And, of course, the Lib Dem resurgence down here, taking seats off the Conservatives as well and actually eating into the Labour vote in some parts of the country. And, of course, Scotland, which has been a really good night for the Labour Party and a devastating night for the SNP. The Labour Party, remember last time in 2019, only won 1 seat here. Now they've got nearly 40. So that's a kind of overall picture. And I'll just show you this. Look, that's a line Labour needed to get over, way over there with that big majority. Here you go. Slightly more, actually, than the exit poll predicted, I think. 412 seats. Not quite as many as Tony Blair. But this really is the kind of historic moment. It's the collapse of the Conservatives. We haven't seen anything like that since the 1830s, when the Conservative Party became more like what it is now and the whole system was reformed. So it really is a bad result. Worth saying, some predictions had them under 100 seats, but this is definitely not a good night, whatever way you look at it, for the former Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak. But I want to show you this, because this is something very interesting that we've been talking about a lot today. And this is when you look at the vote share versus the number of seats, because it's been a very efficient Labour campaign. And that contrasts with some of the past recent Labour campaigns. They've obviously done very well in terms of the number of seats. But when you actually look at the share, it is not as good. And if you actually look at the number of votes cast, partly because of turnout, they didn't get as many votes as Jeremy Corbyn did in 2019 or in 2017 in terms of actual individual votes. So there is an interesting story under the surface here when it comes to the Labour Party. And, of course, look at Reform as well. 14% in terms of the vote share. But they've now got 5 seats now after the latest edition. So will that undoubtedly, I'm sure, in the Reform Party will spur conversations about the way the two-party system works. But let's have a look, because obviously with these sorts of results, you get a whole new Conservative Party. And we've shown you this today, but I'm going to show you again, because this is the Cabinet, and these are the big names that have lost their seats. Penny Mordaunt, perhaps the biggest moment of the night. She was seen as a clear contender to be the new leader of the Conservative Party. She has lost in Portsmouth North.
Well, the Conservative Party now has to pick itself up and work out how it wants to shape itself as the official opposition, with a new leader to be chosen to replace Rishi Sunak. Our deputy political editor, Sam Coates, looks at what the future might look like for the Tories.
A brutal verdict on 14 years of Conservative government. How do you describe a collapse this stark?
A devastating result.
A battering.
Very bad result.
A crushing defeat.
An awful night. I mean, it's dreadful.
250 seats lost, a record. 12 cabinet ministers gone, another record. Among them, the Defence Secretary, blaming the Tory party soap opera.
Today, voters have simply said, if you can't agree with each other, then we can't agree to vote for you.
and an ex-Prime Minister, who many in her party blame for this hammering, ousted too. Liz Truss leaving the stage after the biggest swing from Tory to Labour in a single seat ever. Just 24% of voters backed the Conservatives, the lowest share in the party's 200-year history. A damning public rejection. The Conservative Party, Britain's most successful election-fighting machine, now raking over its worst ever defeat. Who takes them forward and in what direction isn't clear, but there are at least two very different visions for the future. Nigel Farage's Reform Party accelerated this Conservative collapse.
21,225.
How to get back those voters is a question that will dominate the leadership election to come. Ex-Home Secretary Suella Braverman has said her party should welcome Nigel Farage. Her victory speech sounded like a pitch to lead.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry that my party didn't listen to you. The Conservative Party has let you down, and I will do everything in my power to rebuild trust. We need to listen to you.
Ed Davies' Lib Dems a threat pulling the party in the opposite direction. They've claimed dozens of wins in traditional Tory heartlands and already driving some top Tories to make the case for moderation.
It's not just about moving, it's about making sure that we are a broad-based party. It would be wrong for us to believe that we can just apply or promote simple, thin and I think impractical solutions for the challenges that we face both here as a country and globally.
Conservative headquarters, reeling from a calamitous campaign, now has a party leadership race to organise. Rishi Sunak says he'll stay on for a short time. The first decision is how quickly his replacement should be chosen. Senior figures are calling for patience.
What do you think should happen today, tomorrow, over the next few weeks?
Well, I know what I would like. I would like the Prime Minister, he's still the Prime Minister for the next few hours, to stay on and say that we're going to have a proper think about this and there will be a new leader of the Conservative Party late in this year or perhaps early into next year. A precipitous leadership contest would be absolutely toxic.
However long it takes to choose the next Conservative leader and whatever approach they take, the road back to Downing Street now looks further than many could have imagined. Sam Coates, Sky News, Westminster.
So let's take a look at some of the potential contenders to replace Rishi Sunak as leader of the Conservatives. The former Minister for Women and Equalities, Kemi Badenoch, is the current bookies' favourite to be the next Tory leader. Suella Braverman is expected to also be in the running as she remains pretty popular with the Tory base, having served as Education Secretary, Foreign Secretary and Home Secretary. James Cleverly is one of the Cabinet's more experienced pairs of hands and is expected to throw his hat into the ring for the race. Priti Patel, who has been tipped as a grassroots favourite, will also likely stand for the Tory leadership. And there's also potentially former Immigration Minister Robert Jenrick. Let's bring in my guests this hour, Anne McElvoy, host of the Power Play podcast for Politico, and Rachel Sylvester, columnist for The Times. So much for a summer election. Here we are. Rachel,
brothers.
Yeah, your thoughts this evening? I mean, it was a stunning night.
For Labour and for the Tories in the bad way, extraordinary. But you have to remember that for those 65% of seats, Keir Starmer only won 34% of the vote. So it's quite a fragile majority. And I think you sense that he understood that in his speech outside Downing Street here, when he talked about, winning the trust of the whole country, not just people who voted for him. And he talked about the importance of restoring the reputation of politics, governing without doctrine, unburdened by doctrine, he said. Very dramatic night, but also slightly less solid than it might look.
Because it's a shallower mandate than it seems by the number of
exactly.
seats. Yeah.
Although, you know, the number of MPs really matters, and he's got the MPs he needs to do what he wants. The question now is, what does he want to do with that majority? So we had the Ming vase strategy, he got it across the slippery floor, but now what flowers is he going to put into it?
Okay, we need to stop that, don't we? Anne, what did you make of the night?
Well, as Rachel was saying, it's clearly a very good result for Keir Starmer. I do think that you can perhaps niggle too much about that point. That, you know, vote share, given what's happened, given that search for reform, given the very, very strong result there for the Liberal Democrats, what we've seen is a lot of tactical voting. So you are going to get that distribution where maybe your mandate is shallower in terms of percentage. I do think that in the system you have, that once you get that majority in the Commons, people move on from this exciting day in the rain here, the day after the election. It matters what you do and what use you then make of that mandate. I thought Keir Starmer in his messaging today was extremely good actually at reaching out to people who hadn't voted for him. A lot of people think of Keir Starmer as quite a stolid but, you know, classic Labour lawyer, and I think he was trying to get away from that today. And he said, I liked it when he paused and said, especially if you didn't vote for me. Now the difficulty will be, can he really make good on that? How easy is it when he talks about politics treading more lightly on our lives at the same time as saying, I'm going to get a lot done? Because once you start to do things, you do tend to divide people again. That will be really interesting to watch in these early days and weeks, how he sets the course.
Rachel, we're going to talk about the Tories a little later in the programme, but the Cabinet, what do you make of the Cabinet? I mean, pretty much expected, but he's getting on with it, isn't he?
Yeah, it's done very quickly. The deliberate contrast with the sort of chaos of recent months and years. The same team appointed has been there in the shadow form, so it's no drama. Starmer getting on with his top team as expected, you know, very quickly appointed. And the first female chancellor, that's a big moment. The second female Muslim cabinet minister. The Treasury are desperately going around looking at whether they need to redo the loo in the, you know, in the Chancellor's office to remove the urinal, because we've never had a woman in that job before. And I think it's really interesting what perspective Rachel Reeves will bring. I interviewed her about it, and she talked about, you know, having different priorities, you know, fewer high-vis jackets with infrastructure projects and more understanding that childcare is just as important to getting the economy going.
Yes, and Angela Rayner, I mean, it's quite a broad remit, isn't it?
Yeah, that is a broad remit, and I think that was something she felt was her due. Keir Starmer was happy to give it to her. She's, of course, enormously popular with the Labour grassroots. She's probably a bit more of a Marmite figure for those. If Keir Starmer's reaching across the aisle, I wouldn't have thought Angela Rayner's probably going to be the diplomat. You know, she's had quite salty views on the moral pros and cons of Conservatives down the years. The interesting thing will be what kind of Deputy Prime Minister is this going to be? You know, is she going to really do that and devote herself to a big cabinet job, or do you sort of go a bit towards the model where you create perhaps more of a Deputy Prime Minister and Prime Minister's office, and they are at the centre of things, and then other ministers are really carrying the day-to-day? I think that is something that will test them. It will certainly test everybody in this government. That we don't yet know how they would organise government. We do know what their priorities are. The delivery mechanisms are a bit vague. You could say it's been a long time since Labour was in power, and times have changed. The way you do things has changed. Where will Angela Rayner fit into that? Yeah. I'll be watching that very keenly.
Yeah, OK, thank you very much for now. We're going to talk about the Tories and wither the Tories a little later. But for now, throughout the election campaign, we've been paying special attention to the voters in Grimsby and Cleethorpes as our target town. Our national correspondent, Tom Parminter, has spent the day there.
A new dawn in what is now Labour's Britain. And this place tells the story of the nation. It illustrates the clamour for something better, where lives are moving forwards, not back. Claire used to be a GP. She now creates art in the sand.
I am excited about it. I think something fresh for everybody is about to begin, and that can only be a good thing. Change always brings something positive.
It is always, in the end, very simple. An X in the box and one big statement of intent.
Because of all the performance with the Conservatives, it really was ridiculous. And we just hope that the Labour Party are for the working class and that they can put into place what they've said.
The Conservatives have been kicked out.
Yeah.
What do you make of it?
Sorted.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Tell me about it. Why?
I'm just glad. They've been in too long. I wanted reform. I didn't even want Labour. I wanted reform to win.
It's been in such a rut, the country, that it's going to take a lot to get out of it. So you kind of just got to go with what's happening and hope for the best, basically.
Labour did win this seat. Reform surged into second. It's a new start, a new government, but the enthusiasm for it all seems somehow to be missing. More than half of the voters in these towns didn't even bother to turn out.
There's no trust in any of them. That was the reason I haven't voted this time. There's no excitement, I don't think, in either of the parties, what anything they have to offer.
Despite the apathy, Labour has redesigned British politics, but there's a lot that needs fixing.
That's amazing. Yeah, that's a lot of skill.
And it's who you voted for yesterday?
Yeah.
What do you think needs to happen now? This is a big moment.
I think the government need to listen to what people want. I think it's important now that they build that relationship back with the wider public, because that's been lost, I think. So I think that's the main thing, listening to what we actually want and what we actually need.
Whether they wanted him or not, Starmer's service of the people starts now. Tom Parmenter, Sky News, Cleethorpes.
Well, the SNP leader John Swinney says his party will do some soul-searching after its support collapsed and Labour made big gains in Scotland. Ashna Huranag has this report.
The SNP's story has been shattered after a cataclysmic collapse, despite their best efforts and distractions. After winning nearly all of the seats in Scotland in 2015, they're now into single digits. The former largest party north of the border has been punished.
The party's just been hit by the Starmer tsunami. I think for everyone looking on at the moment, they'll probably be a little bit surprised at quite how far we've fallen. I certainly am, and I'm devastated by it, and I know all my colleagues will be too.
Voters have called time on a faltering record, a carousel of leaders and an investigation into party finances. What was yellow is now a red resurgence. A remarkable recovery for a party that was almost wiped out almost a decade ago.
Today, we stop the chaos, we turn the page, and we start the hard work of change.
This is an extraordinary comeback after the brutal humiliation of just one Labour MP being elected in 2019 to now just over 30. It's a huge change that very few would have thought possible in just 4 years. The leader here now striking both a celebratory and cautious tone for what lies ahead.
We have very deliberately under-promised in this election because we only wanted to make promises we could keep and only make spending commitments we knew we could afford right now.
The regaining of traditional heartlands was key, like here in Glasgow. They've had plenty of firepower to help, with regular visits from senior figures. All of it manoeuvred by a man we've watched pound the pavements to the polls.
People are talking to us and about us for the first time in a very long time.
There was much talk of the Scottish Conservative leader Douglas Ross. A last-minute U-turn to stand in the election backfired as he lost out. This result for the country is now the backdrop to the Scottish Parliament elections in 2 years' time. After seeing off the SNP, Labour will need to be seen to deliver. Now they're back on familiar ground. Ashna Huranag, Sky News in Glasgow.
Two quick bits of cabinet news. Steve Reid is Environment Secretary. Lisa Nandy is Culture Secretary. Let's get a view from across the nations of the UK. In a moment, we'll hear from David Blevins in Belfast and Dan Whitehead in Cardiff. But first to our Scotland correspondent, Conor Gillis, who is in Glasgow for us this evening. And a difficult day for the SNP. Conor, is independence dead for now?
Well, I think, Mark, what's been surprising today has been the scale of the humiliation for the SNP, the largest political party in Scotland for so many years, as Ashna was saying there. It has been brutal. It has been nothing short of a disaster for John Swinney's party. If we take a step back, what does this mean for the cause of a second Scottish independence referendum? Well, the SNP put independence on page 1, line 1 of their manifesto in this election. Let's remember, just a couple couple of years ago, Nicola Sturgeon was saying this would be the election, that it would be a de facto referendum. And here we are today, the SNP waking up to just 9 seats. Now, we can talk about the post-mortem and all of this, and the SNP being punished after 18 years almost in government, that SNP investigation, police examining their funding and their finances and all the other scandals that the party has been caught up in. But it is really, really difficult to say at the end of all of this that the independence cause has not been damaged. And it's interesting because John Swinney told me just yesterday, or the day before actually, that independence could be delivered within the next 2 to 3 years. How will that be delivered? It looks very uncertain now.
OK, thanks very much
Welcome
indeed.
back
Let's
to
go.
Yes. Welcome to Northern Ireland, another place where the new government will have some heavy lifting to do because the political landscape has dramatically changed. Sinn Féin already held most seats in the local councils and in the Northern Ireland Assembly at Stormont. It's now for the first time won most Northern Ireland seats at Westminster. Not that those seats will be occupied. The party refuses to sit in the British Parliament, refuses to swear an oath of allegiance to the British monarch in opposition to British rule in Northern Ireland. It was a disastrous election for the Democratic Unionists. They lost 3 seats, including Lagan Valley, which their former leader Sir Geoffrey Donaldson had held for nearly 3 decades. And in the biggest shock of all, they lost Ian Paisley Jr. in North Antrim, a seat his late father, the Reverend Ian Paisley, first won back in 1970, so held by the House of Paisley for 54 years. It's worth pointing out that while the DUP lost 3 seats, other Unionists won 3 seats, so the vote share hasn't altered that much. But that won't stop Sinn Féin demanding that Sir Keir Starmer sets a timeline now for a referendum on Irish unity. The party leader, Mary Lou McDonald, is already saying it's time to prepare for a new future together on this island.
Good evening from the Welsh capital, Cardiff. There's been 2 words on the lips of everyone across Wales for the last 12 hours. Total wipeout. No Tory seats from 14 to 0. It's been 23 years since the Conservatives have not had a single MP in Wales, and 14 years since we've had the same government, Labour, at both ends of the Severn Bridge. There were some big scalps for Labour overnight. We saw the former Welsh Secretary, David T.C. Davis, lose his seat in Monmouthshire. Craig Williams, the former Tory MP, embroiled in that betting scandal up in Welshpool, also losing his seat as well. A sea of red across Wales. But we've been drilling down on those numbers today, and there's some interesting statistics. Look at voter turnout in Wales. It has had its biggest fall compared to England and Scotland compared to the 2019 election, down 10%, the number of people actually coming out yesterday to vote. That is significant. And it's not all a bed of roses for Labour either, despite their big wins in constituencies across Wales. In fact, actually, the vote share for Labour in Wales is down compared to the last election. You can put that down to a couple of things. Plaid Cymru having a successful night, winning 4 seats. But you look who came second in Wales. Of the 27 seats of 32 in Wales, which Labour won, in 12 of them, Reform UK came second, and by some of them quite significantly beating the Tories. Not a significant issue at the minute, but fast forward to 2 years' time when the Senedd elections, the Welsh Parliament elections, and Labour will be crunching those numbers and particularly worried. Will that successful night for Reform UK, coming second in many seats, translate and hit Labour's share in the Senedd in a couple of years?
Yeah, OK, Dan, thank you very much indeed. Let's just remind you of those latest cabinet appointments I mentioned just now. Steve Reid has been appointed as the new Environment, Food and Rural Affairs Secretary, and Lisa Nandy has become the new Culture, Media and Sport Secretary. Now, Sir Ed Davey was the party leader who enjoyed himself the most during the election campaign, and he's a happy man today, with the Liberal Democrats winning 71 seats, their highest ever tally. Our political correspondent, Rob Powell, has this report.
After the stunts come the celebrations. The Lib Dem leader euphoric at a more than 6-fold increase in seats, a record number that puts them back as the third party in Westminster.
We will stand up for those millions of people who are desperate for change, who want their health and care systems transformed, who want the economy to grow, but also to make sure it grows in a fair way where people's concerns with the costs of living are actually addressed.
Sir Ed Davey danced, jumped, and slid his way through this campaign. But there was policy too, with a focus on social care, a topic ignored by the other parties, as well as sewage and water quality. And come polling day, the Lib Dem leader had the last laugh. 5 cabinet ministers, including the Justice Secretary, Alex Chalk, were unseated by the party. The Education Secretary, Gillian Keegan, saw her 20,000 majority in Chichester vanish. This constituency has been Conservative held for more than a century, but in the West Sussex city today, anger with the Tory party as well as with the outgoing MP.
This time, I think people had had enough.
Some people would have decided that even if they were Labour supporters, they would have to vote tactically.
They're all a shower, mate.
Did you vote?
No. For what? There's no change. There's no change.
But what about the mix of votes? While they've put on huge numbers of seats, the Lib Dems' share of the overall vote has barely changed since 2019 and actually now trails behind Reform.
Much like Labour, the Lib Dems have piled up support in the right places. They've done that by running a tightly targeted campaign that's capitalised on tactical anti-Tory votes. For a party committed to electoral reform, Ed Davey's crew have got very good at making the current system work for them.
Chichester's new MP says she knows some in the area lent her their vote.
I spoke to a lot of voters on the doorstep who might naturally have been inclined to vote Labour or Green had they lived somewhere else.
But this was a vote more against the Tories than for the Lib Dems, wasn't it?
I think some people might see it like that, but I disagree. I think that we ran a really positive campaign.
Whatever the strategy, it worked. Modern-day changes in how we all decide our vote, returning the Lib Dems to glories of the past. Rob Powell, Sky News in Chichester.
Well, after 14 years in power and 5 prime ministers, it was always going to be a difficult election for the Conservatives to win. I've been looking back at the moments, the missteps, the crises that defined the Tory years. And just a warning, my report contains some flash photography.
In the last 5 years, our country has fought through the most challenging times since the Second World War. Now is the moment for Britain to choose its future.
For Rishi Sunak, it began in the rain and it never got better. A lacklustre campaign from the start.
Hi, everyone!
Offending veterans.
On reflection, that was a mistake, and I apologise.
Alienating voters, dodgy betting, and even failing to win over those whose very instinct is to follow. For the Tories, the game was up.
The question now is, who do you trust?
There was no rain 14 years ago. Rather, it was sunshine in the rose garden, the birth of a new politics, a new bromance even, albeit a manufactured one.
Working together, I know we can take the country through those difficult times to the better times that I believe lie ahead.
It ushered in a decade and a half of Tory dominance, yes, but the soundtrack was one of protest as Cameron's cuts went deep. And it was a dominance also tempered by divisions over Europe. A confident David Cameron gave the people the final say.
I will go to Parliament and propose that the British people decide our future in Europe.
But buoyed by Boris's boosterism, the people said leave.
Let's vote leave, take back control of this country.
Sky News is projecting that the UK has voted out.
The Leave campaign managed to cut through on immigration. And I think the problem for the Remain campaign was it was the very early stages of populism. People hadn't spotted that. They hadn't expected the levels of discontent that were going on. What had happened was millions of people who traditionally don't vote, and pollsters had discounted, had voted.
Cameron was not the first Prime Minister to be haunted by Europe, but certainly the first to be broken by it.
I love this country, and I feel honoured to have served it.
It was Theresa May's misfortune to be tasked with seeing Brexit through. For a Remainer turned ardent Leaver, it was an awkward dance to pull off. Her legacy, one of failure.
Brexit means Brexit, and we're going to make a success of it.
Public humiliation and catastrophic miscalculation.
Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed.
A snap election in 2017 cost her a working majority, and that was pretty much that.
With enormous and enduring gratitude to have had the opportunity to serve the country I love.
Then it was Boris's time, and Get Brexit Done, oven-ready deal and levelling up all forced their way into the national discourse. He won big at his Christmas election. The Tories looked set for years in power.
Mr Corbyn, this is the worst Labour defeat in decades.
Defeated Labour left, licked their wounds, and then a hitherto unknown virus in a little-known city in China changed everything.
I must give the British people a very simple instruction. You must stay at home.
As Britain locked down, Boris Johnson went down with the virus. Mercifully, it did not do for him physically, but politically, there was no way back.
And it was not socially distanced.
Downing Street parties and one particular image of a bereaved queen steadfastly sticking to the rules her prime minister had broken saw to that. Suddenly he was more popular abroad, particularly in Kyiv, where his support was unwavering, than he was at home.
I want you to know how sad I am to be giving up the best job in the world. But them's the breaks.
It all led to the era of Truss, if you can call it an era, a misjudged budget.
I'm not going to cut the additional rate of tax today, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to abolish it altogether.
A collapse in the markets, and before you knew it, the tabloids were having fun. A lettuce outlasted the fourth Conservative Prime Minister in 6 years.
I believe in the British people, and I know that brighter days lie ahead.
Britain became a laughingstock, and public trust in the Tories evaporated.
I think that we've spent so long talking to ourselves often in the party, not talking to the country, that we have got an awful lot of trust to win back.
On reflection, Rishi Sunak, in truth a novice politician, had little chance.
Mr Sunak, can you really unite the party now?
A Tory-weary country to run and a rejuvenated Labour Party to face.
See if he can finally find somebody, anybody, anywhere to vote for him and call a general election now.
Problems to the left for Sunak and problems to the right, as red wall Tories sought refuge in a new party that would eventually be run by a familiar foe.
The reality is for Rishi Sunak, it was probably all over before he started. We'd had the situation of not being able to deal with immigration, Partygate and the mini-budget. It's very hard for any politician to deal with those reverses and come back.
He called his election early, and the rest is history. 14 years of Conservative rule has drawn ignominiously to a close, and one of Britain's great political parties is left to fight for its very existence. And Anne McElvoy and Rachel Sylvester are still with me. Let's talk about the vanquished. What happens now, Rachel, to the Tory party?
Well, remember that some of the leadership contenders potentially aren't even in the House of Commons. You know, people like Penny Mordaunt, Grant Shapps. That shows you the scale of this defeat. And I think the interesting question now is how they respond to the rise of reform, the rise of Nigel Farage, who took so much of their vote. And the real trap for them, I think, would be to try and ape reform and try and integrate with Nigel Farage. I think the danger is that that will become the purity test for the Tory right during this leadership contest. You're already seeing that with Suella Braverman saying Nigel Farage should be welcomed in. And I think that would be a disaster for them. It would be a kind of reverse takeover by Nigel Farage. And they got to remember that they were behind in the polls in every single age group apart from the over 65s. So they've got to think about the future. They've got to think about winning over the electorate, not just talking to themselves.
So does the battle for the soul of the Tory party begin now, do you think?
Oh, I think it's already underway, and I think as well as there's good points about the positioning of the party. One thing I've been writing quite a lot about this is what kind of temperament do you want in this opposition leader? You have to oppose, you're very far behind, but you also need to look deft, you've got to look like you can oppose. But there is an apology that Rishi Sunak has issued to the nation. You also have to show that you know how you want to come back from that. It's probably not going to happen in one leap and a bound. So if you take someone like Kemi Badenoch, I would say she's absolutely out there as the most likely at the moment of the candidates to come through. But there will be temperament questions. There will be some people saying, do you think she's very impressive, very clear, but is she collegiate? Can she bend a little bit? Then at the other end, perhaps you have One Nation as so-called, and what remains of the One Nation wing, James Cleverly, etc., who, as far as we know, doesn't really want to run now. So are some people holding back? I wouldn't, just a dark horse thought, I don't know if it's going to happen, but I watched Jeremy Hunt today. I thought it was a pitch-perfect walkout where we are now, better weather, with his family. He did a very sensitive post last night, very much take it on the chin. He won his seat, so he is there, he can go forward. Would he maybe fancy being that kind of bridge candidate? It is going to be difficult, it is going to be bitter, and Reform are going to set some of the terms. But I think the Conservatives have got to be quite clear that they're looking for a leader. They're not just looking for someone who can deal with reform, and they have to get their mojo back.
Yeah, I mean, we've only got 45 seconds left, but I mean, Jeremy Hunt left with some dignity, didn't he?
Yeah, there was contrast with Liz Truss not even, gracing the stage with a speech. And Rishi Sunak left with dignity, but he didn't leave with the campaign he fought. It was talking about being not divisive, being tolerant and moderate, and that was not the campaign they fought.
Nothing became his job like the leaving of it in a way. It was very generous.
Interesting, and similarly with Jeremy Hunt. But is the party in the mood for that kind of unifying figure?
Yes, probably.
Dignity might be short-lived.
Yes, well, thank you both very much indeed, and I'm sorry it wasn't in a warm studio. But,
in honour of Rishi
stayed reasonably dry. John Craig, who doesn't mind getting wet, obviously, and he's given up his brolly very quickly then. What about the latest cabinet?
In the last few minutes, we have had confirmation from Number 10 of 4 announcements. 4 entirely predictable, and 1 big surprise, the first surprise. So we've just seen Hilary Benn come out. He is Northern Ireland, no surprise there. Ian Murray, Scotland. Joe Stevens, Wales. Steve Reid, Environment, who you've mentioned. But Culture, Media and Sport, we were speculating. Lisa Nandy. Now, she has been bounced around the shadow cabinet, all sorts of jobs over the years. Energy, cabinet office, education, levelling up, international development, culture, media and sport. Well, I asked her, are you happy with that? I got 1 thumbs up, and then we said, really? And we got 2 thumbs up, didn't we? So that is a surprise. Filling the gap, of course, left by Thangham Debonair, who lost her seat to the Greens in Bristol.
Yeah. And just more broadly, where are we with British politics tonight? It's an upheaval, isn't it?
Oh, major upheaval. I mean, it is like 97. The Labour majority is similar, but the big surprise really is that their share of the vote's down at round about 35%. Mr Blair in 97 got 43% of the vote. Normally you'd reckon to win a general election you need about 40%, but Labour have done this with a far less, 35 or so percent.
Yeah.
So it's because, of course, all the smaller parties, the growth of Reform and, of course, a good performance from the Lib Dems.
Yeah, well, you mentioned 97. I mean, there was more money around for Blair then than there is now, and that is a big difference.
Yes, I mean, Labour would say that Ken Clarke bequeathed Gordon Brown quite a good financial legacy. That's not happened now.
Yeah, OK. And John, we'll be with you in the next hour, and thank you both, as I say, very much indeed. We'll have much more from Downing Street in the next hour, but before we return, let's have a look back at some of the big moments on a very big day and the historic night before.
I am sorry. I have given this job my all. But you have sent a clear signal that the government of the United Kingdom must change. I will step down as party leader.
He's just entered history as a man who led Britain's most successful political party to its worst ever loss of seats.
We did it!
Liz Truss, the former Prime Minister, the shortest ever serving Prime Minister, is out of Parliament.
Shapps, gone. Mordaunt, gone. Keegan, gone. Hart, gone. Fraser, gone. Mercer, gone.
Rees-Mogg, Conservative Party candidate, 15,400.
Goodbye, Mr. Rees-Mogg.
Bristol, you made history today.
It is grim, it is miserable, it is a complete disaster for John Swinney's party.
The working class are coming for you, mate.
Well, this is good preparation for the House of Commons, I suppose. Any more for any more?
Actually, yes!
Trust is a very precious commodity. And I want to thank people for trusting us again.
This is an historic meeting. Here comes the new Prime Minister.
Our country has voted decisively for change, for national renewal and a return of politics to public service. This lack of trust can only be healed by actions, not words. I know that. Our work is urgent, and we begin it today. Thank you very much.
It's 6 o'clock. I'm Mark Austin. This is Election Live from Downing Street on an historic day. Labour wins a landslide victory and Keir Starmer becomes the country's new Prime Minister. A rapturous welcome from Labour supporters in Downing Street as he promises a government of service.
Whether you voted Labour or not, in fact, especially if you did not, I say to you directly, my government will serve you.
You must be utterly exhausted and nearly on your knees.
Earlier, a trip to see the King, Sir Keir went to Buckingham Palace to be formally appointed Prime Minister. From Rishi Sunak, an apology as the Conservatives suffer their biggest losses in history.
I am sorry. I have given this job my all. But you have sent a clear signal that the government of the United Kingdom must change.
Farewell to Downing Street. Rishi Sunak confirms he'll soon step down as Conservative leader. A new cabinet for a new era with Angela Rayner as Deputy Prime Minister, Rachel Reeves, the first female Chancellor, David Lammy, Foreign Secretary, and Yvette Cooper, the Home Secretary. Former Prime Minister Liz Truss, one of the biggest casualties of the night, as 11 cabinet ministers lose their seats. Sir Ed Davies celebrates as the Liberal Democrats win a record number of seats.
Boring! Boring!
Reform leader Nigel Farage is heckled by protesters as he wins a seat in Parliament on his 8th attempt. In Scotland, the SNP loses 38 seats. Leader John Swinney says it's very difficult and damaging. We're live in Downing Street on a big day in the politics of this country as a new Labour government gets down to business. All this on the day Sir Keir Starmer becomes the first Labour leader elected Prime Minister at a general election since Tony Blair's landmark victory in 1997. A dramatic turnaround in Labour's fortunes and a truly momentous day at Westminster. Good evening then from Downing Street on this momentous day, a day of seismic political upheaval and a landslide victory for Labour. Sir Keir Starmer stood here at lunchtime and addressed the nation for the first time as Prime Minister. Our work is urgent and we begin it today, he said. Earlier, Rishi Sunak stood in the same spot and said sorry after the Conservatives suffered their biggest losses in history. He confirmed his intention to step down as party leader. Over the next hour, we'll look back on an historic day, examine the challenges facing the government as the new cabinet is formed, and we'll ask what next for the Conservatives. We'll also reflect on a good night for the Lib Dems and for reform and big losses for the SNP. But first off, let's take a look at the numbers with just one result still to come in. Labour have won 412 seats, more than doubling the 202 they won in 2019. The Conservatives are on 121. That's only around a third of the 365 seats they won under Boris Johnson. Big night, as I say, for the Liberal Democrats, who are on 71, up from just 11 at the last election. But a disastrous night for the SNP. They're on 9. They won 48 in 2019. Reform, they're now on 5 following the recount in South Basildon and East Thurrock. Their first ever seats, including victory for Nigel Farage at the 8th attempt. Plaid Cymru have 4 and the Greens are also on 4. Our first report this evening comes from our home editor, Jason Farrell.
The sun broke out as the new occupants of number 10 arrived on Britain's most famous street. The welcome was warm for Keir and Victoria Starmer. His first words, a tribute to the man who'd just departed.
I want to thank the outgoing Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, his achievement as the first British Asian Prime Minister of our country, the extra effort that will have required should not be underestimated by anyone. And we pay tribute to that today. And we also recognise the dedication and hard work he brought to his leadership. But now our country has voted decisively for change, whether you voted Labour or not. In fact, especially if you did not, I say to you directly, my government will serve you. Our work is urgent, and we begin it today. Thank you very much.
His triumph is both historic and strange. The first Labour Prime Minister in 14 years enters Downing Street with a thumping majority, but his landslide lacked lustre, secured with fewer votes than Jeremy Corbyn got in 2019. It happened because the Conservatives experienced their worst ever defeat. Leaving his post earlier under more leaden skies, Rishi Sunak was heavy with humility.
To the country, I would like to say first and foremost, I am sorry. I have given this job my all, but you have sent a clear signal that the government of the United Kingdom must change, and yours is the only judgment that matters. I have heard your anger, your disappointment, and I take responsibility for this loss. Whilst he has been my political opponent, Sir Keir Starmer will shortly become our Prime Minister. In this job, his successes will be all our successes, and I wish him and his family well. Whatever our disagreements in this campaign, he is a decent, public-spirited man who I respect.
Both leaders gracious in victory and defeat. It was a very British exchange of power. Mr. Sunak will stand down as Tory leader once the arrangements for his successor are in place. He headed to the palace to resign.
Sir Keir Starmer, Your Majesty. Your Majesty.
Ahead of Keir Starmer being commissioned to form a government by the King.
And having to get to grips with everything straight away must be quite exhausting.
This momentous day came after an extraordinary night. 12 cabinet ministers unseated, and Liz Truss, ousted as Prime Minister after 45 days, now rejected by her constituents, losing one of the safest Tory seats in Britain. The Conservative nightmare complete as their long-time tormentor Nigel Farage has become an MP. Heckled by a series of protesters.
Boring! Boring!
But his party reform got 4 million votes, although due to the electoral system, only 5 seats to show for it.
It's very much my view that our outdated, first-past-the-post electoral system is not fit for purpose, and we will campaign with anyone and everyone to change this electoral system.
With fewer votes than Reform, the Lib Dems obtained vastly more seats. It was a night of sweet success for Ed Davey, and a morning of sober reflection.
Trust is a very precious commodity. It's hard won. And sometimes you've lost it, you lose it. And you have to work very hard to win it back. And I want to thank people for trusting us again. We will not let you down.
The Scottish nationalists lost big as Labour rebuilt its red wall north of the border, while the Greens picked up a record 4 seats. This afternoon we saw the procession of new faces of government walking up Downing Street, a female Deputy Prime Minister in Angela Rayner, a female Home Secretary in Yvette Cooper, and the first ever female Chancellor, Rachel Reeves. It is a dramatic changing of the guard, with a party whose big promise is to change Britain. Jason Farrell, Sky News.
So over the last couple of hours, the new Prime Minister has been putting his first cabinet together. Angela Rayner has been appointed as the Secretary of State for Levelling Up and Deputy Prime Minister. Rachel Reeves is the UK's first ever female Chancellor. David Lammy is confirmed as Foreign Secretary. Pat McFadden is the new Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. Yvette Cooper is Home Secretary. John Healey has been appointed as Defence Secretary. Shabana Mahmood is the Justice Secretary. Wes Streeting is the new Health and Social Care Minister. Bridget Phillipson becomes the Education Secretary. Ed Miliband, he's been appointed the Secretary of State for Energy Security and Net Zero. Liz Kendall has become the new Work and Pensions Secretary. Jonathan Reynolds has been appointed the Business and Trade Secretary. Peter Kyle is the new Science, Innovation and Technology Secretary. The new Transport Secretary is Louise Haigh. Steve Reed has been appointed as the new Environment, Food and Rural Affairs Secretary. Lisa Nandy has become the new Culture, Media and Sport Secretary. Hilary Benn is the new Northern Ireland Secretary. Ian Murray becomes the Scotland Secretary, and Joe Stevens has been appointed as Wales Secretary. Well, the new Foreign Secretary, David Lammy, has been facing questions in the last few minutes. He's been asked about previous comments he made calling Donald Trump a sociopath.
I will work closely with whomever is in the White House. In the end, the US is a great democracy. In democracies, of course, there is debate and discussion and difference. We've seen that over the last 6 weeks in our own country. But the job of international security, the key partnership role that the UK and the US play, is hugely important. We have between us very important intelligence capabilities that helped us to signal to the world Vladimir Putin's intentions to invade Ukraine. And just recently, you saw the US and UK forces preventing drones dropping on Jordan and on Israel. That is how important our relationship with whoever is in the White House.
David Lammy speaking in the last few moments. The new Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, has also been facing questions. He's been asked how he'll stop the junior doctors' strikes.
The junior doctors have shown a willingness to negotiate and compromise. We're going to sit down and thrash out an agreement to end the strike action, which has now led in total to more than 1 million delayed and cancelled operations, appointments and procedures, and more than £3 billion of public money wasted on paying the price for the previous government's failure. I'm sure we can find a way through. We've seen that in other parts of the United Kingdom, most recently in Labour-led Wales. That's going to take some goodwill and give and take on both sides. That's why one of my first calls today as the new Health and Social Care Secretary was to the junior doctors, invite them into the department early next week so we can get talks up and running and end this dispute.
Our chief political correspondent, John Craig, is with me here. I feel bad about you not having a brolly.
A raincoat.
You've got a raincoat. So the cabinet more or less complete. I mean, things are moving pretty fast.
I think it is complete, actually, now. I've got my Sky News spreadsheet. You know, we love a spreadsheet at Sky News.
Very wet spreadsheet.
Yeah, it is now, yes. Somebody's just about to come out. There's Angela Smith. Well done. That's Angela Smith, Baroness Smith of Basildon, who was MP for Basildon back in the Blair years. She was a junior minister under Mr Blair and Mr Brown. At one stage, she was Gordon Brown's PPS here in Number 10. The last two official announcements from Number 10 were Baroness Smith, Leader of the Lords, and Lucy Powell, Leader of the House of Commons. Now, it's all as expected, with one exception. And of course, they had to fill the vacancy of culture, media and sport because Thangham Debonair lost her seat. And it's gone to Lisa Nandy, which is a surprise. Although I'm told, Pat, that she was quite keen to do the job. She lobbied for it. She certainly gave a thumbs up when I asked her when she came out, and then a double thumbs up. A cynic would say it's the best job in government, freebie tickets to Wimbledon, the opera and all sorts of things, football matches and so on.
But you're no cynic, are you?
No, absolutely not. Yeah. But football regulation, all sorts. It can be a tricky one. Media, so many. I mean, dealing with the media, all those thorny issues about Ofcom regulation, all that sort of stuff. But she gets a government department. She was shadow international development secretary. She had lots of shadow posts over the years, so she got her own department to run. But that is the one surprise.
Right. A quick word on the Tories. I mean, where on earth do they go from here?
Well, they're down to fewer MPs than they had under William Haigh, when William Haigh was the leader back in the late 90s. Leadership election, well, of course, there'll be pressure for them not to rush it, make sure they don't basically choose the wrong leader, which many of them would say they did with Liz Truss. But we still have the system where the members pick the leader. Just to remind everyone, the MPs select a final two, and those two go on to a ballot of the party members. Now, some leadership contenders have gone. Grant Shapps, Penny Mordaunt. So who are we left with? Kemi Badenoch, Suella Braverman, Robert Jenrick. My tip would be James Cleverly. I think he's had a good election campaign. He's a grown-up. He's had several senior cabinet posts, and he's a very affable guy who will get on well with the party membership. But of course, he will be challenged. There will be 3 or 4, probably at least, who put their hat in the ring.
10 seconds, Jeremy Hunt.
Well, do you know, the bookies, I was with Jeremy Hunt last night. Talk about Houdini Hunt. I mean, he won by 891 votes. When the exit poll came in, all the Lib Dems there were saying, "Oh, we're going to get this," but he won. The bookies have drastically shortened the odds on Mr. Hunt today.
Okay, well, we'll watch that, John. Thanks very much indeed. Let's look now at the story of the election night through the numbers. Our political correspondent, Ali Fortescue, has the latest analysis of the results for us.
Hi, Mark. Yeah, historic night in so many different ways and so many stories beneath the surface. But this is a big story here. Look at this. I mean, a completely different map to what we had in 2019, that coalition that Boris Johnson so neatly knitted together, particularly in the Red Wall. Well, now Labour have reclaimed those seats. We've got a resurgent Lib Dem party in the south. In fact, this is a 2019 map. So, yeah, this is the map that Boris Johnson had, and it is completely different now, a sea of red and the Lib Dem seats that have been reclaimed down south. This, I think, if there's one graph that kind of says it all, it is this one, because these are the seats, and this shows you just how efficient and effective the Labour campaign has been. Because look at that, 412 seats. That is one of the best results in terms of seats for the Labour Party ever, right there, up there with Blair's landslide in 1997 and this 1-2-1 for the Conservatives. I mean, that is absolutely historic. We haven't seen anything like that since the 1830s when the whole system changed and the Conservative Party was basically created in the way it is now. But look at this, because this is vote share, and here the picture is very different for the Labour Party because it is not as high. And actually, if you look at the number of votes that were cast, Keir Starmer this time round got less votes than Jeremy Corbyn in 2019 and in 2017 in terms of actual individual votes. That's down to turnout, down to votes going to different parties. So a whole number of things. But this just shows you how well the Labour Party have done in terms of turning votes into actual seats and winning a big majority. The other interesting story here is reform, because you can see the contrast there. 5 seats and 14.3% share of the vote. I'm sure that will prompt conversations about the way the two-party system works and whether it's fair for parties like Reform. I want to just briefly talk to you about this. John Craig talked about it a bit too. This is there was the cabinet, and these are some of the people that have lost their seats. A new face of the Conservative Party. It's not just who's going to be the leader of the party, but it's about the people that are in the party that will make those decisions. We've had the Defence Secretary losing his seat. We've had Johnny Mercer in Plymouth, Moorview Veterans Minister losing his seat. This was interesting. He managed to hold on the former Chancellor. He would have been the first Chancellor ever to lose his seat. And of course, Richard Holden, the former chairman, held on by about 20 seats. So these are the people still in the party that could be deciding the future of the Conservative Party. And I will leave you with this, which I think gives you a bit of a sense of one of the ways that Labour did so well. This is seats by Brexit vote. Down here, seats that voted more for Brexit. Last time round, it was really blew up here. That message about getting Brexit done that Boris Johnson got across, clearly resonating with the electorate. Well, the Labour Party, there's a lot of red down here, and of course a bit of reform at the end with those 5 seats as well that they won. But the Labour Party have reclaimed many of those votes, and that is part of the story tonight, Mark.
Yeah, absolutely. Ellie, thank you very much indeed. Well, the Conservative Party now has to pick itself up and work out how it wants to reshape itself as the official opposition with a new leader. Our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, looks at what the future might look like for the Tories.
A brutal verdict on 14 years of Conservative government. How do you describe a collapse this stark?
A devastating result.
A battering.
Very bad result.
Our crushing defeat.
An awful night. I mean, it's dreadful.
250 seats lost, a record. 12 cabinet ministers gone, another record. Among them, the Defence Secretary, blaming the Tory party soap opera.
Today, voters have simply said, if you can't agree with each other, then we can't agree to vote for you.
And an ex-Prime Minister, who many in her party blame for this hammering, ousted too. Liz Truss leaving the stage after the biggest swing from Tory to Labour in a single seat ever. Just 24% of voters backed the Conservatives, the lowest share in the party's 200-year history. A damning public rejection.
The Conservative Party, Britain's most successful election-fighting machine, now raking over its worst ever defeat. Who takes them forward and in what direction isn't clear, but there are at least 2 very different visions for the future.
Nigel Farage's Reform Party accelerated this Conservative collapse.
21,225.
How to get back those voters is a question that will dominate the leadership election to come. Ex-Home Secretary Suella Braverman has said her party should welcome Nigel Farage. Her victory speech sounded like a pitch to lead.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry that my party didn't listen to you. The Conservative Party has let you down, and I will do everything in my power to rebuild trust. We need to listen to you.
Ed Davey's Lib Dems a threat pulling the party in the opposite direction. They've claimed dozens of wins in traditional Tory heartlands and already driving some top Tories to make the case for moderation.
It's not just about moving, it's about making sure that we are a broad-based party. It would be wrong for us to believe that we can just apply or promote simple, thin and I think impractical solutions for the challenges that we face both here as a country and globally.
Conservative headquarters, reeling from a calamitous campaign, now has a party leadership race to organise. Rishi Sunak says he'll stay on for a short time. The first decision is how quickly his replacement should be chosen. Senior figures are calling for patience.
What do you think should happen today, tomorrow, over the next few weeks?
Well, I know what I would like. I would like the Prime Minister, he's still the Prime Minister for the next few hours, to stay on and say that we're going to have a proper think about this and there will be a new leader of the Conservative Party late in this year or perhaps early into next year. A precipitous leadership contest would be absolutely toxic.
However long it takes to choose the next Conservative leader and whatever approach they take, the road back to Downing Street now looks further than many could have imagined. Sam Coates, Sky News, Westminster.
Right, let's take a look at some of the potential contenders to replace Rishi Sunak as leader of the Conservatives. The former Minister for Women and Equalities, Kemi Badenoch, is the current bookies' favourite to be the next Tory leader. Suella Braverman is expected to also be in the running as she remains popular with the Tory base, having served as Education Secretary, Foreign Secretary and Home Secretary. James Cleverly is one of the Cabinet's more experienced pair of hands and is expected to throw his hat into the ring. Priti Patel, who has been tipped as a grassroots favourite, will also likely stand for the leadership. And there's also potentially former Immigration Minister Robert Jenrick. Let's bring in my guests now. Katy Balls, political editor of The Spectator, and Sonia Soda, chief leader writer of The Observer. And aren't summer elections wonderful? That's the first thing.
Fabulous. We couldn't have asked for better weather.
I know. Sonia, first of all, big win for Starmer, but on pretty lousy personal ratings for him. I mean, he's going to have to start delivering, isn't he?
Yeah, and I think Labour are aware of that. Obviously, there was still a big gap in the approval ratings between Rishi Sunak and Keir Starmer on the way in. But, you know, it's true to say that compared to some Prime Ministers of the past, Keir Starmer's are quite low. I think that kind of reflects the mood of the country, though. The economy's not doing great. We're not feeling that optimistic. There is a bit of an anti-politics as well as an anti-conservative mood in the country. But you can't take away from the seismic nature of this majority. And a lot of people are saying, yes, well, Labour only got about 34% of the popular vote, which is lower than was forecast by some of the polls. But I think the thing you've got to factor into that is there are a lot of people who thought Labour were going to win big. And what that means is you had some people voting tactically for the Lib Dems to get the Conservatives out. And you also had some people who thought, well, if Labour are going to win big anyway, I'm going to vote for the party I really want to vote for. I'm going to vote for the Greens, or I'm going to vote for Reform. So I do think that, you know, there are reasons why that popular vote might look a bit lower. It doesn't take away from the fact, though, that this is an absolutely humongous victory. Yeah. And there is a lot that Labour can do with that if they choose to do so in the next Parliament.
Katie, what about the Tories? I mean, where does this leave them tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's obviously a dismal result for the Tories and a really good result for Labour. I think to Sonia's point, you can argue, I don't think you can take away from the fact that Keir Starmer has had, a result nearly as good as Blair in terms of seats. But you can say this was probably perhaps more an election where it's anti-Tory sentiment than pro-Labour sentiment. I don't think those around Keir Starmer are particularly quibbling about this. They'll take what they can get. But it does mean, I think, looking at the Tories, I suppose the strange thing is, obviously, it's their worst ever result. But because some of the MRP polling models, I think, this week even was suggesting around 60 MPs, there was even a very small sense of light relief last night that they had made it into triple figures, which tells you how dire things were, that they were contemplating a world where they were potentially not going to be the official opposition. But in CCHQ, there was too much uncertainty as where exactly they would land in those numbers. So I think initially some light relief that it wasn't the worst case scenario of what the polls were suggesting. But of course, now you look at it, really hard to rebuild from. Of course, in 2019, lots of people said Labour can't get back in one term, but that was a better result than this result. And I think a lot is now to be said in terms of how does the party behave? How does it act in a leadership contest? Do you get the Tory version of Jeremy Corbyn, or does the party try and have, a holding pattern, hoping Labour might slip up for some of the reasons that this might be a big majority but not too deep?
Sonia, I mean, the comparison with 97 has been made continuously today. I mean, there is a big difference, though, isn't there, that Blair had money. I mean, he was spending, I think, something like 4 to 5% increases in public spending in the first few years of his...
Absolutely.
Well, that's a big difference.
Yeah, well, what was happening was that the economy was booming, powered by the city, so there really was a lot of money in the tank to do the kinds of things that Labour did. That isn't around so much this time, and I think you saw that in the tone of Keir Starmer's speech. When he stood on the steps of Downing Street just behind us earlier, he was, he spent this election promising incremental change that sort of joins up to this big vision, their big 5 missions. So I think that's one of the reasons why it does feel different. Now, Labour are going to come under pressure, I think, fairly quickly around some areas, particularly, for example, child poverty. It's a bread and butter issue for Labour. Last Labour government had a legislative target to end child poverty. And, by spending a few billions, you can make a really big difference. I think there's going to be a lot of people in the Parliamentary Labour Party and outside of Parliament who say, right, you had this very cautious electoral strategy, now you're in government, and actually maybe you've got leeway to do some more.
OK, Katie, Sonia, thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Now, we've been hearing President Biden has called Sir Keir Starmer to congratulate him on becoming Prime Minister. Join me now is the Conservative peer, former chair of the party, Lord Patten. Good evening. Thank you very much for being with us. And does any of this, Lord Patten, come as a surprise to you?
No, not really. There are obviously differences between now and 1997, and you've just stressed one of them. The incoming Blair government had a very, very solid economic inheritance from John Major and Ken Clarke, and this time we're in a real mess. And I think that it's really important that the Conservative Party, which the electorate clearly think, whether rightly or wrongly, is both nasty and incompetent, that the Conservative Party recognises that its first job is to be the loyal opposition. And that means opposing when it thinks things are fundamentally wrong, but recognising as patriots that it's in our interest, everybody's interest, that Starmer should make a success of clearing things up. But I guess you'll get more of the sort of Suella Braverman drivel over the next few weeks, which is a very bad idea. What we should do is have whoever is going to be leader, somebody who's as sensible and responsible as William Haigh was in a not very different situation. And it would actually be a very good idea for whoever becomes leader to talk to William and Michael Howard and other people who've led the party in opposition. But, you know, this is the oldest party in democratic history anywhere, and it's now been reduced to rubble by some awful fractious infighting and by some lousy policies and by a collapse of any sense of values. Hasn't been ruined by Rishi Sunak, though I disagreed with him about Brexit and about Boris Johnson. It's been ruined by people like Boris and Liz Truss and others.
But do you accept that many in your party have clearly felt closer to Nigel Farage's Reform Party, and the reason that the Conservatives imploded is that the voters left the Conservatives for whatever reason?
Yeah, I think it is true that a lot of Conservatives, though you're not a real Conservative if you think that Nigel Farage, the sort of saloon bar bore, the Tommy Robinson of the saloon bars, is the answer. I mean, he's got economic policies which are straight out of Liz Truss's book, and his foreign policy is Jeremy Corbyn. So he's not a great idea of he's not a great example of what a Conservative should be, or what a Conservative leader should be. And I think we should go out of our way to make clear how much we disagree with him. And I think that we should recognise that the future for the Conservative Party doesn't lie in going to the right and becoming unpopular populists, but is about recapturing some of the seats in the middle, some of the ground.
Were you surprised how well Nigel Farage did in terms of, in terms of votes, but I mean, he's got 5 seats now.
No, I wasn't actually, because on the whole, he's been allowed to get away with the fact that he's done incalculable damage to this country. For example, the whole Brexit disaster was partly because of him. He's ghastly. If I go into a pub and there's a saloon bar bore like that, I go to a different pub. He's mendacious. He can whip up sentiment by being unpleasant about other people. He's awful.
But your party has to find a way of dealing with him, or dare I say, accommodating him.
No,
would you ever countenance that?
The last thing you have to do is accommodate him. You have to criticise him whenever he says things that are wrong, but not become obsessed with him. What we should be obsessed with is the fact that we lost so many Conservatives because we abandoned the middle ground in politics. I don't think it's an accident that Jeremy Hunt hung on to his constituency where other very similar constituencies were being lost. He's patently, I don't want to ruin his chances by suggesting he should be the next leader of the Conservative Party, but he's patently a decent man with decent and generous instincts.
Right.
And, you know, generosity is much misunderstood in politics, as is decency. And I hope Sir Keir Starmer will be successful, and because I think he probably manifests those qualities himself.
All right. Lord Patton, appreciate your time. Thank you for coming on the programme.
Don't get too wet.
I'll try not to. Now, throughout the election campaign, it really is starting to tip down here. We've been paying special attention to the voters in Grimsby and Cleethorpes as our target towns. Our national correspondent, Tom Parminter, has spent the day there.
A new dawn in what is now Labour's Britain. And this place tells the story of the nation. It illustrates the clamour for something better, where lives are moving forwards, not back. Claire used to be a GP. She now creates art in the sand.
I am excited about it. I think something fresh for everybody is about to begin, and that can only be a good thing. Change always brings something positive.
It is always, in the end, very simple. An X in the box and one big statement of intent.
Because of all the performance with the Conservatives, it really was ridiculous. And we just hope that the Labour Party are for the working class and that they can put into place what they've said.
The Conservatives have been kicked out.
Yeah.
What do you make of it?
Sorted.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Tell me about it. Why?
I'm just glad. They haven't been in too long. I wanted reform. I didn't even want Labour. I wanted reform to win.
It's been in such a rut, the country, that it's going to take a lot to get out of it. So you kind of just got to go with what's happening and hope for the best, basically.
Labour did win this seat. Reform surged into second. It's a new start, a new government, but the enthusiasm for it all seems somehow to be missing. More than half of the voters in these towns didn't even bother to turn out.
There's no trust in any of them. That was the reason I haven't voted this time. There's no excitement, I don't think, in either of the parties, what anything they have to offer.
Despite the apathy, Labour has redesigned British politics, but there's a lot that needs fixing.
That's amazing. Yeah, that's a lot of skill.
And it's who you voted for yesterday?
Yeah.
What do you think needs to happen now? This is a big moment.
I think the government need to listen to what people want. I think it's important now that they build that relationship back with the wider public, because that's been lost, I think. So I think that's the main thing, listening to what we actually want and what we actually need.
Whether they wanted him or not, Starmer's service of the people starts now. Tom Parminter, Sky News, Cleethorpes.
Well, the Reform UK leader Nigel Farage confronted several hecklers during a victory speech in central London today. One protester was escorted out of the event after he accused Mr Farage of being a racist. Our political correspondent Gurpreet Narwan is in Whitehall. Gurpreet, tell us more about what happened.
Well, firstly, they still had their eyes on one more prize today, Reform UK. That was the seat of Basildon and East Thurrock. There were about 100 votes in it. It had to be recounted. But in the end, the seat did go to the Reform UK candidate, James Murdoch. He was very much a paper candidate, drafted in at the last minute, something Nigel Farage was celebrating after that result came in. But irrespective of that result, they would have been very pleased with the trickle of results that came in over the course of last night. Nigel Farage becoming an MP in Clacton, Richard Tice taking Boston and Skegness, Lee Anderson in Ashfield, the Tory defectee, as well as Great Yarmouth. I was with him in Clacton yesterday. I asked him beforehand what success would look like. And he said it wasn't just about winning it wasn't just about winning votes, taking votes from the Tories, but also about winning seats, building a bridgehead in Parliament, and from there reshaping the nature of Conservative opposition in the UK. When I asked him what he meant by that, he's ruled out joining the Conservative Party. He said it meant that right-wing Tories would have to look to join Reform, something Lee Anderson also reiterated today. And he repeated those sentiments at a press conference today here in central London. But it was a press conference, as you said, that was interrupted by hecklers. 7 hecklers had to be escorted out of the building. They shouted a lot of stuff at Nigel Farage, but among the stuff that they shouted at him was they called him a racist. They said that he did not represent the working class. Nigel Farage tried to deal with it with humour. But I think it's a reminder for all Reform UK's talk of being the new opposition in the UK. Their sort of brand of populist politics isn't just going to slip down easily among the electorate across the UK. The party, throughout this campaign, has been hit by controversy after controversy surrounding some of its candidates who've been revealed to have made racist and anti-Semitic remarks. Following his election in Clacton yesterday, Nigel Farage said that his step now would be to professionalise the party and to uproot some of these unsavoury elements.
OK, Gurpreet, thank you very much indeed. The SNP leader, John Swinney, says his party will do some soul-searching after its support collapsed and Labour made big gains in Scotland. Ashna Hurinag has this report.
The SNP story has been shattered after a cataclysmic collapse, despite their best efforts and distractions. After winning nearly all of the seats in Scotland in 2015, they're now into single digits. The former largest party north of the border has been punished.
The party's just been hit by the Starmer tsunami. I think for everyone looking on at the moment, they'll probably be a little bit surprised at quite how far we've fallen. I certainly am, and I'm devastated by it, and I know all my colleagues will be too.
Voters have called time on a faltering record, a carousel of leaders and an investigation into party finances. What was yellow is now a red resurgence. A remarkable recovery for a party that was almost wiped out almost a decade ago.
Today, we stop the chaos, we turn the page, and we start the hard work of change.
This is an extraordinary comeback after the brutal humiliation of just one Labour MP being elected in 2019 to now just over 30. It's a huge change that very few would have thought possible in just 4 years. The leader here now striking both a celebratory and cautious tone for what lies ahead.
We have very deliberately under-promised in this election because we only wanted to make promises we could keep and only make spending commitments we knew we could afford right now.
The regaining of traditional heartlands was key, like here in Glasgow. They've had plenty of firepower to help, with regular visits from senior figures. All of it manoeuvred by a man we've watched pound the pavements to the polls.
People are talking to us and about us for the first time in a very long time.
There was much talk of the Scottish Conservative leader Douglas Ross. A last-minute U-turn to stand in the election backfired as he lost out. This result for the country is now the backdrop to the Scottish Parliament elections in 2 years' time. After seeing off the SNP, Labour will need to be seen to deliver. Now they're back on familiar ground. Ashna Hurinag, Sky News in Glasgow.
Now, within the last few minutes, President Biden has posted this on X. Congratulations to Prime Minister Keir Starmer on becoming Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. I look forward to our shared work in support of freedom and democracy around the world and to further strengthening the special relationship between our two countries. So clearly Joe Biden showing no signs there of going anywhere. Now let's look at what happened in Northern Ireland, where Sinn Féin has become the largest party in Westminster for the first time. Our senior Ireland correspondent David Blevins is in Belfast. David.
Yes, within the last hour, it's been announced that Northern Ireland has a new Secretary of State in Hilary Benn, and it's going to take a politician of that substance to deal with the dramatically changed political landscape here. Sinn Féin already held most seats in local councils and most seats in the Northern Ireland Assembly at Stormont. It now holds most Northern Ireland seats in Westminster too, a historic hat-trick for the party. Not that those seats on the green benches will be occupied, occupied. Remember, Sinn Féin refuses to sit in the British Parliament, refuses to swear an oath of allegiance to the British monarch, in opposition to British rule in Northern Ireland. So this result shifts the constitutional question of Northern Ireland's future back, front and centre. And it's a question that Keir Starmer is going to have to address pretty swiftly. The Sinn Féin leader, Mary Lou McDonald, is already saying it's time to prepare for a new future together on this island. It was a disastrous result for the DUP, the Democratic Unionists. They lost 3 seats, including Lagan Valley, which their former leader, Sir Geoffrey Donaldson, had held for nearly 3 decades. And in the biggest shock of all, they lost Ian Paisley Jr. in North Antrim, a seat his late father, the Reverend Ian Paisley, first won back in 1970, so held by the same family for 54 years. So an awful lot for the new Secretary of State, Hilary Benn, to get his head around, but his appointment as shadow Northern Ireland Secretary was welcomed by parties here as an indication of Labour's investment in Northern Ireland and the peace process.
David, thank you very much indeed. Well, Labour's campaign promised to get the economy back on track. So how have businesses and the markets reacted to the election result? Here's our business correspondent, Paul Kelso.
After an historic result, an historic appointment.
It is also a huge privilege to be the first ever female Chancellor of the Exchequer. To every young woman and
Rachel Reeves leading Labour's response to a monumental economic challenge.
I want to be the most pro-growth Treasury in our country's history. That'll mean doing what the Treasury does best, building growth on a rock of economic stability.
Having turned the political map red, Labour's priority is to steer the economy into the black. In the city, traders saw an early vote of confidence. What's going on?
Yes, I think what we're sort of seeing is, the market was really expecting what we've seen this morning. It seems like the UK electorate have voted for some stability via a centrist government.
Less than 2 years after Liz Truss sent markets crashing, Sir Keir Starmer's victory priced in by the investors on whom he will now rely. Financial markets were expecting a Labour win, but the lack of drama here is good news for Sir Keir Starmer. His programme to revive public services depends on stimulating growth, and to do that, he'll need the confidence of the businesses and investors who provide it. With inflation back to 2% and interest rates likely to fall next month, the economic weather may be turning. Labour want to build on that with sweeping planning reform to unlock new housing and accelerate the green energy transition, including onshore wind and solar projects held back in the last decade. All good news for the boss of Britain's biggest energy supplier.
I hope that what we've now got is the stability that we can invest in delivering a cheaper green electricity system. We need to sort out the planning and bureaucracy problems. That means you can't build cheap new renewable generation in the UK, anything like the pace we need to.
The oil and gas industry is less relaxed, facing an increased windfall tax and a ban on new North Sea extraction. The new government's in-tray is challenging too. Thames Water is drowning in debt and may fall into administration even as customer bills rise. A deal with Tata to save steelmaking in Port Talbot will be demanded by Labour's heartlands, all while getting nationalisation of the railways on track. And business wants to talk about Europe. Golden Delight Foods lost all of its export trade to Brexit. With 60 employees and plans to expand, Socrates wants a proper debate about the cost of business.
I want to open the borders. I want that free trade back. We want to be able to deal with our neighbours. We've made a mistake. We've got to go back there and renegotiate.
Rachel Reeves has set strict rules limiting the new government's room for manoeuvre. If Labour is to keep her promise not to raise taxes, they'll have to earn it. Paul Kelso, Sky News.
Let's bring in my guests this hour, Katie Balls and Sonia Soda. Now, I don't know whether you heard Lord Patten earlier, but he was talking about moving to the centre, Jeremy Hunt being the next leader, and this was the way that the Tories had to go. I mean, right there is the battle ahead, isn't it, Katie?
Completely, and I think the question that's going to dominate the Tory leadership contest, we don't know the exact timings yet, is effectively one about reform, which is the Reform Party has had a devastating effect on the Tory votes in terms of not just that they've won 5 seats, in terms of the vote share that meant lots of Tory MPs lost their seats. Do you embrace reform? Do you try and hug Nigel Farage close? Do you do deals with reform? Or do you actually almost distance yourself? And I think one extreme would be the Jeremy Hunt camp, if he decides to go for it. That would be very much the one nation Tory, moving far away. Then you have someone like Suella Braverman, who would hug Nigel Farage close if she could. And then probably in the middle, you have someone like Kemi Badenoch, who has said that she would not want to work with Nigel Farage, but also, I think, has more appeal to some of the MPs on the right than Jeremy Hunt.
Yeah. What do you think?
Well, I think
the way it's going to go.
I think we're going to see the fight for the soul of the Conservative Party. And whenever you've got a political party that suffers a massive political defeat, you always end up in these kinds of analyses and counter-analyses. What did the party get wrong? What does that mean for who we want to lead us? I think it's actually very interesting. If you look back at Labour over the last 14 years and draw a parallel there, it took Labour, after its 2010 defeat, a good 3 goes to get to Keir Starmer. But very quickly after that 2019 defeat, they'd lost so many elections by then that they did they took a step back, did a very cold clinical analysis of what went wrong. They understood that Jeremy Corbyn wasn't the right person, that his stance on foreign policy hurt the Labour Party's prospects, and they acted accordingly. I think the question for the Conservative Party is, are they at a point in time where they're able to do that, or are they not? I suspect we might be in the territory of the latter.
Yeah, well, look, 45 seconds left. I mean, the point is that it's the members who vote for the leader. Is that going to be the case again, do you think?
There's a chance they change the rules. There's been some talk of this. But here's the thing. How many MPs of those left are on the right and who's on the left? The right will want it to go to the membership because they think the membership will back their candidate. Jeremy Hunt, I don't think have much of a chance with the Tory membership. So we're going to have to see how it's weighted. I think there might be an effort to at least try and limit the influence of the membership. But figures like Robert Jenrick, Suella Braverman would be against that.
All right, very quickly, what's your hunch? Leader?
I think Kemi Badenoch is the favourite for a reason because she can bring both sides together.
I would actually agree with that, funnily enough, yeah.
All right, thank you both very much indeed. John, step in, please do. What are you hearing on the Cabinet? Is it all done and dusted?
Yes, but we've got another surprise, and I would say a shock, because Emily Thornberry, who during the campaign got into trouble and criticised by the Tories for claiming that Labour's policy of ending tax breaks for private schools would mean bigger class sizes in state schools. She has been dropped as Attorney General. She was Shadow Attorney General. That job has gone to a top QC called Richard Hermer. He's getting a peerage. He's from Matrix Chambers, which I think I'm right in saying was Cherie Blair's chambers. And other appointments, no surprises. Alan Campbell, Sir Alan Campbell, Labour Chief Whip. Darren Jones, we've just seen come out sensibly with an umbrella. He is going to be the Chief Secretary of the Treasury, rising star, I'd say. But Emily Thornberry, that's a shock, unless perhaps tomorrow she gets a decent Minister of State job. I assume we'll get some Minister of State appointments tomorrow, and we think the Cabinet might meet tomorrow for the first time.
And more broadly, where do you think British politics is tonight? Interesting.
A massive upheaval, isn't it? What a change. What a change. When you think back, 5 years ago, Boris Johnson won a majority of 80, and critics would say they squandered it, they made a mess of it, sleaze, scandals. I always say about Boris Johnson, the 3 Ps, Patterson, Partygate and Pincher, and then, of course, the turmoil of Liz Truss, who's lost her seat. Rishi Sunak, his supporters would say, inherited a bad hand. And, of course, he looked a very sad and forlorn figure today when he stood here and apologised for what's happened.
Yeah, but for Keir Starmer, it's down to bit. You're getting soaked. I know. You got. Look, we're going to leave it there. But for Keir Starmer, it's down to business, isn't it? Now he's got. Yeah, we'll leave it there, John. You're soaked. Sorry about that. Now, coming up at 7 o'clock, Election Live continues with Sophy Ridge. But first, here's a look back at some of the big moments of the day and the historic night before.
I am sorry. I have given this job my all. But you have sent a clear signal that the government of the United Kingdom must change. I will step down as party leader.
He's just entered history as a man who led Britain's most successful political party to its worst ever loss of seats.
We did it!
Liz Truss, the former Prime Minister, the shortest ever serving Prime Minister, is out of Parliament.
Shapps, gone. Mordaunt, gone. Keegan, gone. Hart, gone. Fraser, gone. Mercer, gone.
Rees-Mogg, Conservative Party candidate, 15,400.
Goodbye, Mr. Rees-Mogg.
Bristol, you made history today.
It is grim, it is miserable, it is a complete disaster for John Swinney's party.
The working class are coming for you, mate.
Well, this is good preparation for the House of Commons, I suppose. Any more for any more?
Actually, yeah.
Trust is a very precious commodity. And I want to thank people for trusting us again.
You must be utterly exhausted and really on your knees. Not much.
This is an historic meeting.
Our country has voted decisively for change, for national renewal and a return of politics to public service. This lack of trust can only be healed by actions, not words. I know that. Our work is urgent, and we begin it today. Thank you very much.
It's 7 o'clock. I'm Sophy Ridge, and this is Election Live from Westminster. Sir Keir Starmer has become the country's new Prime Minister. Tonight, we will bring you the best analysis and reaction on a day when the political map of the United Kingdom has been transformed. After his historic Labour landslide, Sir Keir promises a decade of national renewal and a government of service.
Whether you voted Labour or not, in fact, especially if you did not, I say to you directly, my government will serve you.
You must be utterly exhausted and ill on your knees.
Earlier, history, as he met King Charles to formally become Prime Minister. Sir Keir wastes no time announcing his new cabinet with Angela Rayner, his deputy, and Rachel Reeves, the first female chancellor, David Lammy, Foreign Secretary, and Yvette Cooper as Home Secretary. An apology from Rishi Sunak as he leads the Conservatives to their biggest seat loss in history.
I am sorry. I have given this job my all, but you have sent a clear signal that the government of the United Kingdom must change.
Former Prime Minister Liz Truss, one of the biggest casualties as 11 Conservative cabinet ministers lose their seats. Whilst Ed Davey celebrates a historic night for the Liberal Democrats as the party wins a record number of seats.
Boring! Boring!
Reform leader Nigel Farage is heckled several times by protesters as his party wins 5 seats. And in Scotland, the SNP leader John Swinney says soul-searching is needed for his party after a Labour landslide wipes out so many of their seats. The UK's political landscape has evolved before our very eyes. We will take you through all of the key moments and stories. And we'll have Caroline Flint, Hilary, and Sky News' election commentator Adam Bolton with us as we had throughout this afternoon. It's Friday. I'm Sophy Ridge live from Westminster, and this is Election Live. Well, good evening. Welcome to Election Live on this historic day. Well, this afternoon, Sir Keir Starmer set to work appointing his new cabinet with a majority which should provide him with a political blank cheque. It was an astonishing win for the Labour leader. That much it is important to say quickly first. But is it the loveless landslide? Turnout, the lowest for 2 decades, and the contradictions of our voting system have again been laid bare. Only 1 in 3 voters chose Labour, and its overall share of the vote has barely changed since Jeremy Corbyn's crushing defeat in 2019. One thing, though, is for certain. People wanted the Conservatives out. Rishi Sunak, minutes before standing down, spoke of the public's anger and disappointment with his party. Despite some apocalyptic predictions, though, they remain the official opposition, and the Conservatives now find themselves at a crossroads. 2 parties benefited hugely, though, from that anger and disappointment towards the party of previous government. Ed Davey's Lib Dems winning a record number of seats, and Nigel Farage's Reform, who now have a real base in Westminster with 5 seats in total. As for the state of the wider United Kingdom, Scotland's place within it appears stronger tonight because the SNP collapsed. Its leader, John Swinney, admitting that Scottish voters no longer prioritise independence. But as one referendum moves further away, in Northern Ireland, a vote on Irish unity could be closer. Sinn Féin won the most seats at Westminster for the very first time. And we also witnessed the night of the Gaza independence. Labour's position on the war in the Middle East has cost it at least 5 seats. Big names in Starmer's party were also nearly toppled. Now, we often hear about the importance of parliamentary arithmetic, and Labour's sizable majority should make governing easier than his recent predecessors in number 10. But one thing, though, is clear. Keir Starmer's promise of national renewal will not be an easy one to deliver. Elections, though, of course, are all about the numbers, and they are now just over 21 hours after the polls closed, nearly all in. We're just waiting for one more count to come in. That one is from the Scottish Highlands. We're not expecting it till tomorrow, so don't hold on for that. But these are the big headlines that we're going to be delving deeper into tonight. Labour have won 412 seats, more than doubling the 202 they won in 2019, a landslide. The Conservatives on 121, that's only around a third of the seats they won under Boris Johnson. The worst night of losses ever for the Conservative Party. But it was a record-breaking night for different reasons for the Liberal Democrats. They're on 71 seats, their highest ever total, up from just 11 at the last election. A disastrous night in contrast for the Scottish National Party. They're on 9 seats. To put that in context, they won 48 in 2019. And Reform were on 5, their first ever seats, including victory for Nigel Farage in Clacton at the 8th attempt. Plaid Cymru are on 4, and the Greens, they are also on 4. An extraordinary night and an extraordinary history-making day. Let's get our main report now. Here's our Home editor, Jason Farrell, on the day of the new Labour government.
The sun broke out as the new occupants of number 10 arrived on Britain's most famous street. The welcome was warm for Keir and Victoria Starmer. His first words, a tribute to the man who'd just departed.
I want to thank the outgoing Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak. His achievement as the first British Asian Prime Minister of our country, the extra effort that will have required should not be underestimated by anyone. And we pay tribute to that today. And we also recognise the dedication and hard work he brought to his leadership. But now our country has voted decisively for change, whether you voted Labour or not. In fact, especially if you did not, I say to you directly, my government will serve you. Our work is urgent, and we begin it today. Thank you very much.
His triumph is both historic and strange. The first Labour Prime Minister in 14 years enters Downing Street with a thumping majority, but his landslide lacked lustre, secured with fewer votes than Jeremy Corbyn got in 2019. It happened because the Conservatives experienced their worst ever defeat. Leaving his post earlier under more leaden skies, Rishi Sunak was heavy with humility.
To the country, I would like to say first and foremost, I am sorry. I have given this job my all, but you have sent a clear signal that the government of the United Kingdom must change, and yours is the only judgment that matters. I have heard your anger, your disappointment, and I take responsibility for this loss. Whilst he has been my political opponent, Sir Keir Starmer will shortly become our Prime Minister. In this job, his successes will be all our successors, and I wish him and his family well. Whatever our disagreements in this campaign, he is a decent, public-spirited man who I respect.
Both leaders gracious in victory and defeat. It was a very British exchange of power. Mr. Sunak will stand down as Tory leader once the arrangements for his successor are in place. He headed to the palace to resign.
Sir Keir Starmer, Your Majesty.
Your Majesty.
Ahead of Keir Starmer being commissioned to form a government by the King.
And having to get to grips with everything straight away must be quite exhausting.
This momentous day came after an extraordinary night. 12 cabinet ministers unseated, and Liz Truss, ousted as Prime Minister after 45 days, now rejected by her constituents, losing one of the safest Tory seats in Britain. The Conservative nightmare complete as their long-time tormentor Nigel Farage has become an MP. Heckled by a series of protesters.
Boring! Boring!
But his party reform got 4 million votes, although due to the electoral system, only 5 seats to show for it.
It's very much my view that our outdated, first-past-the-post electoral system is not fit for purpose, and we will campaign with anyone and everyone to change this electoral system.
With fewer votes than Reform, the Lib Dems obtained vastly more seats. It was a night of sweet success for Ed Davey and a morning of sober reflection.
Trust is a very precious commodity. It's hard won. And sometimes you've lost it, you lose it. And you have to work very hard to win it back. And I want to thank people for trusting us again. We will not let you down.
The Scottish Nationalists lost big as Labour rebuilt its red wall north of the border, while the Greens picked up a record 4 seats. This afternoon we saw the procession of new faces of government walking up Downing Street, a female Deputy Prime Minister in Angela Rayner, a female Home Secretary in Yvette Cooper, and the first ever female Chancellor, Rachel Reeves. It is a dramatic changing of the guard, with a party whose big promise is to change Britain. Jason Farrell, Sky News.
Well, as Jason was reporting, the new Prime Minister didn't hang around. He got straight to work this evening, announcing his first cabinet. We can take a look because these faces are going to start getting pretty familiar to us. The first person through the door of number 10 was Angela Rayner, appointed as the Secretary of State for Levelling Up, also, of course, Deputy Prime Minister, and the woman next to her, Rachel Reeves. She becomes the UK's first ever female Chancellor. That job has been around for 800 years. It's the first time a woman has been appointed to that role. Also, in some of the top jobs of government was David Lammy, the new Foreign Secretary, and Pat McFadden, a face who may not be familiar to you. He's often described as the most influential man in politics you've never heard of. The new Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. I feel like he might sort of be the fix-it, I guess, for the new Prime Minister. Yvette Cooper, a more familiar face for political watchers, Home Secretary. She, of course, has ministerial experience in the Blair government as well. And John Healey, he has been appointed as Defence Secretary. All of these positions, direct transfers over from their roles in the Shadow Cabinet. Next up, Shabana Mahmood is Justice Secretary and Wes Streeting, the new Health and Social Care Secretary. Both had a few wobbles on election night. There was concerns that they might not hold on to their seats. They have. They are now in the Cabinet. A long 24 hours in politics for them, I'm sure. The new Education Secretary is Bridget Phillipson, who's been shadowing that brief for a while now, and Ed Miliband appointed as the Secretary of State for Energy, Security and Net Zero. The former leader of the Labour Party didn't make it into number 10, of course, as Prime Minister, but he did make it in as the first Labour cabinet in 14 years. Liz Kendall is the new Work and Pensions Secretary, and Jonathan Reynolds was appointed today as the new Secretary of State for Business and Trade. Both, again, direct transfers over from the briefs that they were shadowing. Peter Kyle, the MP for Hove, the new Science, Innovation and Technology Secretary. And the new Transport Secretary is Louise Haigh, who also becomes the youngest member of the Cabinet. Keeping across all of those developments this afternoon, we can go to Downing Street. Our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, is there. Not many surprises. We have picked up on one person who hasn't transferred over to their shadow brief, though, haven't we, Sam?
That's right. Lisa Nandy being the only person to get a new job in the reshuffle, with her taking the brief of Culture Secretary in what was otherwise a cautious first day from Keir Starmer. This, Sophie, was a punishment-beating election. A punishment-beating against those in power everywhere. We saw that most dramatically with the crash in support for the Conservatives to its lowest ever number of seats, the biggest ever drop in the proportion of people voting for it, making Rishi Sunak electorally the worst Tory leader ever. But he was not the only one to suffer across the United Kingdom. Look at Scotland, where the SNP also punished for multiple leaders in one parliament. John Swinney's party, who replaces Nicola Sturgeon, and Humza Yousaf, now also on just a handful of seats, just years after years of dominance north of the border. People want change. And as their votes collapsed, the people left standing, and the great big winners in this election was the Labour Party with a landslide. But the question tonight, Sophie, is whether that landslide is somewhat loveless, a consequence of people deserting the other parties and leaving the Labour Party holding the ball. Keir Starmer has promised change. There was no change in his cabinet compared to what he had shadow cabinet yesterday, but his promises are big. Standing just behind me a few hours ago, he promised that the nurses and the drivers would feel their life change. Maybe not immediately, but that was at the heart of his offer to the British people. The question is, can he, making similar promises to several of his predecessors of various stripes, really deliver? Or can the broad but shallow promises in his manifesto, do they really mean a programme for power that are going to alter the way people's lives work and they see people in the building behind me?
Sam, thank you very much indeed. Sam Coates, there, our Deputy Political Editor in Downing Street for us this evening. Right, let's bring in our duo for this evening. Caroline Flint, who was a Labour minister during her time as an MP from 1997 to 2019. Guto Harry, who was the Downing Street Director of Communications under Boris Johnson, plus still with us, still standing, Adam. I feel like we should get a kind of like long service award for today. Sky News' Adam Bolton, our election commentator. Great to have you all here. Adam, to you first. Does it feel like 97 to you or not?
No, it doesn't at all. I mean, the truth of the matter is that the vote share which the Labour Party got in 97 was about 10% higher than the one which Keir Starmer got yesterday. There were no Labour casualties in 97. Two members of the Shadow Cabinet lost their seats, Jonathan Ashworth and Thangam Debonair, in large part because of the concern over the situation in Israel-Palestine. And that said, because there isn't that mood of optimism, the different mood is this mood of quiet competence and efficiency. It was, a more spectacular victory for Tony Blair. People remember Cherie Blair answering the door in her nightie and very so none of that this time.
And shutting it quickly.
None of that kind of thing this time round. All been carefully worked out. And quite extraordinary that we've got a full cabinet appointed by 5 o'clock on the day of the election. And not only is Keir Starmer getting down to work, he's been on the phone to Michelle O'Neill, the First Minister of Northern Ireland. But we've also heard tonight that Wes Streeting, the new Health Secretary, has already been on the phone to the BMA about the doctors' strikes and is setting a meeting for next week. So it's not a time for celebration, it's a time for getting down to business. That's the difference in the mood.
And I guess that is exactly what they're trying to project, isn't it? I mean, the thing that really stood out to me during the election campaign was when they were saying, look, stability is change, which sounds almost like a kind of 1984-like in some ways, But at the same time, that is the message they're trying to do, that after the chaos, people want boring, competent government, and it did look pretty, I guess, professional and
absolutely. And the big difference, of course, is that there was all the enthusiasm for New Labour, but since then, we've had the Iraq War, we've had MPs' expenses, we've had the credit crunch, we've had the various mistakes that Rishi Sunak made during this campaign. So, number one in what Keir Starmer is saying is restoring trust and restoring trust in politics. Again, not something that was really necessary back in 97.
Thanks, Adam. Caroline, it almost feels slightly churlish to ask this when Labour have got this stonking great majority. But the vote share is low. More people voted for Jeremy Corbyn. It's a comparable, I think the vote share is kind of right down there with the sort of vote share that John Major was winning when he lost by a landslide back in '97. What's going on?
Well, look, you know, you can, if you take the Jeremy Corbyn situation, when I think he got 40% in 2017, I mean, you can stack up votes in one part of the country, and as we found in 2017, and not win an election. And I think Theresa May had something like 42% of the vote share. The fact that, you know, we are 10% in the vote share ahead of the Tories, and we've managed to win seats, I mean, I totally agree with what Adam said, it isn't the same as 97, but there is a bit of deja vu in the sort of places that we've been winning, you know, from coast to coast, from, you know, cities, small towns, and actually, it is actually a small town win in that respect for Labour. And it's the breadth of that. And under a first-past-the-post system, actually, it's winning in all those seats that really count. And I think in some ways as well, I think back to 2001, our vote share went down then because I think people assumed we were going to win again. I think to a certain extent, there's a bit of that. Labour's going to win. It's a done deal. I think part of it is a disillusion with politics across the piece, and there's a hangover around that from recent events and events going back to probably 2010 as well that have emerged over the last decade or so. But come on. The difference between 97 and what happened yesterday is in the lead up to 97, you know, in 87, in 92, the local elections and everything, we were ascending in the right direction. I mean, for God's sake, we lost badly in 2019. If you look at 2021, Boris had the bounce from the vaccination situation, did well in the local elections. We'd lost the Hartlepool by-election. And what Keir Starmer has managed to do is really turn around the fortunes of the Labour Party. He was ruthless in his plan to become leader. He was ruthless in the way he managed as leader to deal with the party. And yeah, maybe he did do a safety-first approach. But my goodness, he's won a general election. 4.5 years on from one of the worst defeats Labour has ever had.
Thank you. Caroline Flint there giving the case for the defence, I have to say, pretty articulately as well. Guto.
It's a clean win, no doubt about that. And I congratulate Caroline and your party and all that and wish you well, because it's in all our interest now that we have competent government. Not that I think that Rishi Sunak, James Cleverly, Jeremy Hunt, nor Rishi Sunak are not hardworking, highly competent, and actually have the results to show for it. So a lot of the heavy lifting is done. When the Bank of England chooses to cut interest rates, that won't be because people voted a massive Labour majority in last night. That will be because of what's already happened over the last 2 years. But, you know, the tough one is that it's not inspiring. I remember 97. It was exciting. It was energising. There was a sense that as soon as we can vote this young man in who's got this great vision for how Britain could be great again, let's get on with it. Nobody feels like that tonight, I don't think.
What do you think needs to be done with the Conservative Party? Because this is the other story of this election, isn't it? People just not voting for the Conservative Party, basically voting anyone else, anyone who's more likely to get the Conservatives out. Yeah. How do you rebuild?
So not denying, you know, Keir Starmer's success in turning around his party and delivering this victory, it was for me still more of a loss, more of a surrender by the Conservative Party, brought about by something you and I have talked about over and over again, this insatiable appetite for self-harm. Even with an election creeping up on them, some in the party decided they wanted to talk about the next election, which is now imminent. And guess what? They're going to feel, they're going to realise nobody cares very much about the leadership election, but it did undermine the ability of a number of leaders, and particularly Rishi Sunak in this campaign, to actually offer the best that the Conservatives can.
Do you fancy throwing any names out there for people?
We'll get round to that. We've got 3 hours.
OK.
Sophie, just some breaking news. All 650 seats are now in. In the last hour, first of all, we got the result in Basildon, which was another gain for the Reform Party. But just in from Scotland, this has been big dispute there about the seat of Skye in Inverness and Lochaber, and Drew Hendry. There was a dispute about council balance, but anyway, the SNP candidate and former MP Drew Hendry has now conceded, so that means the Liberal Democrats have taken that seat, Angus MacDonald, and that, of course, is, for the Liberal Democrats, almost sacred territory, because that was largely the constituency of Charles Kennedy, which the SNP snatched, and now they've got it back. And that is Another difference with 97 is this big boost of other parties, including the Liberal Democrats, but Reform and the Liberal Democrats, they're putting their mark on it.
It's extraordinary. I'm just looking at the vote totals on the screens now. 9 seats for the SNP, Adam. I mean, that's astonishing.
Yeah, and they seem to have suffered from the same anti-government move as the Conservatives. Of course, since their last election, they've also had 3 party leaders and a big scandal, and voters don't seem to like it.
Mm. Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, the parallels are very much there. I mean, look, I don't disagree that, you know, actually sometimes in politics you need a good dose of luck as well. Would I have ever imagined that the Conservatives, who I always actually saw in my time as a Labour Party member, they really understood power and how to hold onto it. Our problem was getting power, you know, in the first place. But I never thought they would squander so much that win in 2019. Arrogance, rule-breaking, division as well, but also not delivering on some of the big policy issues they claim they would solve, like illegal migration. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, luck is a factor in all this. And if they hadn't imploded like they did, and obviously Reform actually cutting into their vote as well, you know, who knows what might have been different. But, you know, Labour was ready to take advantage of that and exploit it.
Thank you very much indeed. We'll have plenty more, as you mentioned, Guto, plenty more from you both as the evening drives on. Well, of course, this momentous day in British politics will dominate tomorrow's newspapers. No doubts about that. We'll have our press preview and news review from 10:45 this evening with tonight's news and tomorrow's headlines. Joining Anna Botting in Downing Street will be the Daily Mirror's associate editor, Kevin Maguire, and the Financial Times' Whitehall editor, Lucy Fisher. Before we go to the next piece, I just want to say we've got a couple more appointments that have just been confirmed by Number 10 Downing Street. Sir Patrick Vallance as Minister of State in the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology. Assuming that is the same Sir Patrick Vallance, who was on our screens, a very familiar figure during the COVID-19 pandemic. Yep, confirmation there from Adam. I just want to double check. He backed Labour, of course. Sir Patrick Vallance, Minister of State for Minister of Science under the new cabinet appointments. James Timpson, OBE, as Minister of State. He is a Minister for Prisons, Parole and Probation in the Ministry for Justice. CEO, of course, of the Timpsons Group, who do an awful lot of work with people who have been to prison, working in their...
His son was a Tory MP.
And his son was a Conservative MP as well. Well, as we were just saying, it was a historic night for the Labour Party, but also the Conservatives, breaking records for all of the wrong reasons. Rishi Sunak led Britain's most successful political party to their worst ever loss of seats at a general election. Conservative big hitters were voted out. Blue strongholds across the country turned red for the first time in generations. Well, Labour ended the Conservatives' 100-year-long grip on the Hampshire seat of Aldershot, the home of the British Army. The seat's been blue since 1918, but last night Labour's Alex Baker won with a 40.7% share of the vote. Our People and Politics correspondent Nick Martin has been in Aldershot. He reports now on the Conservatives' historic defeat.
For the Tories, this was hallowed ground. Predictable politics in the heart of Hampshire. But Aldershot, home of the British Army, has, like many towns, been battling a cost of living crisis.
My name's Natalie, this is Liam, and we live in Aldershot.
Who did you vote for?
Labour.
Natalie blames the Conservatives for the massive rise in interest rates.
And you felt that in your pocket?
Yeah, very much so. I think our mortgage increased by about £600 a month.
What?
Yeah.
That is that is a vote-changing amount of money.
It is, yeah.
Isn't it?
It is, yeah.
That is enough to go...
And that was the main reason, really. Just one thing, I guess. But, you know, how do you find £600 a month? We're really struggling, and I feel like we kind of get forgotten about because we're not poor enough to get benefits and we're not rich enough to be surviving comfortably, so we're just kind of in the middle. So something's got to change.
Melvin Bucket was a lifelong Tory.
I voted Labour this time, yeah. The Conservatives, they run out of steam and you get the feeling that it was chaos. So Labour particularly didn't win you over, it's that the Tories steered you away from that? I would have said so, yes, yeah.
Until now, it would have been absolutely unthinkable that a town like this would vote anything other than Conservative. But that's exactly what's happened. More than a century of political loyalty torn up. But the political landscape this time around was different. There was an alternative.
So how did you vote?
I voted Reform.
And how have you voted in the past, traditionally?
I've always voted Conservative, but I thought Reform had a lot more going for it than any other party.
But you don't regret your Reform vote leading to a Labour candidate in a staunch Tory area?
Not really. No, not really.
Not really, or a little bit?
Well, yeah, OK, a little bit. But, you know, like I said, it's just got to be what it is, isn't it?
My name is Reza, and we had this shop for 20 years. We've seen a lot of up and downs.
It's about change, and for some, it didn't seem to matter what that change looked like.
Do you think that Labour got in here because people wanted Labour in?
I don't think so. You know, people are fed up. So I don't think if Labour Party has to celebrate anything. They've been opportunistic. They've taken advantage of the misconduct, whatever, of the Conservatives over the last 2 years. And God help them.
For wins like this to really mean anything, Labour needs to hold on to seats like this one. And that could take a miracle. Nick Martin, Sky News, Aldershot.
Nick Martin reporting there on just one of those seats that have been Conservative for so long, now flipping to the Labour Party. We can cross now to Ed Conway, who is at our election map, looking at the story of the night through the numbers. Ed, what have you been crunching for us?
Yes, Sophie, have a look at this, OK? Start with this. This is the map, the political geography of the UK before this election. So just look at all this blue. You can see the red around London. Look at all the yellow up in Scotland. And now I'm going to change it to the map that you have just decided, that you have just voted for in the UK. Look at this change. Wow, just look at that. Look at how much red there is now. Look at how much red there is in Scotland. A complete political transformation for the UK. And what's kind of interesting about this, when we look at it in other forms, in data form, is you get a sense of just how much things have shifted. So come over here, we'll have a look at the big picture here. So we've got all of those hexes. Each of these is a constituency across the UK in more or less geographical form. And you can see how, when we arrange them next to each other, how Labour's really sizable majority, this landslide takes them way beyond the point they needed, the point they needed to get to in order to form a majority. And the Conservatives here, basically a rump of the party they were before, with only 121 seats. Also, look at the Lib Dems there. A record for the Lib Dems going back to the early parts of the 20th century. And when you look at the kind of the shuffling that we've seen behind the scenes in terms of the number of seats, so much going on beneath the surface. So the Labour Party, that's the total, obviously, they've got 412, but gaining 218 a lot in the process, but also losing some. So Gaza digging into some of their seats and losing some MPs, Jonathan Ashworth most notably. Conservatives losing enormously, 252 down, taking them to 121. And as I said, the Lib Dems up above 70. And look at the SNP as well. And there's Reform with 5, just recently getting their 5th MP. Not quite as much as the exit poll presumed, but still having an enormous impact on what's happened beneath the surface. I'll show you that kind of impact in just a second. But for the time being, I want to just focus on this. We talk a lot during elections about swing, the swing going to the Conservatives, to Labour. And here, if you look at what we're seeing this time around, OK, so anything above the bar, and we're going back many elections here, anything above the bar is showing in elections where it swung to the Conservatives. Just look at this bar here. This is the swing to the Labour Party from the Conservatives in 2024, OK? And actually, I'll just add a line at the bottom there. So you can see with about 11%, it is just about bigger than Tony Blair got in 1997. In fact, one of the biggest swings, two-party swings, that we've ever seen. This is not normal. But here's the thing, it goes even beyond that. Because with this swing, Labour was actually able to pick up even more seats. And how did they do that? Well, you get a sense of it if you look at the number of votes it took to win each seat. What this chart shows you is basically how many votes, just votes across the population, going back to 1929, kind of the era of universal suffrage, how many votes each of the parties had to get to get into government. And if we put on Labour and their latest result, look how low that bar is. Labour really, whether you call it kind of efficiency or something else, they didn't have to get as many votes to win a seat this time around. And if we, in fact, just kind of look back there, it was the lowest in terms of the number of votes needed to win a seat that any government has had since the invention of universal suffrage in the UK, going back to the 1920s. Just showing you that Labour didn't need to pick up as many votes. And the upshot for that is fewer people voted for Keir Starmer than voted for Jeremy Corbyn in 2019. So not just 2017, but in 2019, when he struggled, when he was basically trounced. He got more votes than Keir Starmer did this time around, but Keir Starmer won the seats. That's the key thing. And it's not just a story about the Labour Party, it's also a story about what's going on beneath the surface. Reform digging massively into the Conservative vote across the country, really. You saw the map a second ago. The Lib Dems doing really well tactically. These are stories that were going on beneath the surface, but the upshot of it all is enormous Labour landslide. But if there's perhaps one overarching story, it's this one. Have a look at this. This is showing you just Conservative seats at general elections going back to the 1830s. And up until this election, the record for the worst performance ever was 1906. So that was just after Balfour, 141 seats. Have a look at where we are now. I'm going to put the bar on there. Just look at how few seats the Conservatives have won this time around. There is no comparing this, actually. This is the worst result, even worse than that 1906 result, the worst result the Conservative Party has ever faced in 2 centuries. So really a historic moment for the Tory party, historic moment for the country, a redrawing of the political map, the first past the post system really playing an enormous part. It has been a fascinating election, and doubtless we'll be chewing over the implications of this for quite some time, Sophie.
I look forward to seeing plenty more of those charts. Ed Conway there talking us through the numbers. Extraordinary results. The worst result for the Conservative Party, as Ed was just saying, for 2 centuries. And they, of course, are now faced with the task of picking themselves up and working out how on earth they want to shape their party as the official opposition. And, of course, that business of choosing a new leader as well to replace Rishi Sunak, that is not going to be an easy task for them, because there were a number of big names who will not be part of the party, won't be standing for the leadership as well. The biggest scalp, perhaps, the former Prime Minister Liz Truss, who narrowly lost her seat to Labour by just 630 votes. The high-profile backbencher Jacob Rees-Mogg was also unseated by Labour in a constituency he's represented since 2010. For many people, a kind of symbolic defeat there for the Conservative Party. Other casualties from Rishi Sunak's cabinet included the Defence Secretary Grant Shapps, he won't be running for the leadership, and the Justice Secretary Alex Chalk as well, who lost out to the Liberal Democrats in his Cheltenham constituency. The Education Secretary, Gillian Keegan, also fell victim to the Lib Dems' plans to try and smash the blue wall in southern England. Just to show you a few more familiar faces who lost out last night. The Chief Whip, Simon Hart, lost his seat in Wales, wipeout for the Conservative Party in Wales. The Culture Secretary, Lucy Fraser, with another heavyweight unseated by the Lib Dems, a really kind of ruthlessly efficient operation by the Liberal Democrats. And the Transport Secretary, Mark Harper, well, he lost out in the Forest of Dean, again by a very narrow margin, this time to the Labour Party. Potential leadership contender Penny Mordaunt was unseated in Portsmouth North. And another person that you may have heard of, the Veterans Minister, Johnny Mercer, he found his Plymouth seat returning to the Labour Party. Well, our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, reports now on the Conservatives' blue ruin.
A brutal verdict on 14 years of Conservative government. How do you describe a collapse this stark?
A devastating result.
A battering.
Very bad result.
Our crushing defeat.
An awful night. I mean, it's dreadful.
250 seats lost, a record. 12 cabinet ministers gone, another record. Among them, the Defence Secretary, blaming the Tory party soap opera.
Today, voters have simply said, if you can't agree with each other, then we can't agree to vote for you.
And an ex-Prime Minister, who many in her party blame for this hammering, ousted too. Liz Truss leaving the stage after the biggest swing from Tory to Labour in a single seat ever. Just 24% of voters backed the Conservatives, the lowest share in the party's 200-year history. A damning public rejection.
The Conservative Party, Britain's most successful election-fighting machine, now raking over its worst ever defeat. Who takes them forward and in what direction isn't clear, but there are at least two very different visions for the future.
Nigel Farage's Reform Party accelerated this Conservative collapse.
21,225.
How to get back those voters is a question that will dominate the leadership election to come. Ex-Home Secretary Suella Braverman has said her party should welcome Nigel Farage.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry that my party didn't listen to you. The Conservative Party has let you down, and I will do everything in my power to rebuild trust. We need to listen to you.
Ed Davey's Lib Dems a threat pulling the party in the opposite direction. They've claimed dozens of wins in traditional Tory heartlands and already driving some top Tories to make the case for moderation.
It's not just about moving, it's about making sure that we are a broad-based party. It would be wrong for us to believe that we can just apply or promote simple, thin and I think impractical solutions for the challenges that we face both here as a country and globally.
Conservative headquarters, reeling from a calamitous campaign, now has a party leadership race to organise. Rishi Sunak says he'll stay on for a short time. The first decision is how quickly his replacement should be chosen. Senior figures are calling for patience.
What do you think should happen today, tomorrow, over the next few weeks?
Well, I know what I would like. I would like the Prime Minister, he's still the Prime Minister for the next few hours, to stay on and say that we're going to have a proper think about this and there will be a new leader of the Conservative Party late in this year or perhaps early into next year. A precipitous leadership contest would be absolutely toxic.
However long it takes to choose the next Conservative leader and whatever approach they take, the road back to Downing Street now looks further than many could have imagined. Sam Coates, Sky News, Westminster.
A little bit of breaking news to bring you now, really to kind of hammer home the transfer of power that's happened today. We've got a Downing Street spokesperson talking about the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, of course, having a conversation with the President of the United States, Joe Biden. One of these calls, of course, the President congratulating Sir Keir Starmer on the election victory. They discussed their shared commitment to the special relationship between the UK and the US and their aligned ambitions for greater economic growth. They also reiterated their steadfast commitment to Ukraine as well, and saying that they look forward to seeing each other at the NATO summit in Washington next week. So there you have it, the very busy first day in office for the incoming Prime Minister, including, of course, that telephone conversation with the President of the United States. Well, let's return to the story that we're discussing right now, which is what next for the Conservative Party. With us now to discuss that is the Conservative peer, former Brexit Minister, Lord Frost. Great to have you here in the studio with us. I mean, it was a devastating night, wasn't it, for the Conservatives?
It was a terrible night, terrible result. I wasn't particularly surprised by it. I've been predicting this for some time. Now it's arrived. We've got to make sure we learn the lesson and start to rebuild the party.
What is the lesson?
The lesson is that if you stop doing Conservative things, you don't get Conservative voters to vote for you. And that's exactly what's happened. We've seen a large chunk of our vote go to Reform, another chunk of people stay at home, if you look carefully at the voting numbers. And that's why we lost the election. We've got to offer our supporters what they want.
You know, you're talking there about the votes drifting to Reform, which clearly is an issue. You know, you can see that in the numbers. But I have spoken to other Conservatives throughout the course of the day who said there's a danger in focusing on those voters because what you're also doing is you're alienated voters in other parts of the country, you know, particularly to the Liberal Democrats or to Labour in some areas as well.
So I think we've got to stop this kind of tactical thinking about trying to sort of match what we say on where we perceive public opinion and the other parties to be. That just leads you into fighting for...
You've been talking about reform. You've been doing that, haven't you?
No, it leads you into fighting for a congested centre ground. What you've got to do is set out your philosophy, your beliefs, your policies, explain why we have what we believe to be the best solutions for the country and try and persuade people of those. And if we do that on Conservative policies and we'll reorganise the party and do a few other things, then we can be competitive in the future.
So you say the congested centre ground. So you don't think the answer is to fight from the centre ground. You think it is to fight from the right?
There's a vast open space, not on the far right, not on the hard right, in the normal mainstream Conservative right, which is about getting tax and spending down, more pragmatic net zero, controlling the borders, all the thing that many of us have been talking about. Those are normal mainstream Conservative policies. We haven't spoken about them, we haven't tried to deliver them, and as a result, we've lost.
That's exactly what Nigel Farage said today.
Well, he's right.
But there was a vast space on the right, so you're basically saying you want to occupy the same space as the Reform Party.
The Reform Party manifesto is, in my view, a very strongly Conservative manifesto, and I wish it had been a bit more like our own manifesto. It's normal mainstream Conservatism, so I'm not surprised.
Well, you think it was better than the Tory manifesto?
It's better in some ways, not so good in other ways.
So why don't you join the Reform Party?
Because the Conservative Party is, still can be, still should be, the mainstream right-wing party in this country. It's got the organisation, it's got the people, it's got the history. All that's a lot weaker after today, but it's still got it.
Would you like to work more closely with Reform? There's 5 Reform MPs in Parliament now. Do you think that the Conservative Party should be, I guess, kind of hugging Nigel Farage close?
Well, we've got to occupy the electoral terrain that Reform has taken, and either we can do that by being Conservative ourselves and getting their voters back, or we can cooperate, collaborate, work with Reform that way. We've got to unite the right, because we will never win another election if we don't do that.
I mean, there's big decisions coming down the track with the leadership.
Yeah.
Who do you think would be the best leader of the Conservative Party going forward?
So I think it's too soon to talk about individuals, but certainly what I want is somebody who I recognise as a mainstream Conservative and who can stand up for the sort of things that I've been talking about. I don't want somebody who's going to take us further to the left.
It's not too early to talk about it, is it? We've been running this leadership campaign for weeks now, almost.
Well, we haven't known till today who exactly was going to come through the mill. We now know that, and there aren't as many people perhaps as we thought. But the important thing for me is the policies, it's the philosophy. It is who is going to take the party in this direction, and I want to hear from the candidates. Not that I get a vote in it, of course.
Good. I'm interested to hear what you make of Lord Frost's assessment there, that actually, the Conservatives need to fight for, not in the congested centre ground, but on what he describes as Conservative principles.
It might not surprise you, but I couldn't disagree more. I mean, all that sort of pandering to the right, to the fringe, to the margins of British politics has delivered Nigel Farage 5 seats. The seats that have been lost have gone to the Liberal Democrats from abandoning Boris Johnson's very firm commitment to net zero. Seats have gone to Labour, again, from abandoning things like HS2. And when you describe offering tax cuts, of course we all want tax cuts, but not when you do them on magic money, which is what Liz Truss did, and trash the economy. I don't think anyone was more keen on tax cuts than Boris Johnson, Rishi Sunak, and indeed Jeremy Hunt, but not by waving a magic wand. And I think the sad thing about people like you and Suella Braverman is that you held positions of authority where you had your hands on the levers of this country, and you chose to go off and abandon any attempt to run the country in order to have some sort of right-wing fetish about theological disputes.
Well, I totally...
And you destroyed the party. And the ill discipline is what actually led to the defeat. That's what led to the defeat. The ill discipline and this obsession with what happens next and the theology of the right. That's what killed any hope of a victory.
Michael Ashcroft, Lord Ashcroft's poll, which he released today, of why people changed their voting position, says that the top reason people left the Conservative Party and voted for somebody else was that we didn't seem like people like them and we didn't deliver on what we'd promised to do. We promised to control immigration. we didn't do it. We promised to reduce the tax burden or not increase it. We increased it. That's why people lost trust, and we must get that back by Conservative policies doing the right things.
Equally, the analysis shows that if the Conservative Party had won every seat, I think 98 seats where a Reform were in second place, you still wouldn't have won the election.
No, I agree. It is a comprehensive defeat. And, of course, there are many, many other factors. Labour won it fair and square. I'm not one of these people who says their victory is fragile. They won it fair and square, and we've got to learn the lesson.
Would you like to see Rishi Sunak stay on for a little while the leadership contest takes place, or do you think that it's a decision for him? If he wants to go away and lick his wounds, then he should be allowed to?
I mean, I'd rather not, to be honest. I think, maybe a short time, until the recess. But to be honest, I think I would rather have a caretaker leader. I agree with those who say we shouldn't be rushing into a new choice, but I also think those who are responsible for the catastrophe need to get off the stage as soon as they decently can, I'm afraid.
Thank you very much. It's always good to have you on the programme. Lord Frost coming to speak to us there tonight. Now, there's so many stories of this election to unpick, not least in Northern Ireland, where Sinn Féin has become the biggest party at Westminster for the first time after some shock losses for the Democratic Unionist Party. Well, Sinn Féin held its 7 seats, while the DUP lost 3 of its 8. Its most high-profile casualty was Ian Paisley, who lost the North Antrim seat that his father had first won 54 years ago. Our senior Ireland correspondent, David Blevins, joins us now from Belfast. David.
Yes, a historic result for Sinn Féin, and within the last hour, the party's Michelle O'Neill, who is, of course, First Minister of Northern Ireland, has spoken to the new Prime Minister. She says she told Sir Keir Starmer it was time for a reset in British-Irish relations. Her party leader, Mary Lou McDonald, has gone much further than that. She says it's time to prepare for a new future together on this island. A clear indication that Sinn Féin believes the new Labour government should set a timeline now for a referendum on Irish unity. And that's because Sinn Féin is not just the biggest party of local government and the biggest party in the Stormont Assembly, but now holds most Northern Ireland seats at Westminster for the first time. Not that those seats will be occupied, of course. For more than a century, Sinn Féin has refused to take its seats in the British Parliament in opposition to British rule in Northern Ireland. But their result shifts the whole constitutional question about Northern Ireland's future front and centre. And speaking of that constitutional question, the Democratic Unionists had a disastrous election, losing 3 seats, including Lagan Valley, which had been held by their former leader, Sir Geoffrey Donaldson, for 27 years. And as you've already said, losing in a shock result, North Antrim, which the Paisley family had held for more than half a century. We've also learned in the last couple of hours, of course, that Hilary Benn has been appointed Secretary of State for Northern Ireland. His engagement with people here, as Shadow Northern Ireland Secretary, has been reminiscent of the engagement by the late Mo Mowlam. And of course, the Labour Party does have skin in the game, given that it co-brokered the Good Friday Agreement 26 years ago.
Thank you very much indeed. David Blevins reporting there from Belfast on a very interesting set of results in Northern Ireland. It was also a tough night for the Conservatives in Wales, where the party was completely wiped out. No Conservative MPs left standing in Wales because Labour won all but 5 of the 32 Welsh seats, with 4 going to Plaid Cymru and 1 to the Liberal Democrats. And that means total annihilation for the Conservatives in Wales for the first time in 23 years. I'm joined now by our Wales correspondent, Dan Whitehead. Dan.
Yeah, Sophie, total wipeout have been the 2 words on the lips of many people across Wales today. As you say, you've got to go back to the election of 2001, the last time the Conservatives had no seats anywhere in Wales. And it's been 14 years as well since we've had Labour in power on both sides of the Severn Bridge. Vaughan Gething, the First Minister, congratulating the new Prime Minister today, saying that this is a major opportunity to reset the relationship between the Senedd and Westminster. It's not always going to be a bed of roses, though, having Labour in power in Wales and in Westminster, because, of course, for 14 years here in the Senedd, where I am at the Welsh Parliament, Labour have been able to use the stick to blame the Tories for problems that they've had here in Wales. That will no longer be available to them. Big scalps overnight, of course. We saw the former Welsh Secretary lose his seat. Craig Williams, that Conservative MP embroiled in the betting scandal allegations, lose his seat in the middle of Wales. But essentially, that red wall that went blue in 2019 has gone red again, bar a few seats for Plaid Cymru and the Lib Dems. It's interesting to drill down some of those figures, though, because voter turnout in Wales saw the biggest fall in the whole of Britain. It dropped by more than 10%, dropped more than England did and Scotland, down to some 56% from 66% in 2019. That's interesting. But also, despite the success that Labour had here in Wales, the amount of people who actually voted for Labour fell as well. Where did those votes go? Well, as I said, Plaid Cymru had a good night with 4 seats. But you have to look at who came in second place here in Wales. Of the 27 seats that Labour won here in Wales, of the 32, in 12 of them, Reform came second. And in many cases, beating the Conservatives by some significant margin. Well, what will that mean? It's something that could be quite significant in 2 years' time when the next Welsh Parliament, the Senedd elections, take place. Will those people who became disillusioned with the Tories and voted Reform, OK, they didn't get any MPs, but will we see members of the Senedd from Reform being elected? Labour and the Conservatives will be concerned about that. In the last couple of minutes, Andrew R.T. Davies, the Welsh Conservative leader, has again apologised to the people of Wales, saying that the Conservatives have let them down.
Thank you very much indeed. Dan Whitehead there, reporting from Cardiff on really the story of the election, the Conservatives losing seats in Wales, and just about everywhere else as well. Well, let's have a very quick thought from our duo for the evening, shall we? Caroline Flint, Labour Minister, a former Labour Minister, and Guto Hari, former Director of Communications for Boris Johnson. Guto, I get the sense that you're frustrated, a bit angry with some people on the Conservative side. Is that a fair comment?
Well, you know, I had to have a go at the cause of that. But the consequences are a total wipeout in Wales, which is not good for democracy per se. We've lost some very good people, some former secretaries of state who've done a really good job for the people of Wales in the past. And I think it's really sad to see some of these great people leave. But also Wales, like Scotland, has had one-party rule for a long time, 25 years of Labour government, and a guy who recently lost a vote of confidence in the Senedd and just ploughed on, Vaughan Gething, the First Minister. So Wales is still ripe for some sort of mini-revolution, I think.
OK, we are out of time. We're going to have lots more to come on Election Live here on Sky News with me and the gang here in the studio. We are still going. Keep going too. Stay with us. It's 8 o'clock. I'm Sophy Ridge. This is Election Live from Westminster. Sir Keir Starmer has become the country's new Prime Minister. Tonight, we will bring you the best analysis and reaction on a day when the political map of the United Kingdom has been transformed. Well, after his historic Labour landslide, Sir Keir promises a decade of national renewal and a government of service.
Whether you voted Labour or not, in fact, especially if you did not, I say to you directly, my government will serve you.
You must be utterly exhausted and nearly on your knees.
Earlier, history, as he met King Charles to formally become Prime Minister. And Sir Keir wasted no time announcing his new cabinet, with Angela Rayner, his deputy, Rachel Reeves, the first female chancellor, David Lammy, Foreign Secretary, and Yvette Cooper as Home Secretary. An apology from Rishi Sunak as he leads the Conservatives to their biggest seat loss in history.
I am sorry. I have given this job my all, but you have sent a clear signal that the government of the United Kingdom must change.
The former Prime Minister Liz Truss, one of the biggest casualties as 11 Conservative cabinet ministers lose their seats. Whilst Ed Davey celebrates a historic night for the Liberal Democrats as the party wins a record number of seats.
Boring! Boring!
Reform leader Nigel Farage is heckled several times by protesters as his party wins 5 seats. And in Scotland, the SNP leader John Swinney says soul-searching is needed for his party after a Labour landslide wipes out so many of their seats. While the UK's political landscape has evolved before our very eyes, we will take you through all the key moments and the big stories. And we will have Caroline Flint's Go to Harry and Sky News' election commentator Adam Bolton with us as we head through the evening. It's Friday. I'm Sophy Ridge, live from Westminster, and this is Election Live. Well, on the day, Sir Keir Starmer becomes the first Labour leader elected Prime Minister at a general election since Tony Blair's landmark victory in 1997. A dramatic turnaround in Labour's fortunes and a truly momentous day here at Westminster. Well, he didn't hang around. This afternoon, Keir Starmer set to work, appointing his new cabinet with a majority which should provide him with a political blank cheque. But is this the loveless landslide? Turnout is the lowest for 2 decades, and the contradictions of our voting system have again been laid bare. Only 1 in 3 voters chose Labour, and its overall share of the vote has barely changed since Jeremy Corbyn's crushing defeat in 2019. One thing, though, is for certain. People wanted the Conservatives out. Rishi Sunak, minutes before standing down, spoke of the public's anger and disappointment with his party. Despite some of the more apocalyptic predictions, though, they do remain the official opposition. The Conservatives now find themselves at a crossroads. 2 parties, though, benefited hugely from that anger and disappointment. Ed Davey's Lib Dems winning a record number of seats, and Nigel Farage's Reform, who now have a base in Westminster with 5 seats in the House of Commons. As for the state of the wider United Kingdom, Scotland's place within it appears stronger tonight. The SNP collapsed, its leader John Swinney admitting Scottish voters no longer prioritise independence. But as one referendum moves further away, in Northern Ireland, a vote on Irish unity could have moved that bit closer. Sinn Féin won the most seats at Westminster for the very first time. We also witnessed the night of the Gaza independence. Labour's position on the war in the Middle East has cost it at least 5 seats. Big names in Keir Starmer's party were also nearly toppled. Now, we often hear about the importance of parliamentary arithmetic and, of course, Labour's really big, landslide majority will make governing easier than his recent predecessors in number 10 in that respect. But one thing is clear, though, Keir Starmer's promise of national renewal will not be an easy one to deliver, not least, of course, because of the inheritance that he is left with. The hard work really does start now. Elections, though, of course, are all about the numbers, and they are now just over 21 hours after the polls closed. They are now all in. So we can now tell you that the Labour Party has 412 seats in total, a huge majority, a ruthlessly efficient campaign, doubling the 202 they won in 2019. The Conservatives are on 121. That's a third of the 365 seats they won under Boris Johnson, their worst ever seat loss in any general election. It was a record-breaking night for the Lib Dems too. They are on 71 seats, that's up from just 11 at the last election. But a disastrous night for the SNP. They are on just 9 seats. To put that in context, they won 48 in 2019. Reform are on 5, their first ever seats, including victory for Nigel Farage at the 8th attempt. Plaid Cymru are on 4, and the Greens also on a total of 4 seats. Let's get to our main report now, shall we, on this historic night, the transfer of power, the new Labour government. This is our Home editor, Jason Farrell.
The sun broke out as the new occupants of number 10 arrived on Britain's most famous street. The welcome was warm for Keir and Victoria Starmer. His first words, a tribute to the man who'd just departed.
I want to thank the outgoing Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak. His achievement as the first British Asian Prime Minister of our country, the extra effort that will have required should not be underestimated by anyone. And we pay tribute to that today. And we also recognise the dedication and hard work he brought to his leadership. But now our country has voted decisively for change, whether you voted Labour or not. In fact, especially if you did not, I say to you directly, my government will serve you. Our work is urgent, and we begin it today. Thank you very much.
His triumph is both historic and strange. The first Labour Prime Minister in 14 years enters Downing Street with a thumping majority, but his landslide lacked lustre, secured with fewer votes than Jeremy Corbyn got in 2019. It happened because the Conservatives experienced their worst ever defeat. Leaving his post earlier under more leaden skies, Rishi Sunak was heavy with humility.
To the country, I would like to say first and foremost, I am sorry. I have given this job my all, but you have sent a clear signal that the government of the United Kingdom must change, and yours is the only judgment that matters. I have heard your anger, your disappointment, and I take responsibility for this loss. Whilst he has been my political opponent, Sir Keir Starmer will shortly become our Prime Minister. In this job, his successes will be all our successes, and I wish him and his family well. Whatever our disagreements in this campaign, he is a decent, public-spirited man who I respect.
Both leaders gracious in victory and defeat. It was a very British exchange of power. Mr. Sunak will stand down as Tory leader once the arrangements for his successor are in place. He headed to the palace to resign.
Sir Keir Starmer, Your Majesty. Your Majesty.
Ahead of Keir Starmer being commissioned to form a government by the King.
And having to get to grips with everything straight away must be quite exhausting.
This momentous day came after an extraordinary night. 12 cabinet ministers unseated, and Liz Truss, ousted as Prime Minister after 45 days, now rejected by her constituents, losing one of the safest Tory seats in Britain. The Conservative nightmare complete as their long-time tormentor, Nigel Farage, has become an MP. Heckled by a series of protesters.
Boring! Boring!
But his party reform got 4 million votes, although, due to the electoral system, only 5 seats to show for it.
It's very much my view that our outdated, first-past-the-post electoral system is not fit for purpose, and we will campaign with anyone and everyone to change this electoral system.
With fewer votes than Reform, the Lib Dems obtained vastly more seats. It was a night of sweet success for Ed Davey and a morning of sober reflection.
Trust is a very precious commodity. It's hard won. And sometimes you've lost it, you lose it. And you have to work very hard to win it back. And I want to thank people for trusting us again. We will not let you down.
The Scottish nationalists lost big as Labour rebuilt its red wall north of the border, while the Greens picked up a record 4 seats. This afternoon, we saw the procession of new faces of government walking up Downing Street. A female Deputy Prime Minister in Angela Rayner, a female Home Secretary in Yvette Cooper, and the first ever female Chancellor, Rachel Reeves. It is a dramatic changing of the guard, with a party whose big promise is to change Britain. Jason Farrell, Sky News.
We can cross now live to Downing Street, and our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Cates, is there. Sam, Labour have proved today that they have a ruthlessly efficient election-winning machine. But now, of course, the real challenge is ahead. They need to prove that they can govern as well.
That's right, and they are now in power after the public decided to punish the incumbents all across the United Kingdom, whether it was the Tories in England and Wales, whether it was the SNP in Scotland. The decision of voters, it would seem, would be to make and send a clear message that they were unhappy and want things to change. So the Tories, for instance, saw the biggest vote share drop in history. They have crashed to the lowest number of seats ever, making Rishi Sunak electorally the worst Tory leader of all time. There were votes to Reform UK, Nigel Farage's party, lots of seats to the Liberal Democrats under Ed Davey, but the big winners, as you say, the Labour Party, with that a massive majority on a similar scale to Tony Blair in 1997. A ruthlessly efficient campaign, as you say, Sophie, but the question is, can they now translate that political blank check into action? Today, Keir Starmer effectively cut and paste his shadow cabinet into his cabinet with the most minor of tweaks. He now has a top team that he is familiar with, although no sign of any particular ruthlessness as he took this team into government with him. Now the bigger question is whether his vision can be translated into action. He has built a programme around missions, broad promises of change, but the detail of how that will work not spelled out in huge amounts in the Labour manifesto. He promised today on the steps of Downing Street behind me that people's lives, the nurses, the drivers, will change. The question is, will they feel it and give Labour credit?
Yeah, that really is the big question, isn't it, Sam? Sam Coates there in Downing Street for us this evening. Well, this is a government that wants to show it is up and running quickly, and I have to say, Wes Streeting, the new Health Secretary, has been pretty speedy out of the blocks, barely in his post for more than a few hours. And this is the tweet that he has just sent. I've spoken to the BMA Junior Doctors Committee, Wes Streeting said, and can announce that talks to end their industrial action will begin next week. We promised to get negotiations up and running, and that is what we are doing. Wes Streeting there, the new Health Secretary, confirming talks with the junior doctors will begin next week. He has, of course, said previously that their pay demands of 35% are too high. So, of course, it does remain to be seen whether those talks will actually lead to anything. But the new Health Secretary announcing that talks to end the BMA industrial action to begin next week. Well, let's bring you back to the studio, shall we? Where we are joined this evening by Caroline Flint, who was a Labour minister during her time as an MP from 1997 to 2019, and Hilary, who was Downing Street Director of Communications under Boris Johnson. Also, still with us, still powering on, is our election commentator, Adam Bolton. I want to talk a little bit about the task ahead for Sir Keir Starmer, because it's been a historic day. We've had, the visit to the King, we've had the cabinet appointees, but the business of government is the real challenge, isn't it, Adam? What kind of inheritance does he have?
Well, the first thing to say is panic over. It is after 5 p.m. on a Friday and Keir Starmer is still working, not spending time with his family. He's been having phone calls with President Biden, amongst others. So all those scary headlines, we needn't worry, we haven't got a part-time Prime Minister. That said, he really is going to have to work. Now, one thing we do know is he's promised to end the chaos, and one of the ways he sees of doing that is being much more organised in government. So he's made this decision to take the senior civil servant, Sue Gray, as his chief of staff. He's set up this idea of a quad of senior ministers who will basically oversee the activities of the cabinet, those senior ministers being Pat McFadden, Angela Rayner, Rachel Reeves and the Prime Minister. And as we've seen, he's installed his cabinet and they, to a certain extent, have hit the ground running. So in that sense, although it's a massive change, only happens every 14 or 15 years ago from one major party to another, this government so far has hit the ground running. That said, it's already made it clear it's going to take things relatively slowly. We're not going to get a budget until the autumn. Although they're going to keep Parliament back till the end of July rather than go a week earlier and bring it back in September, they're going to work through the agenda rather than try to rush it. Because, one of the things that the new Prime Minister said in his acceptance speech is, we want to tread lightly on people's lives. They don't want sensational coups and dramatic announcements like, for example, the Rwanda policy or the Bring Back National Service policy or whatever else. They want to be much more orderly.
Caroline, you, of course, was there in 1997. It feels to me like the big battles to come for this administration is going to be over public spending. The forecasts that people, for example, at the IFS, have effectively described as a fantasy. Rachel Reeves and Keir Starmer, I'm sure, will have members of the cabinet very soon knocking on their door saying schools need more money, hospitals need more money. It's not fair that people on benefits should be in poverty. What do you think? Is there a way forward?
Well, I think it's really clear that Keir Starmer's and Rachel Reeves, and she is an enormously important asset and person in this, have made it clear not only to party members but to the country that they are sticking within certain limits. And so they've actually laid out that there's little scope for them to just respond to what undoubtedly be a lot of lobbying going on to them. And what I do know about, Labour governments in particular is, people do think that, suddenly Labour can produce everything. I think managing expectations is going to be really, a prime priority for Starmer and his cabinet. But they've been upfront about it. And I think having all those MPs that come in who are delighted to be there, some who probably never thought they would be there, is also about party management in the Commons as well. Because there will be some difficult decisions along the way. And we've seen that with the Conservatives as well.
And here's an
that if you can't manage the Parliamentary Labour Party, when you've got a tough decision to make and keep in order, then that can disrupt enormously. But I do think the public do recognise, if I could just say this, I do think the public do recognise, after quite a lot of chaos we've had, that there's no easy answer to some of these questions. And so I don't think they're expecting to sort everything by this time next week. But he's got a bit of time to think about things and make some choices about what the priorities are. And I think the fact that Wes has already been out there, and on Twitter, not before Parliament, by the way, on Twitter, I don't know what the new Speaker's going to say about that, but there we go, has been that he's been in touch with the BMA during the Doctors' Committee. I imagine that every other member of the Cabinet has got their list of things they're going to do in the next 24 hours, the next 3 days, the next week, to show that they are hitting the ground running, as Adam said.
And here's a great example that Wes Streeting is a rock star, I think. I wish him well because he's got great ideas about reforming the NHS. But here he is, raising expectations that he can do a deal with the junior doctors next week. The reason Steve Barclay, hugely capable man, very, very hard-working, tried very hard to do a deal with the junior doctors. He couldn't because Rishi Sunak wouldn't sign off the amount of money that they were asking for, 35% pay rise. Now, what is going to give? Is Wes Streeting going to sort of say, you don't get that, and the junior doctors say, well, we only said that to a Conservative government. Now you're a nice, cuddly Labour government. We'll drop our demands. We'll halve them. 10%, we call it quits, we go home. Or does he then have to go to Rachel Reeves? These are not easy decisions. It's great to talk the talk, but actually walking the walk. So if the junior doctors say, sorry, not happy, they're out on strike, the small boats keep coming, steelworkers in Talbot decide to go out after all, you have a pretty rapid end of the honeymoon.
I did notice Yvette Cooper as well when she walked into her new department as well, talking about the strategy on small boats. That is not an easy issue to solve.
Well, it's not an easy issue. Another issue is prisons. Obviously, under the government we had before for the results yesterday, we're having to deal with the fact that the prisons are overfilled, and therefore we want to let people out of prison earlier than we might have done, and that's something else that Labour's going to have to
Interesting there, though. Obviously, some thoughts gone into this because they brought in, as it were, outside talent. James Timpson of the Timpson family is going to be the prisons minister. And likewise, it seems that Sir Patrick Vallance, everyone will remember, he's being brought into the government, both of them being put in the House of Lords. It looks like he's going to be in charge of Great British Energy and the new deals there. So, as a scientist, so they've clearly thought about the expertise they want to bring in. And I think, the point you make is a very good one, Guto, about the negotiations with the doctors. But perhaps they're calculating that with the majority of the size they've got, they've actually got rather more muscle to flex over the BMA than they have done before. Because, I know that there have been comments from inside the government that they feel that the junior doctors in particular have really been pushing their luck.
Interesting chat. We'll have lots more from our panel this evening. And, of course, this historic day in British politics will dominate tomorrow's papers. We'll have our press preview and news review from 10:45 this evening with tonight's news and tomorrow's headlines. Joining Annie Botting in Downing Street will be the Daily Mirror's associate editor, Kevin Maguire, and the Financial Times' Whitehall editor, that's Lucy Fisher. Now, on a remarkably successful night for the Labour Party, the loss of 2 potential cabinet ministers was a blip for Keir Starmer. Thangam Debonair lost in Bristol Central, comprehensively beaten by the Green Party co-leader, Carla Denyer. And the Shadow Postmaster General too, Jonathan Ashworth, lost out to the independent candidate Sokat Adam in Leicester South, with the campaign there dominated by Labour's stance on Gaza. Jess Phillips was also booed after being re-elected in the seat of Birmingham Yardley. She described the election as the worst she'd been a part of. Well, Sky's Greg Mylan reports now on the Gaza revolt.
On a night of almost unbroken success for Labour, when Britain in large part chose them, Leicester South had a surprise in store. The independent candidate Sokat Adam took this seat. 13,760. Removing Shadow Minister Jonathan Ashworth, who he'd criticised for failing to back a ceasefire in Gaza.
This is for the people of Gaza.
For many, including Wahid, Labour's position on Gaza mattered.
Him staying silent on Gaza is going to have an effect, definitely, especially with who was opposing him and Sokat Adam.
Was that an important issue to you that it was raised?
Me being as a Muslim, it was a priority, yeah, definitely. I mean, there's local issues, of course, but with what's going on, being so fresh in the mind, not just in his vocal, he didn't support Gaza at all.
It was an issue too in Birmingham Yardley. Jess Phillips narrowly holding her seat, but the tension clear.
How has politics got so low
in people's minds that, you know, the idea of, you know, getting rid of hard-working members of Parliament to just vote for grievance is, I have to say, a real difficulty, and actually politicians have got a responsibility for that.
On the streets of her constituency today, the evidence that those feelings still persist within the community. The change in the political landscape is unlikely to make those fade from view. Labour also lost out elsewhere to pro-Gaza independents. Among them, the former leader they expelled, Jeremy Corbyn. We knew during the campaign that there was very real discontent in places like this about Labour's position on Gaza. It's now for Keir Starmer to deal with as Prime Minister. But he'll know, even with a huge majority, the potential damage that very public infighting can do. But a message has been sent from places like this, and they're waiting to see if the new Prime Minister is listening. Greg Milam, Sky News, Leicester.
Well, the former Shadow Chancellor, John McDonnell, is here with us now, joins us here in the studio. Thank you for being with us. I just wanted to kind of pick up on some of the issues that Greg Milam was just covering there in his report. Losing seats, predominantly because of Gaza, on a night where Labour's won that big majority. Other very prominent members of the cabinet now are being run close in their seats too. Do you think the party's underestimated the strength of the feeling and how long lasting it is on Gaza?
I think initially, but as we got towards the polling day, the strength of feeling on the doorstep was enormous. And in all our constituencies, particularly where we've got a Muslim community. My community has a 20% Muslim community. And I tour around all the mosques. In fact, I helped found one of our local mosques. But the strength of feeling, was pretty big. The lessons have to be learned about that relationship now. There's a rebuilding that has to be done, particularly around the Gaza issue. What kept on coming back on the doorstep was the first interview that Keir gave with LBC, where he appeared to condone the tactics of the Israeli army in terms of blocking the supply of food, electricity and aid there. He corrected that, but he corrected it about 9 days later. That was the problem. And that was repeated time and time again. I think there's a whole range of things that could be done now. Now we're in government. We've got rid of the Tories, thank God. What we can do now on Gaza in particular, we could become significant in looking towards a new peace initiative and ceasefire. There's other elements as well. I'll just give one example that I've been campaigning on since January. Other European countries, including those ones around Israel itself, have been receiving injured children, Palestinian children from Gaza. I've raised it with the past government time and time again. Not one child has been given a visa to come here for treatment, even though our hospitals are willing to treat them. Initiatives like that, where we could help in some way and demonstrate that actually we are on the side of peace and the ceasefire on this issue, I think could help.
Jeremy Corbyn also won as an independent candidate. Do you think there should be a path now for him back into the Labour Party?
I've been calling for the restoration of the whip to Jeremy for some time now, but I think after the mandate he got, it was a sizable majority as well. I'd never expected it. I thought it'd be much closer, sizable majority. The mandate he's got, it's time to mend that fence and offer him the whip again.
Right now, you think?
Yes, I think so. This has happened in the past. Nye Bevan had the whip withdrawn and restored. There's a history of this. And you settle your differences.
He didn't run against the party, though, in an election.
No, but you restore the whip when you're actually in a situation of, I think, strength. And it shows magnanimity as well in terms of Keir Starmer if he did that.
There's not much point because Jeremy Corbyn doesn't have a record of voting with the whip anyway.
Well, neither do I. But when it came down to it,
You never stood against the Labour Party, John.
No, but when
that's a line that Jeremy crossed.
The situation there, and I said this to Keir beforehand as well. Jeremy Corbyn never wanted to stand against the Labour Party. He's been a member of the Labour Party longer than Keir Starmer, much longer.
Because
he wanted to
Hardy.
be. Why didn't they let the Islington rank and file members determine who the candidate should be? And if they'd been allowed that democratic right, they would have selected Jeremy, and we wouldn't have had this mess.
Can you clear up a mystery for me?
Yeah.
Emily Thornbury. Everybody else.
I have no idea. I have no idea why she hasn't been appointed.
Everybody else in the shadow cabinet has got their jobs, unless they obviously lost their seat.
Yeah.
Emily Thornbury, I haven't heard. She was at Downing Street. The appointments have finished today. What's going on?
I didn't know until late on, and I'm quite surprised.
There is a suggestion that Keir Starmer has decided, and remember, historically, the Attorney General has been a very controversial appointment. He's decided that he wants an Attorney General who's a lawyer first and a politician second.
Whoa, whoa. Hang on a minute. We've put some... I don't know what Emily Thornberry's done. I think she's always been perfectly competent.
But she is primarily a politician rather than...
No, she's a lawyer as well. But in addition to that, the Attorney General role is a political role. And now we have an Attorney General in the House of Lords, not in the Commons. And I think that's a mistake.
I mean, she was, of course, part of the Jeremy Corbyn shadow cabinet as well.
Yeah, but she was loyal to Keir straight away.
Do you think she's been punished for that at all?
I don't think so, no. I don't know why she's been punished. She was loyal to Keir immediately, and she's done the job. And in fact, in some instances, even on the night of the LBC interview, she was the one who went out and defended it. So I'm mystified why she's not been appointed. But I think it's a mistake appointing an Attorney General in the Lords, not in the Commons. And we've seen that with David Cameron in the Foreign Office brief. It doesn't work.
On the night of your devastating defeat in 2019, you called it extremely disappointing. Labour, they got fewer votes yesterday than they did in 2019.
Yeah, well, I think there's a political debate to be had across all parties. The turnout was appalling. My turnout in the 70s, can you remember it was in the 70s for most of us? Mine was 51% yesterday. That's really shocking, but that's the same across the whole of the country. Turnout is an issue, and we've got to have to consider why that occurred. But in terms of the Labour vote, I think people voted to get rid of the Tories. That's the main thing. I don't think we particularly inspired them to come out and vote for Labour. So what we've got to do in government now is demonstrate competent government, but an inspirational government as well. So we've got that opportunity now.
But you must recognise, John, that actually, you know, one of the things about the vote share is you can, particularly because of our cities and the population, you could stack up a massive vote there, but it doesn't actually help us.
That's always the case, but I don't...
breadth of elections. So I don't disagree with you. We should always be concerned in a democracy about people feeling inspired to vote. But actually, you know, with a smaller share of the vote,
I fully agree.
We've achieved a massive victory.
I fully agree, but the problem with that, and this is why I'm in favour of proportional representation, is that having such a low share of the vote to get into government, as a result of that, you have a fragile link on power, and also you have a fragile link with regard to the, I suppose, the justification for you being in government. And I think that's a worry that we need to contest.
So you think Labour should support?
Oh, yes, I have done for the last 10 years. I've been arguing for that.
Even if it lets small parties like Reform UK...
Well, you win the political
end up
argument.
being the horse trading.
You win the political argument against them, not by manipulation of an electoral system.
And lose a constituency.
There is a danger, isn't there, of disillusionment.
Yeah.
You know, 4 million people get 5 MPs, and though for some of us that's a sense of relief, it's not fair, just objectively. There's 4 million people who are going to feel largely disenfranchised, and it's the same... you know, across the board in other ways. And if you see the biggest majority ever on a proportion of the vote that's smaller than what you secured in 2017, that again is a fragile basis. And I, as somebody who opposed Brexit quite violently, did see Brexit as a reaction to a sense that a whole load of people out there who voted time and time again, felt their vote was being taken for granted, they were not listened to. We cannot recreate that situation of alienating vast chunks of the population.
But you don't necessarily have to do that through proportional representation.
But people will throw back in your face the fact that you haven't got a majority of the people voting for you. And there will be almost a political morality challenge about this. So that's why I think we need to open up the debate.
Isn't one possibility that what's already happening is that people who share many of your political views are going to the Green Party, or indeed have gone to independence? So it may be that in this realignment we see a kind of linkier party, do you think?
But the problem with that is that because the electoral system that we now have, it's very difficult for those parties to break through in any form. And again, it means, therefore, you can have a government with a huge majority, but without the full electoral mandate that they should have. I think there's a debate now to be had about how our political system is operating, an honest debate as well. And it's exactly right. You can stack up massive majorities in areas and then still lose out overall. That's why the PR system, I think, would be better. I actually think there's an argument being put around today that this was a brilliant campaigning strategy and that as one. I think, actually, it was, yeah, the good strategy in terms of getting mobilisation in marginal seats, but everyone tries that. I think it was just, I got on the doorstep, I want rid of the Tories. That's what I got all the time, because that concept of broken Britain, nothing working, any public service failing people, it was 14 years of austerity. And then, to be honest, Boris Johnson, congenital liar. Then you have Liz Truss, who broke economic incompetence, broke the link between Tories and competence. And then Sunak, who I think, maybe if he'd won against Liz Truss, he might have had a bigger run-in and less damage made to the Conservative standing. But he lacked the common touch as well. So you had a succession of Tory political leaders that led to this massive defeat. In fact, they were most probably the best campaigners the Labour Party had.
Do you agree Boris Johnson contributed?
No, and I actually think, not that he's without his flaws like all of us, but when he was toppled, I think the party were 8% behind in the polls. Oh, what every Conservative candidate who's just lost his or her seat would have given to have entered this election campaign 8 points behind. And actually, we saw in one intervention that Boris could do more damage to reform than anyone else did in 5 weeks. And had he been there at the start, I don't think reform would have ever taken off.
Well, the trend was towards a widening gap at the time. I mean, and there were a lot of issues about Boris Johnson. Anyway, he's written his weekly newspaper article tomorrow, 10 ways to beat Keir Starmer's Labour, so I'm sure people will be tuning into that. Just do want to ask you one thing. Did you get any help from the centre campaigning? Because they had a very organised system of sending people out to campaign.
No, they concentrated on the marginal seats and left us stand on our own, which for me was quite helpful.
You didn't take it personally?
Not at all, no. In fact, the ability for us to campaign in our own style in our own constituency was better for us.
We know what you mean.
Because we understand the constituency more.
Can I ask you something, John? I think it was interesting what you said earlier about your campaign to see if children from Gaza can come here, because I think I'm surprised that's not already happening, and I think that's
well, Great Ormond Street are happy to take
I think it's
them.
a thoughtful suggestion, but do you, in terms of what was happening to Jess Phillips at her count, in terms of the barracking and views that were being expressed at her on the count, but also to her campaigners during, whatever people's passion about an issue, that's not acceptable, is it?
No, you try and maintain... Last night, I congratulated all the other candidates alongside me and all the rest. So you try and maintain that level. But it does get heated. And in 2019, there was a punch-up at my count on the floor. Sky showed the film, actually, of what went on. I thought, what's going on here? People get very heated, but you have to try and calm that down as much as you possibly can as a politician.
I think it was a little bit more than heated, I would say.
Yeah, well...
Some of the examples she gave of some of the things happening to her during the campaign and the threats that were happening and everything else.
No, you don't
Whatever your passion about
no, you don't want that.
That's
you want to maintain a level of civility in the political debate, of course you do. Yeah.
OK, we are out of time. Thank you very much. Very wide-ranging, very heated debate at times, but that is all good. Thank you very much indeed for being on the Politics Hub, John McDonnell. Well, the elections, of course, are about numbers too, and who better to look at the numbers than Ed Conway, who was at our election map for us, looking at the story of the night. Ed.
Should we just start by reminding ourselves of the map, the political map of the UK back in 2019. So last time around, this is how things look. And just look at how much blue there was across the UK, particularly in England. Look how yellow Scotland was. Look at all that blue in the north of Wales. And now consider where we are after this election. Just look at that transformation. Look at how this country, the political makeup, has been completely transformed. That is the big story here, a Labour landslide that changes our political story across the country. But I want to show you a few things that you might not be evident from the big numbers. And if we take all of those hexes, this is basically constituencies around the country, and then put them on here, you get a sense of how Labour have got to that majority. This is arranging all of the constituencies in the UK. That's the point where you have a majority, 326. Labour obviously went way beyond that, the landslide territory. The Conservatives, very small indeed. Look at the Lib Dems there, over 70 MPs, better even than the exit poll suggested. And when you look at the churn beneath the surface, a few stories actually present themselves. So obviously there's the Labour big number, 412 MPs, gaining 218, but actually losing 7 as well, including Jonathan Ashworth. You know, there's a story there about what's going on with the Labour vote in high Muslim population areas due to their Gaza policy. You've got the Conservatives essentially collapsing there, 252 down to 121. We'll come back to that in a second. Lib Dems 71, doing better than expected. Reform on 5. And here's the SNP. You know, look down there, actually, at the map of Scotland. That was yellow not long ago. And just look at how much red there is there for the Labour Party. But one thing that's quite interesting, so political psephologists, as they're called, like to talk about swing, two-party swing, and how much the vote across the country is swinging either to the Conservatives or to the Labour Party. And definitely there's a story here. When you look at the amount of swing to Labour, that's Tony Blair in 1997. Here, the swing from the Conservatives to the Labour Party was 11%. So that was a new record. OK, so that's certainly a big deal. But what's really interesting about this, you might have got the impression from this that this is all kind of a Labour Party story. But what we can do is break down these bars into how much of that is due to the Conservatives and how much of that is down to the Labour Party. And look at this bar. I'll just kind of annotate it so you can see. So much of that, essentially 11%, is down to this. The Conservative collapse, the collapse in the share of the vote for the Conservative Party is the vast majority of that swing. Only a tiny bit of that is Labour actually putting on extra votes, extra share of the vote. So that just underlines, you know, this is a big story about the Conservatives as well, about what happened to the Conservative Party and Labour essentially going in to that vacuum. But when it comes to how Labour are able to do that, you know, 11% is only so much. Actually, that wouldn't take you to a landslide. Labour needed to do something else, OK, which is to be efficient about their votes. What these bars are showing you here is how many votes each government needed for every seat that they were winning. OK, so there's the Conservatives over there. You need quite a lot of votes there. But have a look at what happened this time around. So the Labour Party this time, I'm going to bring on the bar, needed very few, comparatively very few votes for each seat won. And that's really important because they weren't actually increasing their vote share all that much. In fact, the total number of votes in this election that were cast for Keir Starmer and his party were less than for Jeremy Corbyn in 2019. So the bad Corbyn result that was the drubbing for the Labour Party. And the upshot, part of the explanation for that is essentially Labour was able to win loads of seats with a relatively small number of votes. In fact, the lowest number of votes per seat in this era of universal suffrage. So we've never seen that before either. So lots of strange things and unexpected things happening. But one certain kind of pattern that we've definitely noticed that you couldn't really fail to have missed is the Conservative collapse. OK, and this is just showing you how many seats the Conservatives have had at each election, going back all the way to the 1850s. That was the low point up until now, 1906, 141 seats. Balfour, that's the Liberal government there. Let's bring on this set of results and just look at how low that bar is. In fact, if we draw a line back here, this is the worst result in terms of seats, also in terms of the share of the vote as well, for the Conservative Party, basically since the invention of the Conservative Party, going back to Peel, going back a long period indeed, going back 2 centuries. So a seismic moment for British politics, a seismic moment that we're still trying to digest at the moment, and it'll take a long time to get our heads around what is going on with UK politics.
It certainly will. There are just so many threads to pull, so many stories to follow, an extraordinary set of results. Ed Conway, thank you so much for talking us through the figures. Well, Ed Conway there talking about the collapse, I guess, in the Conservative Party votes. And it's time now to take a closer look at the 2 parties who benefited from that collapse. Not just the Labour Party, but also the Liberal Democrats. Firstly, let's have a look at Nigel Farage's Reform Party as well, because they gained seats across the country. The party won in Clacton, obviously, with Nigel Farage. They also won in Boston and Skegness. They took seats in Ashfield, that was Lee Anderson's seat, Basildon South and East Thurrock, and finally, Great Yarmouth. So those 5 new Reform MPs then entering the House of Commons for the first time. Party leader Nigel Farage becomes an MP after 7 previous failed attempts. He'll be joined by the party leader he replaced at the start of this election campaign. That is the party chair, Richard Tice. James McMurdoch will be the youngest of the bunch. Now, he won a dramatic recount this afternoon by just 98 votes, so just squeaking in. And Rupert Lowe, a former MEP, also a previous chairman of Southampton Football Club, Rishi Sunak's team, he will also be entering Parliament. Those four will be joining Lee Anderson. He's a name you may be familiar with, the party's existing MP, who will also be able to show his colleagues the ropes because he defected across from the Conservatives back in January. Well, Sky's Tom Cheshire reports now on the rise of reform.
A sea change delivered by the seaside. Welcome to the home of the reform revolution, Clacton, where Nigel Farage won big and posed a question about whether Britain's electoral system is looking ragged. Because Reform is now the third biggest party in the UK by vote share, but only has 5 seats to show for it. Farage didn't hang around long to enjoy his new constituency, keen to make his point down in London.
The races! Any more for any more?
Actually, yes!
You're
just a liar and a racist!
Need people who are going to bring unity, not division!
Although he had to wait for the hecklers to be ejected, and even for him, this was rather a lot.
It is very much my view that our outdated, first-past-the-post electoral system is not fit for purpose, and we will campaign with anyone and everyone to change this electoral system.
In Clacton, he won a big swing, a big majority. Most here were very happy about that, and only sorry that the rest of the country did not get to take part in the revolution.
What was the biggest thing that made you vote for him?
I don't know, he has like the most change. Like I think he could make a lot of change. We've been with like Labour for so long and they haven't really done anything.
When you take the whole country majority vote for reform, it's ridiculous. They come second in a lot of elections and nothing.
I know that's the old system, but come on, it's got to change. I hope Nigel tries to do something about that.
There is a lot at stake. The smaller parties are increasingly popular, but they're not winning electoral prizes in what remains a 2-horse race.
If you look at how well Reform did, not just here but across the country, how well the Greens did, how many independent candidates were successful, look at all that, you start to think, are we actually now a multi-party democracy, but still operating because of first-past-the-post in a 2-party system?
The vote share for the main parties has been falling, with people choosing other options, further right and further left. The danger is that first-past-the-post doesn't translate their will into power, and that the pressure, the dissatisfaction builds up. You'll hear much more on that from Farage, who has traded the wet benches at the seaside for the warm ones of Westminster, courtesy of the voters of Clacton. Tom Cheshire, Sky News, Clacton-on-Sea.
Well, you can bet that those 5 Reform MPs will be making their voices heard in Parliament, but also the Liberal Democrats leader, Sir Ed Davey, had a lot of fun, didn't he, on the campaign trail, I think it's fair to say. He admitted he rather enjoyed himself, and now his party have enjoyed their best election results ever. The Liberal Democrats won 71 seats. That is their highest ever tally, really surpassing all of their expectations, getting pretty much all of their target seats. They took 2 constituencies from 2 former Conservative Prime Ministers as well, Lord Cameron in Witney and Lady May in Maidenhead. They weren't winning, I should say, but those are their former seats. And they also unseated multiple prominent Conservative cabinet ministers too, in what was undoubtedly a very successful night for Sir Ed Davey and his party. Our political correspondent Rob Powell reports now on the Lib Dem record.
After the stunts come the celebrations. The Lib Dem leader euphoric at a more than 6-fold increase in seats, a record number that puts them back as the 3rd party in Westminster.
We will stand up for those millions of people who are desperate for change, who want their health and care systems transformed, who want the economy to grow, but also to make sure it grows in a fair way where people's concerns of the cost of living are actually addressed.
Sir Ed Davey danced, jumped, and slid his way through this campaign. But there was policy too, with a focus on social care, a topic ignored by the other parties, as well as sewage and water quality. And come polling day, the Lib Dem leader had the last laugh. 5 cabinet ministers, including the Justice Secretary, Alex Chalk, were unseated by the party. The Education Secretary, Gillian Keegan, saw her 20,000 majority in Chichester vanish. This constituency has been Conservative-held for more than a century, but in the West Sussex city today, anger with the Tory party, as well as with the outgoing MP.
This time, I think, people had had enough.
Some people would have decided that even if they were Labour supporters, they would have to vote tactically.
They're all a shower, mate.
Did you vote?
No. For what? There's no change. There's no change.
But what about the mix of votes? While they've put on huge numbers of seats, the Lib Dems' share of the overall vote has barely changed since 2019 and actually now trails behind Reform. Much like Labour, the Lib Dems have piled up support in the right places. They've done that by running a tightly targeted campaign that's capitalised on tactical anti-Tory votes. For a party committed to electoral reform, Ed Davies' crew have got very good at making the current system work for them. Chichester's new MP says she knows some in the area lent her their vote.
I spoke to a lot of voters on the doorstep who might naturally have been inclined to vote Labour or Green had they lived somewhere else.
But this was a vote more against the Tories than for the Lib Dems, wasn't it?
I think some people might see it like that, but I disagree. I think that we ran a really positive campaign.
Whatever the strategy, it worked. Modern-day changes in how we all decide our vote, returning the Lib Dems to glories of the past. Rob Powell, Sky News in Chichester.
Rob Powell there reporting on the record-breaking night for the Lib Dems. I have to say, it's been a very successful campaign for Sir Ed Davey. He's been one of the stars. I'll be honest, I wasn't necessarily predicting it either.
Yeah, I mean, Ed Davey was my sort of opposite when he was in, obviously, the Cameron-Clegg coalition government with the energy brief. And I always found him quite, serious, quite pompous on occasion. But actually, there was another side to Ed Davey during all this, and I think he just thought, obviously, they've got a ground operation going on to squeeze the vote, and, we should... it is this thing about Tory and Liberal Democrats in second place vying for the seats is not new. But I think he just thought, I've got to get some publicity. Who wants to hear another boring speech? I'm going to go out there and have some fun. And I think in definitely one of the leadership debates, I think he came across actually the most relaxed, much more relaxed than Rishi Sunak and Keir Starmer on that occasion.
I think the thing about Ed Davey is it comes across as quite authentic. I interviewed him during the campaign and I was basically like, it's quite kind of clownish, quite playful. Is that what you're like, at home? And he was like, yeah, that kind of is. And I just think it is that kind of, I think, a few dads can probably relate to it, that sort of jokey dad.
He's raised the bar. People will be expecting a bungee jump every week now.
Yeah, that's the only thing. Yeah.
I've taken my 15-year-old on a zip wire, so, there's a little bit of that. But what is weird is not that long ago, we were talking about him possibly being ousted because of his very dodgy role in the post office scandal. So, it shows that you can recover in politics. I must say, I was looking at this thinking he was playing some sort of elaborate game of Where's Wally? And having grown up with sort of Charles Kennedy, who had this great authenticity about him, and Paddy Ashton, who walked into a room and you kind of feared for your life. But they both had great principles and a great stance for the Lib Dems. Somehow he managed to get through. I still don't quite understand what the pitch was, because it wasn't that the Lib Dems were saying we'll go back into Europe. It wasn't that they opposed what's happening in the Middle East. I'm not sure what it was, but it kind of worked.
Record-breaking, as you say. We'll have much more from Westminster in the next hour before we turn. But first, a look back at some of the big moments of the day and the historic night before as well. It really does feel like we've had a front row seat on history today.
I am sorry. I have given this job my all, but you have sent a clear signal that the government of the United Kingdom must change. I will step down as party leader.
He's just entered history as a man who led Britain's most successful political party to its worst ever loss of seats.
We did it!
Liz Truss, the former Prime Minister, the shortest ever serving Prime Minister, is out of Parliament.
Chaps, gone.
Mordaunt, gone. Keegan, gone. Hart, gone. Fraser, gone. Mercer, gone.
Rees-Mogg, Conservative Party candidate, 15,400.
Goodbye, Mr. Rees-Mogg.
Bristol, you made history today.
It is grim, it is miserable, it is a complete disaster for John Swinney's party.
The working class are coming for you, mate.
Well, this is good preparation for the House of Commons, I suppose. Any more for any more?
Actually, yes.
Trust is a very precious commodity. And I want to thank people for trusting us again.
You must be utterly exhausted and nearly on your knees. Not much.
This is an historic meeting.
Our country has voted decisively for change, for national renewal and a return of politics to public service. This lack of trust can only be healed by actions, not words. I know that. Our work is urgent, and we begin it today. Thank you very much. Labour or not. In fact, especially if you did not, I say to you directly, my government will serve you.
You must be utterly exhausted and nearly on your knees.
Earlier history as he met King Charles to formally become Prime Minister. And Sir Keir wasted no time announcing his new cabinet, with Angela Rayner, his deputy, Rachel Reeves, the first female Chancellor, David Lammy, Foreign Secretary, and Yvette Cooper as Home Secretary. An apology from Rishi Sunak as he leads the Conservatives to their biggest seat loss in history.
I am sorry. I have given this job my all, but you have sent a clear signal that the government of the United Kingdom must change.
The former Prime Minister Liz Truss, one of the biggest casualties as 11 Conservative cabinet ministers lose their seats. While Sir Ed Davey celebrates a historic night for the Liberal Democrats as the party wins a record number of seats at the election.
Boring. Boring.
Reform leader Nigel Farage is heckled several times by protesters as his party wins 5 seats. And in Scotland, the SNP leader John Swinney says soul-searching is needed for his party after a Labour landslide wipes out many of their seats. But the UK's political landscape has evolved before our very eyes. We will take you through all the key moments and stories. And we'll have Caroline Flint's Gutu Harry and Sky News' election commentator Adam Bolton with us as we had through the evening. It's Friday. I'm Sophy Ridge, live from Westminster, and this is Election Live. On the day, Sir Keir Starmer becomes the first Labour leader elected Prime Minister at a general election since Tony Blair's landmark victory in 1997. A dramatic turnaround in Labour's fortunes, a truly momentous day in Westminster. Hello, good evening. Well, inside Downing Street, the Keir Starmer era has begun. The new Prime Minister won a landslide. He's now promising national renewal. This afternoon, he's set to work appointing his new cabinet with a majority which should provide him with a political blank cheque. But is this, in reality, the loveless landslide? Turnout is the lowest for 2 decades, and the contradictions of our voting system have again been laid bare. Only 1 in 3 voters chose Labour, and its overall share of the vote has barely changed since Jeremy Corbyn's crushing defeat in 2019. One thing, though, is for certain. People wanted the Conservatives out. Rishi Sunak, minutes before standing down, spoke of the public's anger and disappointment with his party. Despite some apocalyptic predictions, though, they remain the official opposition. The Conservatives now find themselves at a crossroads. 2 parties benefited hugely from that anger and disappointment. First, Ed Davey's Lib Dems. They won a record number of seats, but also Nigel Farage's Reform, who now have a base here in Westminster with a total of 5 seats. As for the state of the wider United Kingdom, Scotland's place within it appears stronger tonight. The SNP virtually collapsed, its leader John Swinney admitting that Scottish voters are no longer prioritising independence. But as one referendum moves perhaps further away, in Northern Ireland, a vote on Irish unity could be closer. Sinn Féin won the most seats at Westminster for the first time. And we also, of course, witnessed the night of the Gaza independence. Labour position on the war in the Middle East has cost it at least 5 seats, and some big names in Keir Starmer's party were also nearly toppled. Now, we often hear about the importance of parliamentary arithmetic, and Labour's sizable majority should make governing easier than Keir Starmer's recent predecessors in number 10. But one thing is clear. Keir Starmer's promise of national renewal will not be an easy one to deliver, particularly, of course, with the inheritance that he has. Elections, though, of course, they're really all about the numbers. And just over 23 hours after the polls closed, the results are pretty much all in. We are waiting for one more count to formally be announced from the Scottish Highlands, but the SNP have conceded defeat in that seat, with the constituency there likely to go to the Lib Dems. But look, these are the big headlines, which we will be delving deeper into tonight. The Labour Party have won 412 seats, more than doubling the 202 they won in 2019. It was an efficient campaign, a ruthless campaign. It's delivered a landslide. The Conservatives are on 121. That's only around a third of the 365 they won under Boris Johnson, the worst ever number of seat losses by the Conservatives ever. A big night for the Lib Dems, a record-breaking night. They are on 71 seats, up from just 11 at the last election. But a disastrous day for the SNP. They finish on just 9 seats. To put that in context, they won 48 in 2019. Reform are on 5, their first ever seats, including victory for Nigel Farage at the 8th attempt. Plaid Cymru are on 4, and the Green Party also on 4. Well, let's get our main report, shall we, on this dramatic day. Here is our Home Editor, Jason Farrell, on the day of the new Labour government.
The sun broke out as the new occupants of number 10 arrived on Britain's most famous street. The welcome was warm for Keir and Victoria Starmer. His first words, a tribute to the man who'd just departed.
I want to thank the outgoing Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak. His achievement as the first British Asian Prime Minister of our country, the extra effort that will have required, should not be underestimated by anyone. And we pay tribute to that today. And we also recognise the dedication and hard work he brought to his leadership. But now our country has voted decisively for change, whether you voted Labour or not. In fact, especially if you did not, I say to you directly, my government will serve you. Our work is urgent, and we begin it today. Thank you very much.
His triumph is both historic and strange. The first Labour Prime Minister in 14 years enters Downing Street with a thumping majority, but his landslide lacked lustre, secured with fewer votes than Jeremy Corbyn got in 2019. It happened because the Conservatives experienced their worst ever defeat. Leaving his post earlier under more leaden skies, Rishi Sunak was heavy with humility.
To the country, I would like to say first and foremost, I am sorry. I have given this job my all, but you have sent a clear signal that the government of the United Kingdom must change, and yours is the only judgment that matters. I have heard your anger, your disappointment, and I take responsibility for this loss. Whilst he has been my political opponent, Sir Keir Starmer will shortly become our Prime Minister. In this job, his successes will be all our successes, and I wish him and his family well. Whatever our disagreements in this campaign, he is a decent, public-spirited man who I respect.
Both leaders gracious in victory and defeat. It was a very British exchange of power. Mr. Sunak will stand down as Tory leader once the arrangements for his successor are in place. He headed to the palace to resign.
Sir Keir Starmer, Your Majesty. Your Majesty.
Ahead of Keir Starmer being commissioned to form a government by the King.
And having to get to grips with everything straight away must be quite exhausting.
This momentous day came after an extraordinary night. 12 cabinet ministers unseated, and Liz Truss, ousted as Prime Minister after 45 days, now rejected by her constituents, losing one of the safest Tory seats in Britain. The Conservative nightmare complete as their long-time tormentor Nigel Farage has become an MP. Heckled by a series of protesters.
Boring! Boring!
But his party reform got 4 million votes, although due to the electoral system, only 5 seats to show for it.
It's very much my view that our outdated, first-past-the-post electoral system is not fit for purpose, and we will campaign with anyone and everyone to change this electoral system.
With fewer votes than reform, the Lib Dems obtained vastly more seats. It was a night of sweet success for Ed Davey, and a morning of sober reflection.
Trust is a very precious commodity. It's hard won. And sometimes you've lost it, you lose it. And you have to work very hard to win it back. And I want to thank people for trusting us again. We will not let you down.
The Scottish nationalists lost big as Labour rebuilt its red wall north of the border, while the Greens picked up a record 4 seats. This afternoon we saw the procession of new faces of government walking up Downing Street. A female Deputy Prime Minister in Angela Rayner, a female Home Secretary in Yvette Cooper, and the first ever female Chancellor, Rachel Reeves. It is a dramatic changing of the guard, with a party whose big promise is to change Britain. Jason Farrell, Sky News.
Well, in the last few minutes, we've had our very first look at Keir Starmer in action, courtesy, of course, of the Downing Street PR photographer. They put out a tweet showing him hard at work there, glass of water, Union Jack flag in the background. And in the tweets, the UK Prime Minister's official account has said, tonight, in his first few hours as Prime Minister, Keir Starmer has spoken to allies and partners across the world. The UK stands ready to continue to work with him to deliver security and growth at home and abroad. The first tweet there showing Keir Starmer at work in action as Prime Minister. Adam, you did comment earlier, didn't you, that this is...
Yeah, the most important thing is it's Friday evening, right? And there were all those stories after he made a comment that he'd like to try and spend Friday evening with his family, that he was going to be a part-time Prime Minister. Well, I think there's quite a pointed message there. Although I do wonder if there's a sort of subtext, which is that the civil servants in Number 10 are sending out a message, think you're going to have Fridays off, you better think about it again.
Either way, there we have the official proof, Keir Starmer working past 6 p.m. On a Friday. Working in Number 10, those calls, of course, with international leaders, including Joe Biden, happening tonight. Well, let's cross live now, shall we, to Downing Street, and our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, is there. Sam, we've had the official photograph from Keir Starmer outside, inside Number 10, I should say. It's just another landmark moment in a historic day.
That's right, Sophie. The impression of industry and action. This is what Keir Starmer wants you to see. He also wants you to see his cabinet members hard at work. In the last hour, you saw those social media messages from the new Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, saying he is having meetings next week to try and solve the junior doctors' strike. He wants to be seen as running a government that is hitting the ground running and is taking decisive action. That strike, that junior doctor strike, however, has been a long-running sore for the predecessor government. The amounts being asked by the junior doctors have been repeatedly rejected by Labour itself. It's not at all clear what the solution is. I can tell you this, Sophie. Although Wes Streeting right now is giving off signals that he may yet be able to solve that crisis within days by announcing sit-down talks next week, I know that in other parts of the Labour front bench team, they are worried that if you're too generous to the junior doctors, then there will be contagion and demands for more cash elsewhere in the public sector. Just one of the invidious problems that you have when you come in on a very, very long list of challenges that Keir Starmer's government will face. And I think Keir Starmer's government will face a sort of myriad of problems. It has come in not off a wave of enthusiasm. The data tells us that the reason Keir Starmer is in the building behind me with a landslide majority is because of the collapse of the Conservatives, their vote going down to the lowest number of seats in history after the biggest drop in vote share of all time for any party at an election. Parties that represent anti-establishment views and alternatives to the status quo. So Reform UK, even the Liberal Democrats doing well at this election, either in vote share or in seats. And it is the Labour Party that has been the beneficiary of incumbents collapsing all over the United Kingdom. So they are left with perhaps an unenthusiastic landslide, if you can believe in such a thing, with the public almost arms folded, demanding that politicians now solve the problems of their everyday life. The question is whether or not the policy plans and the team that went into number 10 today have the ideas and the methods to solve the problems. Keir Starmer has put missions, quite vague-sounding missions, at the heart of his government. Can they translate into action that promises to improve the everyday lives of the people that ultimately put him in the building behind me?
Sam, thank you very much indeed. Sam Coates there at Downing Street. Well, let's bring in our duo for this evening, shall we? Caroline Flint, who was a Labour minister during her time as an MP from 1997 to 2019, and Gutty Harry, who was the Downing Street Director of Communications under Boris Johnson. We, of course, still have Alan Bolton with us, our Sky News election commentator as well. It's interesting what Sam was just reflecting on there. You know, is this a kind of unenthusiastic landslide? Keir Starmer also talked about a kind of weary public. You know, I remember, you know, Boris Johnson was kind of the opposite of that. He was kind of sunlit uplands, kind of box office, optimism. Do you think actually people feel let down now by that kind of politician and they want a bit more kind of boring stability, I guess?
Well, there was a lot of momentum for a while, not necessarily something I agreed with, but Boris sort of offered to get Brexit done, and despite all the distractions, he did. You know, and then he was hit by a global pandemic, which kind of got in the way of doing a whole load of things. So that's not going to happen to Keir. But for instance, with the junior doctors, it's a really tough one. Now, over time, I think Wes Streeting is sincere about using technology to cut the sort of managerial expense in the health service. So there's more money to give to the front line, which means down the line there could be more money for doctors and nurses. That's great. But he can't offer that next week. He can offer it, but he can't pay it. So these are real knotty problems. And if they were easy, guess what? Nasty Tories, yeah, they're not nasty Tories. They're not doing it because they're bad people. They're not doing it because it's hard and because the civil service hasn't often sort of helped deliver on some of these things, and because management in places like the NHS can be seriously incompetent, and the management of all the wings of the health of the Home Office when it comes to migration and illegal immigration can be pretty incompetent. And just because you've hired Sue Gray doesn't mean that can get sorted overnight either.
I mean, it's important, you know, we've been reflecting on the, as you put it, the knotty problems facing Keir Starmer. We've also been reflecting on the depth or the shallowness of the vote that he got. At the same time, though, it's a historic majority. And I just wonder how it's been for you. You know, obviously, you know, you were there in 97, you know, you saw that kind of wave of enthusiasm. Has it been quite an emotional day seeing Labour back in number 10?
It has been pretty emotional. I mean, some of it bittersweet, to be honest, because obviously the defeat in 2019 was absolutely awful. And in fact, you know, lots of the things that Keir Starmer has talked about as leader of the Labour Party are part of my DNA. You know, things like tackling antisocial behaviour, understanding people's concerns about issues around immigration, for example. Not that people are against managed immigration and that we're always going to need as a country to attract some skills, but the worry about illegal immigration and what that means. And, you know, and again, you know, about how we should make sure that we are talking in a way that's, you know, reflects the voices of people in the country. You know, I believe, for example, in the health service, you know, we have become over-reliant on recruiting from overseas. We don't train enough doctors, we don't have enough consultants that are homegrown here, and we certainly haven't got enough people in the social care sector with conditions that are attractive to make sure we can provide there as well. So these are the sort of things that, you know, challenges, but also some of the things that Labour have been talking about that, you know, in some ways I think, yeah, good, I have no problem with that. And again, look, you know, 45 years in the Labour Party, I am very proud to, in my lifetime, witnessed, you know, 2 Labour landslides in 97 and just yesterday. And let's make sure we actually make the most of it. But I do think that, you know, whilst clearly there was a massive protest against the Tories, there are lessons to learn from what happened in the last few years under various leaders, Boris, Liz Truss and Rishi Sunak, which is you can overpromise and underdeliver. And people don't want that. They've become quite cynical about that. So I think
but they are demanding, because they're not saying we understand that we've just blown 400 billion on getting through a pandemic, and therefore I understand that we have to pay the bill back. People don't join the dots. That's what this election has shown in some ways. Not everyone, but a chunk of the population have been largely infantilised, and they think that somehow there's never quite enough, and the government should be able to give them more all the time. And that's a real reality check that has to come, not to mention when the small boats, the next bit of sunshine and the next bit of, calm weather in the Channel, and a problem that has, largely sort of toxified the Tory party is suddenly your problem in a very, very big way.
Yeah, but they've simplified some of the issues under Rishi Sunak, under Liz Truss and under Boris Johnson about tackling that small boat issue and spent a fortune on it.
Well, they've done all the other stuff. There's no new navy that's going to go out there. I'm a proud member of the RNLI. They'll keep picking up these people. They'll come ashore. What are you going to do differently, apart from process them, more effectively?
Big questions for the next government, and, of course, big issues that people will be looking to you guys for solutions on. Just a quick thought, what next for the Conservative Party? Because you've got an absolute battery.
Yeah, absolutely. And the one thing, and I haven't gone through the list to double-check this, but a few people have said to me that the heavier the losses, the more sensible the survivors. And so I'm holding on to that thought, and I will spend time tomorrow checking who is standing. And then if you can tick off some of the people that have been the most destructive, the least constructive, the people who have had this theological fascination with a debate that nobody else is listening to, if some of them have gone and the choice that you have left are the sort of grown-up, competent, centre ground, great guys and women in the party, and there's a lot of young talent, some of it fresh that just got elected as well, then, it doesn't have to be. Keir Starmer's just proved you don't have to be out of power for a generation.
Although it has to be said that in this particular landslide, a lot of the brightest hopes of the Tory party didn't get elected. I mean, people like Rupert Harrison, who used to be an advisor to George Osborne, or the former head of Onward, the Tory think tank. So perhaps that pool, simply because the party is so small, is not going to be there, whereas since the Parliamentary Labour Party is going to be so big, there may actually be some talent that no one has managed to notice yet.
I do quite admire your sort of optimism, should we say, in saying that actually, losing 2/3 of the MPs, it could be worse. At least we've got rid of some of the bad apples.
That's one way to do it.
The glass is almost half full.
I love it. I love it. Thank you very much indeed. Lots to discuss, of course, as the programme goes on. And, of course, this momentous day in British politics will dominate tomorrow's newspapers. We'll have our press preview and news review from 10:45 this evening with tonight's news and tomorrow's headlines. Joining Anna Botting in Downing Street will be the Daily Mirror's associate editor, Kevin Maguire, and the Financial Times' Whitehall editor, that's Lucy Fisher. So the work of the Labour government has begun, but what is at the top of the new government's in tray? Well, our political correspondent Tamara Cohen reports now on the challenges that Labour will face as it tries to fulfil its promise of a decade of national renewal.
Back in government after 14 years and a storm of difficult issues are in Labour's in tray. The health service stretched like never before. War in Europe. Falling living standards. So what happens on day one in Downing Street? Sally Morgan was Tony Blair's political secretary in 1997.
It's very full on and it's completely weird. I don't think you can plan for it. You're obviously very tired, but you're also on a high because basically nobody had been to sleep and it's been a long campaign, but also 24 hours that were very full on.
Do you think there'll be much of a honeymoon period, and what could bring it to an end quite quickly?
I can't see a big honeymoon, frankly. I think it's very different from 97 from that point of view. I think the job's quite different. I think the job this time is effectively to say to people, say to the electorate, this is really tough, but it is worth it because we will get change and we will make a difference, but it's going to take a long time. So it's actually to engage people right from the start in how difficult it is.
Keir Starmer has set out what he wants to do: grow the economy, create 40,000 more hospital appointments, train more teachers and turbocharge green energy.
But there are other tricky issues which could blow his priorities off course.
Prisons are nearly full and the government will need to urgently free up space. Junior doctors are threatening more strikes and Britain's biggest water company is at risk of collapse. Within days, the new Prime Minister heads to NATO, still in the glow of victory.
Everyone will want to talk to him. Everyone will want to have a selfie with him, because that's the photograph that will appear on their newspapers the next day. And behind the scenes, they'll want to ask him, how have you achieved this extraordinary majority?
And what about the special relationship if Donald Trump wins in November?
I would be surprised, given the nature of the two personalities, if you got a close personal relationship between Donald Trump and Keir Starmer. But when it comes to substance, Trump is nothing if not transactional. So if there's things that he wants from us, we can get stuff in return.
Power in Labour's grasp after years of grinding opposition. Promises made in the heat of the campaign are about to make contact with political reality. Tamara Cohen, Sky News, Westminster.
Well, let's keep talking, shall we, about the challenges ahead for Sir Keir Starmer. The former Chief of Staff to Tony Blair, Jonathan Powell, joins us now from Cornwall. Great to speak to you. Does it remind you of 97?
A bit, yes. I mean, the excitement of a turnover of government in this big fashion. I mean, it was a long time ago. It was a quarter of a century ago. So it was a different country, different world, and of course a very different person in Keir Starmer. But yes, the joy of actually turfing out a useless government is always pleasant.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was kind of doing my kind of revision ahead of this sort of historic day, watching some of the old broadcast footage. Everyone's talking about bleepers there. You do kind of realise just how much has changed since.
Yeah, we didn't have mobile phones. We didn't have mobile phones, and the weather was a lot better too. It's a beautiful May day. We went to go, not this rain.
Yeah, a bit drizzly today, certainly. Keir Starmer might have a Blair-style landslide, but it's not exactly, a vote share landslide to boot. Is there any concern that you have that this is a mandate built out of sand?
No, I don't think it's a problem. This stuff about not the percentage of vote. This is our system. Our system is we don't have proportional representation. If you win the most seats, you get to govern. Tony Blair in his third term only had about 30-odd% of the vote and managed to govern perfectly well. So that's really not a problem. I think a lot of this is very confected. Also, the turnout issue. When you know who's going to win, then people don't turn out. The same was true in 97. The turnout went down because people knew who was going to win. Also, in this case, the Tory vote was much suppressed. So I don't think either of those are valid in terms of saying that he doesn't have a mandate.
What is certainly clear is he's got a majority. He's got the kind of majority that, if you want to, you can be pretty radical with. Tony Blair was said to have commented privately, I'd be interested to know your thoughts on this, that he wishes that he'd been radical sooner, that he'd gone further on some of the reforms earlier on. Is that something that you think perhaps Keir Starmer should reflect on?
Yes, I do. I think that you have the maximum political capital when you're elected with a big landslide like this, and the political capital goes down over time. We made some fairly radical changes to start with. We had the independence of the Bank of England, and we had things like Prime Minister's Questions, which we abolished the twice a week Prime Minister's Questions and went to one. But what we didn't do was do the public service reform. We should have been much more radical on that. If we'd done it then when we had the political capital, we could have reaped the benefits later on. So I do think, as far as he has radical measures he wants to introduce, for example, on planning, now's the time to do it.
Yeah, it's interesting, because if you speak to Keir Starmer, as I did during the campaign, he says, look, first steps first, and then we can bring in the reforms that we want for the public services. Your advice would be move now, when you've got the mandate, when you've got the power.
Yeah, I mean, of course, he's right that it takes time to gear this stuff up, but you need to give symbols of what you're going to do. So you won't be able to pass legislation on planning before the summer break, but you should announce it and get the political capital behind what you're doing before people can start opposing it. The opposition will be flat on its back for a few months. You've got a chance, as Tony Blair had in 97, to do some really quite radical things early on.
Sue Gray is now wearing the shoes that you once filled. The Chief of Staff role, the most important role in many ways around the Prime Minister. Any advice for her?
I don't think she needs my advice. She was much more senior than I was in 97 inside the civil service. She had much more experience at the centre of government. And it seems to me that they've made a very good start in terms of getting the cabinet appointed much more quickly than we did in 97, in bringing in these expert ministers like Timpson and Patrick Vallance. So far, so good, I would say. I think she's got a very clear grasp of what she's trying to achieve, and she's obviously done preparatory work.
Fascinating to talk to you. Adam Bolton is here as well.
Yeah, I was just wondering, Jonathan Powell, on the foreign policy front, we've seen a sort of standard exchange this evening of Starmer and Biden speaking to each other and exchanging tweets saying about the special relationship between our two nations and about working with each other. But it seems to me that there is much more pressing on the foreign policy agenda for this Prime Minister than there was for Tony Blair when he came in, although, of course, 9/11 rather took over his premiership subsequently. Do you see those same pressures, and what do you think that Prime Minister Starmer should do in foreign policy terms over the first weeks where he's got some quite important summits?
I mean, most Prime Ministers come in knowing very little about foreign policy and intending to focus on domestic policy. That's why they got elected. Tony Blair didn't know much about foreign policy. Mrs Thatcher didn't actually know much about foreign policy. But they get baptised in it very fast. In the case of Keir Starmer, it's going to be very fast indeed, because next week he'll be going to Washington for the NATO summit. He'll be having his first bilateral with Joe Biden, meeting other world leaders. The week after, he's hosting all the European leaders here in London. And immediately after the summer, he's going to have to go to the Pacific, to Samoa, for the meeting of Commonwealth heads of government. So he's going to be thrown into the machinery of international affairs straight away. And he also has a whole series of very challenging issues, from Gaza to the Ukraine to relations with China to what's going to happen in the US presidential election. So yes, he's going to have the pressure heaped on much more quickly than Tony Blair did, and he'll have to be ready to deal with it and ready to get the right advice to make progress. Britain's been fairly absent from the international field over the last 14 years, or at least certainly since Brexit, as we've focused internally during that time. And now is going to be Britain being back. He has to put some meat on that and actually demonstrate what we're going to do.
Thank you very much indeed for being on the programme this evening. Really fascinating to talk to you tonight, Jonathan Powell. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's bring in our jury for this evening, shall we? Caroline Flint, who was a Labour minister during her time as an MP from 97 to 2019, and go to Harry, Downing Street Director of Communications under Boris Johnson. I thought that was quite interesting, where he was like, yeah, if he wants reform, particularly for public services, he should push on with it and do it now. What did you think, Caroline?
I think he's got a point there. I think he's got a point there. There's an opportunity now. It's not is to sort of have that conversation, and it's needed in the health service, because we've still got a health service that is treating sickness and not preventing ill health or giving the right sort of support to get people as well as possible. So I think there's some big discussions need to be had there. And again, I think there is this opportunity in these early days for him to, with his colleagues across the cabinet, to flesh out some of the policies and direction of travel there. And that's the other thing, I think, in this. These are big, challenging issues. If they were easy, someone would have sorted them already. But the public will be wanting to hear more of that and have a sense of where the progression is going. And he's probably got, a couple of years, but by year 3, really some progress needs to be made, some delivery is going to happen. I think the mission strategy is about outcomes, focus on outcomes all the time, prioritise, focus, because by the time you get to year 3, he will probably be thinking about when is he going to call the election. And you don't want to be like what we've seen under other Prime Ministers, the clock running out. You need to be in control. And that's one thing he's got as Prime Minister. How does he use effectively the control he has over the agenda and the timing?
And you'll know this, you pull levers and they don't seem to be attached to anything. Nothing happens the other end. You can talk, the talk is great, but pull those levers and see whether you can actually do what it takes to cut waiting lists without being accused of bullying, which is one of the tactics that sometimes comes back at you. But I was fascinated by Jonathan Powell talking about the foreign affairs. He's going to sit down with Joe Biden. The whole world is wondering whether Joe Biden is actually going to pull out. And you can be the sort of opposition leader and, hide on these things. But once he's spent quality time in a room with him, you're going to harangue him rightly to sort of say, do you think he should stand down? Is it good for the world that we have a guy who couldn't finish the debate the other night? And that is another pressure of the job. There's nowhere to hide.
Adam, I'm interested as well on how you think the new Labour administration is going to handle the prospect of a potential Donald Trump presidency. Because I have to say, there's a few members of that cabinet now who've made a few choice comments, shall we say, about the man who could be the new president?
Yes, there are, but one of them who made those choice comments was David Lammy, the new Foreign Secretary, who then promptly went out and spent a lot of time trying to build bridges back to Donald Trump. Incidentally, Donald Trump tonight has tweeted congratulations to Nigel Farage.
You led me down the wrong path there. I wasn't expecting that.
So I think, you know, I think it will be quite awkward for them. But as we were hearing there from the former ambassador, you know, UK-US relations are so interdependent in a lot of issues that a lot of things are handled automatically. It only becomes a problem when one side or the other wants to challenge the other. You know, will you join us in the Vietnam War, or will you join us in the Iraq invasion, or conversely, you know, we have problems with some American policy. That will have to be dealt with. I think overall, you know, it's a very interesting time to become Prime Minister because of Brexit, we have severed a lot of automatic ties and automatic relationships with allies. Now, Keir Starmer's made it quite clear he's not interested in reversing Brexit, but he certainly is, I think, going to be in the business of trying to reanimate some of the historic ties that the UK's had.
It's often said, isn't it, by Prime Ministers that they're shocked by how much time is spent on foreign policy. I wonder if Keir Starmer will believe that as well. Thanks very much for the debate. We've been talking a lot about Keir Starmer. Let's take a look now, shall we, at the numbers that got us to where we are now. Ed Conway is the man who's been crunching those figures at our election map, looking at the story of the night and where it leaves us today, the day after the results. Ed.
Well, shall we start by just reminding ourselves of the political geography of this country before this election and just look at how much blue there is across this representation of the UK. Each of these different hexagons is a constituency. Look at how much yellow in Scotland as well. And now ponder this. This is the changed picture of the UK. Just look at how much red there is. Transformation here in Scotland as well, with Labour doing especially well there. No Conservative seats in Wales. A completely different picture, a landslide. And there it is in map form. If we look at it in terms of, if we put these kind of hexagons up on here, you see that landslide, you see that majority, and you see where the Labour Party has gone way through the point that they needed to get so many seats. You see the Conservatives, how few seats there are for the Conservatives over there, and the Lib Dems doing incredibly well there, way above expectations. And what that perhaps doesn't show you is the churn that's happening beneath the surface, OK? Because the Labour Party, 412, gaining 218, but at the same time, interestingly, losing 7. So that's part of the Gaza story there, losing support in Muslim areas. Conservatives, 121, pretty more straightforward here. A massive loss there, 252. The Lib Dems gaining 63, up to 71. Complete transformation there. And look at the SNP as well, down to 9 with 39 so far. There's still one to count there. And Reform with 5. So a little bit less well than expected Reform, but nonetheless beneath the surface doing very well and having a real impact, as you'll see in a second. One way that a lot of psephologists, experts like to look at the change in the vote here is swing, OK? So this is the two-party swing. Anything above the bar shows public vote basically swinging from the Labour Party to the Conservatives. Anything below the bar is going to the Labour Party. So that is the 1997 election. Really big swing to Tony Blair. And this is where we are now. Look at this. An 11% swing from the Conservatives to the Labour Party, the biggest swing that we have ever seen in this country in post-war history. But here's what's interesting. If you break down these bars by which party is seeing the change in the share of the vote, it's a somewhat different picture, OK? So look at this. This is 2024. We've broken it down by how much of this is down to the Conservatives losing support and how much is down to Labour, and have a look at how much of that is basically the Conservative collapse. So the vast, vast majority of the swing that we're talking about, it's not about Labour, it's about the Tories losing support. And that enables, that's partly a story of Reform doing so well in those Conservative constituencies, but it enables Labour to win seats with a really low share of the vote, with a really low number of votes. These bars are showing you how many people voted for each MP in each government going back a long way. So basically, for instance, you've got Boris Johnson there winning a lot of seats with quite a few. You have to kind of win quite a few votes per seat. But for Keir Starmer, OK, look how low that bar is. This is the lowest number of votes per seat, a kind of measure of efficiency, perhaps, since the introduction of universal suffrage. Jeremy Corbyn, in fact, Keir Starmer got fewer votes than Jeremy Corbyn did in 2019 and 2017. Really kind of striking statistic, and yet he still managed to get that landslide. But for the Conservatives, it's an even more straightforward picture here. This is just showing you Conservative seats won at general elections going all the way back to the 19th century. That's the kind of coalition era, the national government. That was the low point up until this election. Don't want to give it away. 141 seats there. But just look at where we are now. I'm going to bring on this latest election results, and that is the worst result for the Conservative Party in 2 centuries. There's so many stories going on here about the Labour landslide, about the Conservative collapse, also about different parties around the UK. But this is a historic moment for our country and for our politics.
Out in those terms and with those graphics, it really does hit home. A historic loss for the Conservative Party. Ed, thank you very much indeed. Well, Ed Conway, they're talking about the Conservative Party losses, but there were very big losses for another party last night as well that we should focus on now, the SNP. Their leader, John Swinney, says his party needs to do some soul-searching after a Labour landslide in Scotland. Swathes of Scotland turned red last night as the Scottish First Minister admitted that his party had a very poor performance. The SNP lost 38 seats, while Labour gained a total of 36. The Lib Dems also had a good night. They won 5 seats in their best Scottish result in generations. John Swinney said the results showed that Scottish voters were no longer prioritising independence. Well, Sky's Ashna Harinag has more now on the SNP collapse.
The SNP story has been shattered after a cataclysmic collapse, despite their best efforts and distractions. After winning nearly all of the seats in Scotland in 2015, they're now into single digits. The former largest party north of the border has been punished.
The party's just been hit by the Starmer tsunami. I think for everyone looking on at the moment, they'll probably be a little bit surprised at quite how far we've fallen. I certainly am, and I'm devastated by it, and I know all my colleagues will be too.
Voters have called time on a faltering record, a carousel of leaders and an investigation into party finances. What was yellow is now a red resurgence. A remarkable recovery for a party that was almost wiped out almost a decade ago.
Today, we stop the chaos, we turn the page, and we start the hard work of change.
This is an extraordinary comeback after the brutal humiliation of just one Labour MP being elected in 2019 to now just over 30. It's a huge change that very few would have thought possible in just 4 years. The leader here now striking both a celebratory and cautious tone for what lies ahead.
We have very deliberately under-promised in this election because we only wanted to make promises we could keep and only make spending commitments we knew we could afford right now.
The regaining of traditional heartlands was key, like here in Glasgow. They've had plenty of firepower to help, with regular visits from senior figures. All of it manoeuvred by a man we've watched pound the pavements to the polls.
People are talking to us and about us for the first time in a very long time.
There was much talk of the Scottish Conservative leader Douglas Ross. A last-minute U-turn to stand in the election backfired as he lost out. This result for the country is now the backdrop to the Scottish Parliament elections in 2 years' time. After seeing off the SNP, Labour will need to be seen to deliver. Now they're back on familiar ground. Ashna Harinag, Sky News in Glasgow.
We're talking about the successes of the Labour Party, and a big part of Labour's winning campaign was promising to get the economy back on track. So how have businesses and markets reacted to their landslide election win? Sky's business correspondent Paul Kelso looks at the economic challenge that faces the new government.
after an historic result and historic appointment.
It is also a huge privilege to be the first ever female Chancellor of the Exchequer. To every young woman and
Rachel Reeves leading Labour's response to a monumental economic challenge.
I want to be the most pro-growth Treasury in our country's history. That'll mean doing what the Treasury does best, building growth on a rock of economic stability.
Having turned the political map red, Labour's priority is to steer the economy into the black. In the city, traders saw an early vote of confidence.
What's going on?
Yes, I think what we're sort of seeing is, the market was really expecting what we've seen this morning. It seems like the UK electorate have voted for some stability via a centrist government.
Less than 2 years after Liz Truss sent markets crashing, Sir Keir Starmer's victory priced in by the investors on whom he will now rely.
Financial markets were expecting a Labour win, but the lack of drama here is good news for Sir Keir Starmer. His programme to revive public services depends on stimulating growth, and to do that, he'll need the confidence of the businesses and investors who provide it.
With inflation back to 2% and interest rates likely to fall next month, the economic weather may be turning. Labour want to build on that with sweeping planning reform to unlock new housing and accelerate the green energy transition, including onshore wind and solar projects held back in the last decade. All good news for the boss of Britain's biggest energy supplier.
I hope that what we've now got is the stability that we can invest in delivering a cheaper green electricity system. We need to sort out the planning and bureaucracy problems. That means you can't build cheap, new renewable generation in the UK, anything like the pace we need to.
The oil and gas industry is less relaxed, facing an increased windfall tax and a ban on new North Sea extraction. The new government's in-tray is challenging too. Thames Water is drowning in debt and may fall into administration even as customer bills rise. A deal with Tata to save steelmaking in Port Talbot will be demanded by Labour's heartlands, all while getting nationalisation of the railways on track. And business wants to talk about Europe. Golden Delight Foods lost all of its export trade to Brexit. With 60 employees and plans to expand, Socrates wants a proper debate about the cost of business.
I want to open the borders. I want that free trade back. We want to be able to deal with our neighbours. We've made a mistake. We've got to go back there and renegotiate.
Rachel Reeves has set strict rules limiting the new government's room for manoeuvre. If Labour is to keep her promise not to raise taxes, they'll have to earn it. Paul Kelso, Sky News.
Right, let's take a breath, shall we? I feel like at this point in proceedings, we all need a kind of like survivor's badge. It's been an extraordinary night, a historic day. Caroline, I don't know how you're left feeling. What kind of emotions are you feeling about the prospect of another Labour government?
Hope, actually. I mean, 4.5 years ago in 2019, I honestly couldn't have imagined that Labour would be winning an election in the way it has in the last 24 hours. And so there's hope, and that's good, but also opportunity. I mean, you have power in government, you have opportunity, use your talent. Don't churn your ministers around every 5 minutes. Focus on the job to be done and the outcomes. And actually you can make a difference. And that's what politics is all about. It's about making a difference to the lives. And I think, people have said, oh, he's not, like Boris and the life and soul. He may be the life and soul and party in private. But people want serious politicians to buckle down and get on with the job and think about public life as a service. And I think there's been too much people playing games. That is something the public don't like. I think there's been too many egos in the last few years battling against each other, and that's just in the Conservative Party. And I think there's hope and there's opportunity here. But, get on with the job. Hard work pays off.
Katu, are you feeling hope when you look at the Conservative Party?
Well, the Conservative Party hasn't got a monopoly on egos, nor Labour on sort of hard-working people who try and do the right thing. But I want to end on a sort of high. What we have witnessed today, in all this drama and colour and all this glory, in so many ways, is the functioning of democracy. And in the end, I'm feeling upbeat that the people get to decide. They've made a decision, and guess what? Nobody's digging in and getting the guns out and the army's not out in the streets, which happens in some countries. We've had a very orderly, respectful, dignified transfer of power. And I think when Rishi Sunak spoke on the steps, he spoke for a lot of us in saying, genuinely wish the new government well, because we all need it to work. And if it doesn't, we'll be here again and they'll be out and somebody else will get a crack at it. And that is the upside of our system, where you often see the downsides, but we've seen the upside today.
Yeah, it has felt, yeah, it's right. It has felt that actually, you know, presenting the coverage as well, the kind of the transfer of power, the orderly way it's done, you know, 2 dignified speeches from both of them.
It's an amazing,
as well.
It's an amazing thing it's a precious thing to have in this country.
Yeah. We've been here since 7, Adam. It's been a bit of a marathon, but it's been an extraordinary day.
Yeah, it has been an extraordinary day. And I think my main thought is we can now forget about opinion polls and swings and charts, because the outcome which the British people have delivered is that the Labour Party is in an extraordinarily powerful position. I mean, not just with this large majority at Westminster, and at this stage, no significant divisions in the party, unlike what's been going on in the Conservative government for a long time. It's also in control of just about every other thing, you know, the mayoralties, the Welsh government, except for Scotland, where it now has dominance of MPs and Northern Ireland, which is separate. So, you know, it is a case really to be careful what you wish for, because there's no doubt about it. This is different from 97. The economy is not growing at the rate it was. The public optimism is not there. There's a lot more scepticism about politics. But they do have the wherewithal to try and govern and to try and put it right.
You talk about the huge majority that Labour have. Do you think that means we're about to enter a period of stability?
Yeah, it should do. I mean, you know, certainly on past form, when governments win big, it should be a period of stability. The extraordinary thing of the last 5 years is we had a stonking majority won by Boris Johnson in 2019, which has completely collapsed, and now a majority has been rebuilt by Labour. So it does show that the situation is volatile. We're in a multi-party system, but at the same time, in the end, Labour's got the votes in Parliament.
Yeah, they got the votes. It was a staggering victory, the end of 14 years of Conservative Party rule. It does feel like we're perhaps entering a new era of politics. Do you think it'll be 2 terms? What do you reckon? 1 term, 2 terms? Too early to say?
I think it's a bit too early.
I need to calm down, don't I?
I think it's a bit too early to say. What it is true, it is volatile, and there are things happening that, you know, we didn't see in 97. And so, again, mindful of all those, the Reform Party and others, delivering is going to be important.
I mean, after the Hartlepool by-election, Boris Johnson, people were talking about 10 years of Boris Johnson.
It's a volatile world that we live in.
It's very volatile, and the electorate are very fickle.
Thank you all so much for being on Politics Hub tonight. Well, that is it from me for today, after a truly momentous 24 hours in Westminster. The political landscape of this country has been radically altered since this time yesterday, when that exit poll came through, 7 minutes until that exit poll came through yesterday, 24 hours ago. And it's been a historic day for Labour, winning 412 seats in a landslide victory. A record-breaking day for the Conservatives too, but of course for all the wrong reasons. They won just 121 seats. That was their worst total seat loss ever. Rishi Sunak will go down in history as leading Britain's most successful political party to their worst ever seat loss at a general election. And after those results, of course, we then saw the peaceful transfer of power, with goodwill on both sides, it should be said, as Keir Starmer arrived in Downing Street, pictured there with his wife Victoria, after his meeting with the King. Hugs from well-wishers too. The Change candidate promising a decade of national renewal, greeting his supporters, waving their flags, just like in 97, and then promising to put politics back into public service. And now we have confirmation of the team who are going to be tasked with delivering that promised change. Angela Rayner as Deputy Prime Minister, David Lammy as Foreign Secretary, Yvette Cooper at the Home Office. And, of course, another moment of history, Rachel Reeves becoming the first ever female Chancellor in the history of that job, over 803 years. But for Rishi Sunak, though, this was his last day in Number 10. It's a brutal business, politics. Speaking on the steps of Downing Street for the last time, the man who gambled that yesterday was the best time to hold an election, he had to accept he'd got it badly wrong to devastating effect. He left Downing Street with his wife by his side. What is not clear, though, is the state of the Conservative Party that he leaves behind. Much of Sunak's downfall was caused by this man. After 7 failed attempts, Reform UK leader Nigel Farage finally elected as an MP, the man who the history books will record as being at the centre of the decades-long Eurosceptic movement. Well, he now will have his big speeches in the House of Commons written in the pages of Hansard. Sir Ed Davey's Liberal Democrats, the party which looked like it was on the verge of oblivion just a few short years ago, has staged a startling turnaround, now back as Parliament's third party, the election stunts leading to a serious series of wins. And the cause of Scottish independence appears to have taken a major setback, with the SNP's recent turmoil, Nicola Sturgeon, Humza Yousaf, taking its toll. Their leader forced to admit his party had soul-searching to do. The focus now then on the new occupant here in Downing Street. So Keir Starmer's dream of taking Labour back into government after 14 years on the sidelines has now turned into reality. But once all those celebrations are over, it's behind these doors that the real